We are now on the record. The time is 9:23 a.m. This deposition is being taken on Wednesday, July 15th, 2026.
Okay, I will swear the witness in now. Mr. Cardone, if you raise your right hand, I'm going to give you an oath.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Witness has been sworn. Record is open.
Good morning, Mr. Cardone.
Good morning.
You're the founder and CEO of Cardone Capital, right?
That's right.
I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 229. This is the amended 30B6 notice to Cardone Capital in this case. Have you seen this document before? And Mr. Cardone, you have to answer yes or no. Nods won't be captured by the court reporter.
I have it. Right.
Okay. You were nodding your head.
I'm just trying to acknowledge what you're asking me. Yes, yes, I've seen this.
Okay.
This was part of the package I studied over the last weekend.
Okay. Do you understand that you have been designated by Cardone Capital to testify as a corporate representative on every topic in this amended deposition notice?
Yes, I designated myself.
No. You are also a named individual defendant in this action, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand there's going to be a separate deposition of you later this week in your individual...
I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
There's going to be a separate
deposition of you later this week. And we just have to not talk over each other. But for today, you're here as Cardone Capital's representative. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
You own 100% of Cardone Capital, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Cardone Capital's offering statements identify you as the controller and sole decision maker of Cardone Capital, correct?
Yes.
So when you testify here today about...
New York City girl.
Cardone Capital's knowledge, that includes your personal knowledge as CEO and sole decision maker, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any person at Cardone Capital whose knowledge on the topics in here is greater than your own?
There is no one that has more knowledge on this topic than I do.
Okay. You personally made many of the statements that are at issue in this case, including statements in YouTube videos, Instagram posts, and other social media, correct?
What's the question?
You personally made many of the statements that are at issue in this case, including statements in YouTube videos, Instagram posts, and other social media, correct?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, if I was the person doing the video, it would have been me personally doing the video.
Right. So for those statements, you don't need to rely on anyone else's knowledge to explain what you meant or what basis you had for making them, correct?
Objective form.
What does that even mean, objective form?
It means that there's in my view, a problem with her question.
The way she asked it.
Right.
Yeah, no. And despite the fact that you object to form, I still
go
answer.
On and answer, yeah.
No, I don't need to check with anybody else about what I said.
Okay. Do you understand that the testimony you provide today as corporate representative is under oath?
Yes.
And everything you tell me today reflects both Cardone Capital's position and your personal understanding and belief, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. If at your individual deposition later this week, you were to give an answer about any of the topics today that differs from what you tell me today, one of those two answers would have to be inaccurate, correct?
Objective form.
Say that again.
If I
change my mind tomorrow on something I said today, no, it doesn't have to be incorrect.
No?
No, absolutely not.
So something you say later this week could conflict with something you say today.
Does not have to be correct. And question.
So something you testify to in 2 days that's different from today, you believe that those two answers could be both correct. Is that right?
Yeah, I can't predict the future.
Okay.
It's an impossible question to answer. Every possible thing you ask me today, you ask me a different variation of it 2 days from now, it's ridiculous.
What did you do to prepare for your deposition today?
Oh my God. I have a college degree in this. I've spent at least I don't know, 60 or 70 hours on this, without exaggeration.
Understood. Did you meet with Mr. Akratiranakis and Mr. Keel?
I love spending time with these guys.
For how long did you meet with them?
I met with them yesterday. I met with them Friday. I met with them Thursday. I met with them Wednesday. I talked to them on the phone. Like,
Great. And you reviewed documents to prepare for the
yes,
steps?
ma'am, I did.
About how?
Stacks. I'm sure you'll show all of to me. There's probably nothing you have in there I haven't seen.
Okay.
Be shocked. I'll be shocked if you guys in your firm pull up something I've not seen before.
Did any documents refresh your recollection as to the topics in this notice?
Refresh it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to. I study the material, so I don't know if I'm refreshed.
Did you speak with anyone other than Cardone Capital's lawyers in order to obtain facts that you needed for today's deposition?
I don't think so.
Did you read the amended complaint in this case?
What would that be? I don't know your legal terminology. What's the amended complaint look like?
It's the operative complaint that's on file in this
Can I see it, though?
case.
Can I see what I'm talking? What you're?
I don't have
to?
a copy of it with me today.
Is that the binder? Would that have been the binder?
No, it's a document that looks, in form, it looks like this one in the sense that it has the same names and the name of the case.
I can't answer if I've seen it or not if I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did you read any other materials that have been filed in this case
Like,
as part of the lawsuit? Any of the briefs, any of the motions?
again, I'm not a lawyer. Don't ever want to be a lawyer. So you have to tell me, show me what a brief is.
Yeah.
Show me what a motion is, because I don't know what those things are. Any more than I know what objection to form means.
Okay.
But I'm happy to, if you show it to me, I can tell you if I've looked at it or not.
All right. Cardone Capital is the manager of Cardone Equity Fund 5, correct?
Yes.
And as the manager, Cardone Capital has complete control over Cardone Equity Fund 5, correct?
Total, absolute control.
And Cardone Capital is the manager of Cardone Equity Fund 6, correct?
Yes.
And as the manager, Cardone Capital has complete control over Cardone Equity Fund 6.
Absolute.
And Cardone Capital.
Has complete control over Cardone Equity Fund 6, correct?
Absolute and total control.
Okay. And Cardone Capital, in turn, is fully controlled by you, right?
Absolute and total.
Cardone Capital is the Class B member of Funds 5 and 6, correct?
If you say so, as I say, am I Class B? Yeah, yes. Let's go with the yes.
As the Class B member, Cardone Capital is entitled to a 35% share of the operating profits, right?
Yes, after return of capital.
After return of capital.
That's right.
Well,
Are
look,
you talking about? We talking about Fund 5 or Fund 4?
we're talking about Fund 5.
Okay. So keep in mind, sorry, Denise. And this is why your earlier question about today or Friday. Okay. So Fund 5, we get a 35% promote. It's an optional, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that. I don't have to take it. I'm not required by law to take it. It's up to me. So, if the asset were to make return capital is our plan to the investor, then we would share in 35% above that. We're entitled, however, by the operating agreement, 35% of all cash flow, 35% of all profits. So yes.
Okay. What percentage of Fund 5's total capital did you personally invest?
I think I'm as a member for about somewhere between $5 and $8 million. I don't know what the percentage is right now.
And how about for Fund 6?
But
sorry. Go ahead.
But there was a point in time where I owned, and we do this on every one of our funds. The asset, we locate the asset. I go purchase this asset with my money. So there was a period of time where I owned 100% of Fund 4, Fund 5, Fund 6. What's the other fund that lays with Fund 6? 8?
8.
All 47 assets that we purchased and the 9 previous. Before that, I owned 100% before I offered this to any family members, extended family, customers, partners, or investors. So on Fund 5, that was a raise. Fund 4 and Fund 5 were a raise of about $162 million. At some point, I owned 100% of the entire Fund 4 and Fund 5. We closed that transaction. We then offered to our public, at which time the non-accredited fund that you're interested in, Fund 5, would have then purchased positions after my $162 million commitment to the asset. They would have then come in at $10,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 investments to take a position, at which point we trade them membership shares. At the same price, by the way, that I entered that project at, with no markup and no middleman.
And so after you offered Fund 5 to investors, what is the total capital that you had in Fund 5?
Somewhere between $5 and $8 million.
Okay. And how about for Fund 6?
I don't know. As I sit here, I can't. It would be documented.
But you don't know the answer today.
As I sit here, I can't give you a number. Any more than the $5 to $8 million probably isn't the answer you want either.
Okay.
Because it's not exact. But it's documented.
I'm going to mark as Exhibit 230. This document I'm going to have to share over Zoom because I don't have it printed.
I said, see, but
Okay. Is the Zoom up on his computer?
yes, it is.
Okay. You can open that document that I just dropped in the chat so you can scroll through it.
I'm to get on payroll here. You guys got me doing stuff. Okay, that's good. That's good. I can see that.
Do you recognize this document?
Do I recognize it? I mean, I recognize the first page.
Okay. These are interrogatory responses from defendants, including Cardone Capital, correct?
I have no clue.
It says at the top here, defendants amended objections and responses to plaintiff's first set of interrogatories, correct?
I don't see that.
Yeah,
So I'm looking at something different than you're looking at.
I can share my screen. I just wanted you to be able to scroll through the document yourself.
Well, I'm sorry. What was the question?
She's asking about the title.
Oh, you just read the title.
Yeah.
His screen only had the top part just above the title. She's asking you about this right there.
Defendants amended objections and responses to plaintiff's first set of interrogatories. Yes, I see that.
And Cardone Capital is a defendant in this lawsuit, correct?
Yes.
So these are interrogatory responses from defendants, including Cardone Capital, correct?
I believe you. I'm not looking at the whole thing, so I can't.
Okay. Are you able to scroll down to page 3 where it says interrogatory number 1?
Man, I really wish this was paper, guys.
Most of today will be paper.
Great. Okay, I see 3, but let me just check on 2 so I know what I'm looking at. Defendants object to the request to the extent they call for information.
It says,
Interrogatory number 1. I don't see a number 1 on here.
Scroll down just a bit. No.
why don't I Should I share my screen? Would that be easier? So that I can...
Anything would be easier than this.
There we go.
The
Okay.
difference between the PDF page.
It's on page 4.
I see. On the PDF.
I'm not a complete imbecile, and I'm not trying to be hard to deal with.
No.
I just-
I understand. Okay. So we're on the same page now, I think, right?
We are.
Okay. Interrogatory number 1. Identify each person involved in preparing or offering or approving the offering circular for Cardone Equity Fund 5 and for Cardone Equity Fund 6. Right?
I see that.
Okay. And the response is, subject to the general objections, defendants state that the persons responsible for preparing and approving the offering circulars for Cardone Equity Fund 5 and Cardone Equity Fund 6 were Susan and outside counsel Jillian Esquire. Correct?
Okay.
Does Cardone Capital agree that's an accurate response?
Sure.
You signed the offering circular for Fund 5, correct?
Yes.
You also signed the preliminary offering circulars for Fund 5, correct?
Okay.
You signed the offering circular for Fund 6, correct?
Sure, I did.
And you also signed the preliminary offering circulars for Fund 6, correct?
I think I would have had to sign all that in order for us to be here today.
Mr. Cardone, you of course reviewed the offering circulars that you signed and submitted to the SEC, correct?
Yes.
And you of course approved the offering circulars that you signed and submitted to the SEC, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this response here, interrogatory number 1, it should also include you, correct?
No, I didn't prepare it. I didn't prepare this.
You didn't prepare what, Mr. Cardone?
The offering circulars, I didn't prepare them.
You
No one would expect the founder of the company, guy running it, a company, a $5 billion company to prepare the offering. That's why we have lawyers. That's why I hired Jillian. That's why I had Susan on staff. You know that.
Mr. Cardone, the question is, identify each person involved in preparing or approving the offering circulars.
Yeah.
And you told me that you approved the offering circulars.
I said I prepared it. No, I said I approved it, and
Correct.
I said someone else prepared it.
Right. So if you approved the offering circulars for Fund 5 and for Fund 6, your name should be included here in response to...
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Even
though the question is identify each person involved in preparing or approving the offering circulars for Fund 5 and for Fund 6. You don't think that your name should be listed
You have to have more than that. I mean, you guys can't be down to this. I did not, and you know it, and everybody in the world is going to know I didn't sit down. How many pages was the circular? 30 or 40 pages? Nobody expects me to prepare that.
Mr. Cardone?
I signed it. I approved it.
Okay. You approved it.
Yeah. Susan Sheeman works for me, or it worked for me at the time, and Jillian was hired by us.
Okay. Well,
as a professional third-party outside counsel.
I think you answered my question, Mr. Cardone, that you approved the offering circulars.
Thank you.
Let's talk about, we can go back to the amended notice of 30B6. That's Exhibit 229. Do you have that in front of you?
I don't. I mean, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if I have it in front of me or not, actually.
There's going to be a couple exhibits today that I show you that I refer back to throughout the deposition. So if we can keep them in front of you, do you know where that? Yes, that is it. This is Exhibit 231. It's defendant's objections and responses to plaintiff's 4th set of interrogatories. Right now, I'm referring to this hard copy, so nothing on the screen.
Right. I don't want him to be distracted by something on the screen while you're asking about a different document.
Right. Understood. Okay. So if we can look at Exhibit 229, the amended notice,
Yes, ma'am.
and we can go to topic 39. And topic 39 is the basis and support, if any, for the following test the water communications targeting investors in funds 5 and 6. And then there are a number of different subparts. Correct?
I'm not up with you yet. 39.
Mm-hmm.
The basis of support. Okay. Communications with.
Mm-hmm. And if we can go now to defendant's objections and responses to plaintiff's fourth set of interrogatories. So Exhibit 231.
Okay, but you just asked me a question about this.
Yes, I'm flagging that's the topic.
That's the topic. Now you want me to go to another place,
Yes,
which is where?
this document. Do you recognize this document? The responses and objections to the fourth set of interrogatories?
Do you want to show it to me?
I handed it to you.
This one?
It's the one that should be marked Exhibit 231.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
Okay. Have you familiarized yourself with the responses in this document?
I'm sure I have, but at some point all this starts to look the same.
I understand.
Yeah, thank you.
If you go to page 20 of this document.
To the last page.
Yes.
That's interesting.
You signed this document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you swore that you believed these responses in this document to be truthful and accurate, right?
100%.
Okay. And these are responses that were submitted on behalf of defendants, which includes Cardone Capital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 5 of this document?
I'm on it.
Okay. Interrogatory number 9. It says, and are you there? Interrogatory number 9.
I love this one.
Okay,
This is an awesome interrogatory.
great. It says, state the factual basis for and any assumptions made in connection with Grant Cardone's representation in an April 22, 2019 YouTube video that investors would walk away.
I'm not reading the same thing you're reading.
Are you looking at interrogatory number 9?
Yes.
Mr. Cardone?
Response to.
I'm looking at the interrogatory at the top.
You went to another completely different forum. You went over here now. So you have to tell me that. I've done 3 or 4 depositions in my life. Okay. But
Mr. Gunn, we're still in the same exact document I was just asking
which
about
is
with
what,
the verification.
229 or 231?
We're on 231.
Okay. I'm looking at 231.
Right.
Number 9 does not say what you're saying. It says something. You're talking about a YouTube video. I don't read that here.
Let me see what document you're looking at.
I believe she's reading the question and
Yes.
you're looking at the answer.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I'm looking at the top where it says interrogatory number 9.
Oh, okay.
And I'm reading the top out loud here.
Okay. What would help me is if you use the numbers on the side, because then
Okay.
I'll know where to go to.
Okay. So starting at line.
I'm a numbers guy.
Yeah.
Come on.
And we'll talk numbers today. Line 2, it says, state the factual basis
Yes.
for and any assumptions made in connection with Grant Cardone's representation in an April 22, 2019 YouTube video that investors would, quote, walk away with a 15% annualized return. If I'm in that deal for 10 years, you're going to earn 150%. And that's from the second amended complaint, paragraph 1 and 56, including citations to documents.
Paragraph 1.
56, including citations to documents that support this representation. If there are no such documents, state that there are none. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. You are familiar with the YouTube video referred to in this interrogatory, correct?
I would need to see the video again I put 12,000 videos on YouTube. I'll probably put as many on Instagram and another 12,000 on Snapchat. So probably 12,000 on TikTok. So for you to ask me if I remember this one video, I would need to see it.
Mr. Cardone, today you are here.
I would say though, if I could finish.
Go ahead. Finish, Mr. Cardone.
That if I did a video on YouTube, it was probably an instructional video. You guys think that every video that I do is about a fund or a raise. If I remember correctly on this video, and again, I would have to see it, I think I was doing an instruction to people how they could produce a 15% annualized, by the way, ARR, which would be very, very easy to accomplish. I've done 76 transactions in my lifetime since I was 31 years old. Every one of them has achieved that ARR. ARR. And many of them have achieved 10 times that, and even sometimes 30 times that. So what I'm saying here, and again, I'd have to see the video to testify that that's exactly what I was saying. If I'm in a deal for 10 years, you're going to earn 150% on your money. That would include cash flow, profits, write-offs, capital protection. And it was probably that video was probably 45 minutes long. So it would have been more than this one statement.
Mr. Cardone, you are here today as Cardone Capital's representative, correct?
Yes.
And as part of today, you received a notice of the deposition topics for today's deposition, correct?
Did I receive a deposition notice?
Yes. That's Exhibit 229.
Okay.
And it asked the witness to be prepared to discuss in
Yes.
Topic 39 the basis and support, if any, for the following test the water communications targeting investors in Funds 5 and 6. And the very first communication in notes here is the representation in an April 22, 2019 YouTube video that investors would walk away with a 15% annualized return. If I'm in that deal for 10 years, you're going to earn 150%.
Yes.
Correct? But in preparing for your deposition today, you did not go back and familiarize yourself with that video. Is that right?
I didn't say that.
Mr. Cardone?
I said Wednesday morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, you're asking me about one of 12,000 videos. Let me look at the video. I have a YouTube channel. It's still public data, by the way. We haven't taken any videos down. They're all available. That's how you pulled it.
Mm-hmm.
So all my data is public. We're very transparent. I have done since 2014, been producing educational content for the regular everyday person so they could simply and easily understand how wealthy institutions and families have used real estate for years to invest their money. Rather than leaving it at a bank or 401k or an IRA or just simply buying a house, I have dedicated my life to helping people
Mr. Cardone.
know what I know. Well, let me finish.
No, Mr. Cardone, I am going to cut you off here.
Yeah, but you
because
cannot ask me about one of 12,000 videos, with all respect.
Yes, I can, because we have asked you in this deposition to be prepared to discuss.
Prepared. I am better prepared than you are.
Certain
No
topics,
offense, but
Mr. Cardone. And so we expect that you are prepared
I am
to talk about the specific videos and social media posts that are referenced in this notice.
And I'm happy to talk about it.
Okay.
And it's not fair, though, for you. Look, I understand your goal. You have a job, and I appreciate that and respect you for it. Your job is to somehow make me look like I've done something wrong here today, and I haven't. I have paid out $600 million to the $2 billion that we have raised. I have paid $600 million to our investors. I've done for investors what has never been done before at scale. And you think I'm a target. If you simply show me the video, I'll take 1 minute to look at it and say, oh yeah, I know exactly what I was saying in this video. But without context, was it educational or was I raising money?
Mr. Cardone, you stated in this video,
Was it educational or was it raising money? That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Cardone, your attorneys can ask questions at redirect, but I am in this deposition going to be asking you questions.
Okay.
And this deposition will go very long time if you are free form speaking, not in response to questions.
I did a 5-day deposition, 5 days, 8 hours a day.
Understood, Mr. Cardone. But
we're not going to
do that.
Or 8 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask questions, and this will go a lot faster if you respond to my questions.
It's been 4 years. I spent over $3 million defending myself in a bullshit case. Okay. So if you want to come in here today and say, let's go faster, I'm like, what are you talking about? This has been 4 years of my life. I've spent tens of thousands of wasted hours on a case that should never be brought against me. I've done nothing but help people.
Mr. Cardone.
So but you trying to push me to go faster is completely, it's unprofessional.
What I'm asking you to do is listen to my questions.
I heard your question.
And respond to the questions that I ask. And if that is something that you are not able to do today, then I will have to call the court. Understood?
Call the courts. What do you mean? Like, I don't even know what it means to call the courts.
Okay. Mr. Cardone.
I just want to see the video. Morgan, it's only fair. I have a YouTube channel. It's a public channel. It would take 60 seconds to pull it up.
Okay. Mr. Cardone. Let's go back to interrogatory number 9. Okay? And that's
same thing we were on.
Exhibit 231.
Okay.
And the response here says in the second paragraph, like other IRR and cash projections for funds 5 and 6, the reference statement was and continues to be supported by 1, Cardone Capital's and Grant Cardone's extensive experience, history, and track record of success in the real estate industry. Correct?
Yes, I see that.
So this response states that part of the basis for your April 22, 2019 YouTube video is Cardone Capital's and your track record, correct?
What it says is my extensive experience, 40 years, history, 76 transactions. Well, at that time it wasn't 76, but it was probably 60. The track record of success, never having a failed project, never not hitting our expectations, never having a forbearance, never having a bankruptcy, never losing a property. My discipline, it also goes on to say my disciplined property selection, very, very
Mr.
important.
Cardone, we will get there. I want to just pause
So
right now
I
on the
agree
track
with that.
record.
I agree with that.
Okay. And if we go down to just a little on this page 5, in bold, it says successful track record, right?
Mm-hmm. It says 30 years. That's not true. So that's false.
That's false.
Yeah, it's 40 years. It's not false. It's 30 of the 40.
So this response
it should have been 40 years.
Should say Grant Cardone has over 40 years.
I should have. I missed that.
Right. Okay.
No, but you know what? It's not false because it says Grant Cardone has over 30 years. So my bad.
Okay. And it says, I'm just going to read what it says here. Prior to launching funds 5 and 6, Mr. Cardone had purchased over 40 multifamily properties comprising over 4,500 units with a total purchase price exceeding $650 million. Of those purchased properties, Mr. Cardone has sold approximately 24 of them by the time funds 5 and 6 were finalized. The amounts for which these properties were purchased and sold are reflected in numerous produced documents, including Cardone
The amounts in which these properties
were purchased and sold are reflected in numerous produced documents, including Cardone Cap 00547-821, which is captured in relevant part below. As indicated in this and other similar produced documents, the properties were sold at appreciated values, often at significant durations. Sold at appreciated values, often at a significant premium, even when holding the properties for a shorter duration than anticipated for funds 5 and 6. Correct? Okay. Let's take a look at the document that's cited in there.
Yeah, I love this document.
Cardone Cap 00547-821.
Our worst performer was the first
One
deal,
second, I'm stopping.
the first property on the list.
12, where do you want to go? Right. Right. There you go.
Can you please mark this as Exhibit 232?
I just have got all that open.
Now, this document here, I've printed it, but it's a spreadsheet that has 3 different tabs, and those tabs are separated by this blue sheet of paper here. But the first tab of this spreadsheet, it says prior and current portfolio as of February 20, 2020, right?
Okay.
Do you recognize this document, Mr. Cardone?
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. And it says prior and current portfolio as of February 20, 2020, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any properties that are not included on this spreadsheet that Cardone Capital asserts supports your statement on April 22nd, 2019?
Are there any properties?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there probably are.
What are those properties?
1117 Sheffield, Bel Air, Texas. I put $3,500 down on that piece of property. Then there's 5422 Braeburn, Braeburn.
And where was that property?
Bel Air,
located?
Texas. There would also be, this is so good, 6450 Camino de la Costa, 4 words. I put no money down on that one. It made $6 million. That's in La Jolla. There would also be, this is not on this list. What's the ad? 1401 Oriole Drive, Los Angeles, California.
Oreo, like it.
I'm just working off of memory here, Morgan.
I understand.
That property we made like $11 million on. And let's see, am I missing anything else? I think that's it.
Okay. So, Mr. Cardone, you said 1117 Sheffield,
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
5422 Braeburn,
Yes, ma'am.
6450 Camino de la Costa,
Yes, ma'am. I think that address is right.
okay, and 1401 Oriole Drive,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Are those all single-family properties?
They are. But they were used as rentals.
And are these all properties that you had purchased and sold by the time that you were fundraising for Fund 5?
What year was, yes. Yes, absolutely. By the way, a lot of people get their start in single family, Morgan, as you might know. And that's where I got my start, buying small single family homes.
Okay. Let's start on this second page here after this blue sheet. This is a tab of the spreadsheet. titled Prior Properties.
Mm-hmm.
Were these investments all fully realized by the time Fund 5 closed?
Would they have been fully realized? Because I don't have dates here, but we would have these dates. 2020, 2009. This is a different sheet, right? One's February 2020 and the other one's June, almost 8 months earlier.
Yeah. So these are properties that would have been fully realized by the time Fund 5 closed in September 2019, right?
Morgan,
Yes, you can write on that.
I forget the closing date or Haran Point,
Okay.
Realm, and I'm not sure what year the Tennessee portfolio happened, but I would think that they had already happened.
Right. Because the date of this document says as of June 30th, 2019, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Different than the previous.
And these are all investments that you held for 2 to 6 years, right?
No, that's not true.
Mr. Cardone, there's a column here that says years held.
Yeah, I see that.
There's there's one property here that says 1.5 years,
Mm-hmm.
but everything else is 2 to 6 years, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's another one in here that was only held for 3 months.
Which one is that?
That would be.
Okay. Well,
Hold on. Oh yeah, there it is.
which one?
Yeah, Montalena. The last one. I had that property 3 months and I made $4 million. It was 100% return made in 90 days.
Okay. So it says here,
That's 30% a month.
it says here years held for the Montalena property was 1.5. Is
Yeah.
that inaccurate?
That's inaccurate.
Okay. So it should be 3 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
we state that in all these documents that we sent out that not everything had been audited or should not be depended upon as exactly accurate. And we do our best to make sure the data, but we're human beings too. So that was off by, it actually got better, not worse.
the spreadsheet includes the name of the investment, the location of the investment,
Mm-hmm.
the total units, the total acquisition cost, and the sales price, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This doesn't contain any information about what the operating costs were of these properties, right?
You're exactly right. In fact, the profits showed here. Oh, it doesn't. Doesn't it show it on the other one though? Yeah. See, the previous one shows our costs going in and what we sold it for.
That's right.
That's the one that shows the unbelievable profits on recorded properties. All these are documented, by the way, by the city and state and county that they're located in.
Well, what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Cardone, is it has the acquisition price and the sales price.
But you said,
And it
it
doesn't
doesn't
say-
include the operating costs.
Trying
Correct.
to understand
You-
is the it has the acquisition price and the sales price.
Yes, and it shows the profit and it shows how long we held it. But what it doesn't show is the cash flow.
It also doesn't show the operating costs, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. But do you understand how operating costs works in a property?
Yes. It doesn't tell us whether there were any improvements that were made to these properties, right?
Well, it doesn't show you property taxes either.
Right.
It doesn't show you insurance costs.
Correct.
What's the point?
My point is that this spreadsheet, it doesn't tell us what the net profits were for any of these properties, right?
Sure it does. Look at the first page.
I am looking at that, Mr. Cardone.
Okay, good.
It tells me the acquisition cost.
Look, Margaret, we under promised to our investors and over delivered. And we have on every property I've ever owned. I've been doing this since I was 31 years old. I have underpromised my family and over-delivered on every single transaction. The Realm property, Boca Raton, we paid $12 million. They wrote articles up on me saying I had overpaid for the property. Mr. 10X had been 10X'd. We sold it for $4 million. We made $4 million in 3 years. That's $1 million, 1.1 million a year, plus the cash flow. Plus we bought the debt down. Okay. So does it show that we power washed the property or we fixed the units? No, of course not. You would never show that.
Mr. Cardone, you are claiming, and Cardone Capital is claiming, that the performance of these prior properties support your statements.
No.
No, you're not claiming that.
It exceeds any statement I've ever publicly made.
Okay.
Every one of these transactions.
I understand. However, there's no information that's been produced about what the costs were of these properties, what the net profit of these properties were.
Morgan, again, you guys don't understand real estate. Like, I can't even believe you guys took this case. These are the net profits short of cash flow and short of tax deductions and short the destruction of money. So this is showing you I made $356 million of profit on those deals before cash flow, before write-offs, before tax advantages. It's right there. I don't even, y'all need a real estate department. If you're gonna do real estate cases, y'all need to get a real estate department because you're going to bring a professional in here. I know you guys hired a professional and you can audit all this, do all the auditing you want on it. You're going to see the numbers turn out to be the numbers, but they're going to be better than the actual numbers because this does not show the true benefits to our investors, which would be three other things if you care about them.
Mr. Cardone.
Do you?
If we wanted to understand what the costs were of operating these properties, including things like taxes, as you said.
Yes.
And to understand
what
your net profit was.
Who pays the taxes, Morgan?
Mr. Cardone, I'm asking the questions.
Okay.
If we wanted to understand what Cardone Capital's net profit was from these properties and what the cash distributions were from these properties, what could we look at because it's not in this document?
You'd have to pull the taxes filed of each one of these properties.
Mr. Cardone, do you have those records?
I file taxes with the IRS. I've been audited 4 times, won all cases. So
could you produce those documents, Mr. Cardone?
Would I produce the documents on these?
Yes.
I don't know. I didn't think that. I don't know how these have anything to do with the case.
Well, Mr. Cardone.
Nobody made a decision to invest in these new assets based on what I'd done in the past. The circular even says past performance has nothing to do and should not influence your decision.
So you'd agree past performance is completely irrelevant to the statements that you made? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely not.
Okay.
My past performance is the thing that I rely on. My ability to make a good decision, pick a good asset, be able to predict with some certainty what future rents look like. Will that asset be a good location in the future? 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, or if I have to go longer. This is what I relied on, my experience doing this. When I started doing this, I did not have this experience. For me to deny, in this case, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, another 28 positive experiences. You know how much I learned here? This is $1 billion worth of practical education. And so you think I'm not going to rely on that? Of course I am. Now, the investor should not rely on my past performance in order to make a decision, but I have to. And also, let me say that when I'm buying properties, Morgan, the fact that I did these 24 transactions that you see listed here successfully, without a forbearance, without a bankruptcy, without a loss, also positioned me to be able to buy the assets that are contained in Fund 5 and 6. Because without this experience, this very in-depth experience, and this track record, I wouldn't be able to get the asset and I wouldn't be able to acquire the debt.
Mr. Cardone, you agree that this chart here doesn't give us all the information we need to understand the investments that you assert in interrogatory number 9 supports the factual bases and assumptions that were made in connection with your assertions that investors would walk away with a 15% annualized return, right?
Objection misstates his testimony.
If you can do basic math, it gives you everything you need to do. Like basic, I'm talking 5th grader math right here. You take the number of years, you divide the profit by the number of years, and you will see returns here 130% a year, not 15% annualized or internal rate of return. So I don't, yes, this contains everything you need in order to say, you know what, Grant Cardone is an experienced, seasoned real estate investor with a history of exceeding his predictions.
Mr. Cardone, the spreadsheet gives me the sales price and the acquisition costs. Are you saying that if I subtract the acquisition cost from the sales price, you took home all of that, 100%?
That's what I'm saying, Morgan.
Okay.
Morgan, we make a lot of money here. Okay. If you hold real estate, exit at the appropriate time, you're going to make money. Almost everybody knows that, by the way. If you just hold the real estate, it's why real estate is the largest asset class on planet Earth, bigger than gold, silver, bonds, money markets, and the stock market.
Can you calculate IRR using the information in this spreadsheet?
I can. Can you?
Tell me how, Mr. Cardone.
Well,
So what's the, can you calculate RRR?
IRR with the information that is in this spreadsheet.
yes, I can.
Can you explain?
You take the cash flow plus the exit, add the cost of money, and you'll come up with your IRR.
Where is the cash flow represented in this document?
Well,
Mr.
I mean,
Cardone.
I know the cash flow. So I could take cash flow out, by the way. I don't need cash flow in this to hit a north of a 15. I would be in the, if you take, let's take random Camelot. See it? $3.5 million, $70,000. We put $750,000 down. I put $750,000 down. I had, I think, one partner on that deal, maybe two. We made $4,750,000 on that deal.
Which property are we looking at, Mr. Cardone? Camelot?
I'm looking at Camelot.
Okay.
Okay. I put $750,000 in. I made $4 million. I'm doing this just basic. $4,800,000 was the profit divided by $750,000 equals 640% return. 6.4 multiplier. If you divide that by the time I own the property, 3, that means I made 213% a year. I don't need to even worry about my cash flow. By the way, my cash flow is plus. So this is what I tell you. I underpromised our investors and I crushed it. I over-delivered. So now if you need to get down to some formula to figure out 15, I'm at 213% a year. I don't need to add the cash flow to say I achieved a 15. Every single one of these, by the way, will achieve something north of a 15, except for one. Heron Point.
Sure.
Heron.
Mr. Cardone, what does annualized return mean?
And can I just cover the Heron Point exception?
No,
You don't want me to?
No, not today.
Okay.
What does annualized return mean, Mr.
Annualized return is different than internal rate. And I like the ARR better, by the way. The reason I like the annualized better for my investors is because they're in it for a longer period of time. Typically, your short fund, Blackstone, Starwoods, KKRs, Carlyle's. Sorry, Denise.
Well,
They will use, these are Wall Street institution. They'll use a short term, Morgan, because they want to exit the property faster so they can achieve their fees. I would prefer to use an ARR because I think it's more representative to the investor. You put $100,000 in, you got $150,000 out. That would be considered an ARR plus your cash flow. Now, some people like to use adjusted for inflation.
Mr. Cardone, I'm going to cut you off for a
Yeah,
second
sure.
because you're going far past my question now.
Okay.
Is annualized return
Mhm.
the same thing as ARR?
So there's an IRR and there's an ARR. And this whole conversation started with you asking me about a video that I shot in 2019, I think. And that video was an instructional video about achieving what the common man, which I consider myself the common everyday guy, the common man would use an ARR, and a big sophisticated bank would probably use an IRR.
Okay. So I want to be clear. You, Mr. Cardone,
Yeah.
you testified that annualized return does not mean ARR.
Yes, it does.
But when,
Yes, it
okay,
does
now
mean
so you
ARR.
are saying that annualized return
That's
means
what I said
ARR.
the first time. I never said it didn't mean that.
Okay. So it is your testimony that annualized return and ARR mean the same thing? That's your-
Annualized return
Yes.
and
ARR mean the same thing. That's your testimony.
yes, it is an abbreviation for annualized rate of return.
Mr. Cardone, these properties that are in Exhibit 232
Yeah.
that were the fully realized investments
Mhm.
down here, these were not part of an equity fund, right?
the Foley.
Yes.
The fully realized investments.
Yes, they were. Sorry.
They were
Good
part of an
try.
equity fund.
Of course they were. They had subscription agreements and members. The Howard Tenenbaum invested in Wilma Vista.
Okay. Let's slow down. Let me ask a question and you can respond to it.
But you did ask a question and I was answering.
Okay. For
Second, please.
yes.
It's becoming very conversational.
Yes. For how many of these properties were you the only investor?
I don't think any of them.
How many of these properties had more than 5 investors?
I don't know. They all had investors. They all had subscription agreements. They were all partnerships.
Did any of these properties have more than 10 investors?
I maybe. I'm not sure right now as I sit here.
None of these were properties for which you had thousands of investors, correct?
No.
Okay.
They weren't big enough to support 1,000 investors. They were smaller deals.
There's a difference between project IRR and investor IRR, right, Mr. Cardone?
I don't ever use that term or rarely use project IRR. I don't even know if I've ever heard it, actually.
The overall IRR for the project is different than what the investor IRR is, right?
Not necessarily.
We'll come back to that. Mr. Cardone,
Okay.
can you please tell me where the
Oh my
Fund
gosh.
5 and Fund 6 properties are located?
Where they're located?
Yes.
Sure. 10X Delray is located in
10X.
Delray is located in Delray. 10X Addison
What's that?
By the way, the 10X Del Rey property, we're probably up, we're way over the 15 right now on that.
Mr. Cardone, my question here is really simple.
10X Addison is in Naples, Florida. Unbelievable location. Phenomenal. Pristine, perfect real estate. 10X Sawgrass is located 30 minutes right from here. This is the property we returned $14 million this week to our investors on. 10X, come on, Grant, you can do it. 10X.
If it's easier, Mr. Cardone, just generally speaking, we don't have to go property
10X
by
Stella's in
property.
Sugar Land. Okay. It's in Sugar Land, Texas, an unbelievable location. And then 10X Breakfast Point is in Panama City Beach.
Okay. So these properties
You
are...
want the ones in 6?
Sure.
Good. Let's see. We would have,
I'm not sure they're all listed here. They might be.
Let's see. Yeah, those are great too.
Mr. Cardone, what are you using your
10X
phone?
PCB, 10X Columbia, 10X Addison Place. Oh, I'm sorry. 10X Columbia, that's in Maryland. I'm sorry. 10X Columbia is in Maryland.
Okay.
10X Retreat
Mm-hmm.
is also at Panama City Beach.
So these properties, they're almost all in Florida and Texas, right?
No, one's in Maryland.
Right. And there's one in Maryland.
Yeah.
Out of the 24 fully realized properties
Mhm.
that are on Exhibit 232, only 2 are in Florida, right?
Yes.
And out of these,
You want to know why, or you don't care?
I'm just asking my questions, Mr. Cardone.
Okay.
Out of the 24 fully realized investments,
Mhm.
only 1 is in Texas, right?
That's right. Well, but there was 2 more not on the list.
The single family properties,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And none of these properties are in Maryland, right?
That's right. We only own one asset in Maryland. We've been trying to add to that market, but been unsuccessful doing so.
The remaining 21 properties here, they're located in markets like California, Arizona, Tennessee, and North Carolina, right?
That's right.
Which are different markets than where most Fund 5 and Fund 6 properties are located, correct?
Yeah, they are different markets.
And prior to Cardone Equity Fund 5, is Huron Point and Realm, those are the only Florida properties that you invested in? Is that right?
Prior to what?
Prior to Fund 5? Huron Point and Realm, those are the only
No.
2 Florida properties you'd invested in?
No.
What other properties in Florida had you invested in?
Great question. Fund 1. Fund 1 made 47% annualized rate of return to our investors 9 years in a row. And the investors still own the asset. That is a 490% return on the equity. It's in Stuart, Florida. It was a $19 million purchase that's worth $47 million today, 9 years later.
Strike that answer as
Fund
not
2.
responsive.
You asked me what else is in Florida. Fund 2
The answer
is another property in Stuart. It has achieved a 25% annualized rate of return before, and the investors still own the asset. Plus, I had another 1,100 units in Florida before we started raising money on Fund 5. 1,100 units that have returned investors 300% on their money in 12 years.
Which property are you referring to with the 1,100 units, Mr. Cardone?
The harbor portfolio.
Okay.
Stewart Breeze, Stewart Point, Harbor Breeze, Harbor Point, Harbor Cay, Harbor Palms, Harbor Pines. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Denise. I keep forgetting about you, and that is so wrong with me.
The harbor portfolio.
Harbor Bay.
Stewart Point.
Yeah. Harbor Bay, Harbor Cay South, Harbor Palms, Harbor Pines, and Harbor Breeze.
Okay.
There's also Trellis that I bought from Fidelity.
That's not in Florida, right?
Yes, it is.
Trellis? It says Savannah, Georgia on the
Oh, I'm
spreadsheet.
sorry. You're right. You're right. You've been doing your homework. They should give you a promotion.
Reading the spreadsheet, Mr. Cardone.
So that is Savannah, Georgia. Because we didn't have Savannah on the list earlier, by the way. You asked me about where I bought. We also own Integra Shores, which is the Fidelity. I bought from Fidelity, the institution.
Okay.
That was one of our first deals that we raised for investors.
At the top
And
of
then
this.
there's one more.
Okay, go ahead.
Wellington Club.
Okay.
Institutional quality asset that we bought in Wellington, Florida.
Is Wellington Club part of Fund 3 or is it its own individual property?
We weren't numbering funds at that time.
Okay. How many investors did Wellington Club have?
I'm not sure right now.
It wasn't thousands of investors, right?
It wasn't big enough to support 1,000 investors. See, what happens is when I buy the asset, and I said this earlier, I buy it, close it, and then investors come in. So if one investor could take up the whole spot, or 1,000 could come in and take it.
At the top of this spreadsheet, there's, includes some of the Fund 5 and 6 properties that we talked about earlier when we were just going over the locations of those.
Right.
And there's a column in this spreadsheet that says units, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 10X Living at PCB has 288 units, right?
That's what it says.
And then Addison Place has 294 units, right?
Which one?
Addison.
10X Addison?
Addison,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that's right, though.
That's what it says here on this.
Yeah, no, I know that's what it says.
Okay.
I think it has 290. Yeah, I think it has 294 units. I think that's right.
And every other property in Fund 5 or 6 that's listed in this spreadsheet has 350 units or more, right?
There are a bunch of, Reserve at Armin only has 272 units.
There's Urban.
Reserve at Armin Beach?
That property is not part of Fund 5 or Fund 6, right?
Oh.
I'm talking about the Fund 5 and 6 properties. They all have
I'd have to see the list.
350 or more units, the ones that are listed here in this spreadsheet. Sorry. 10XL Delray has 346, so slightly under 350.
Wait, what are you asking me right now?
What I'm trying to understand, Mr. Cardone, is most of these properties here that you invested in for Funds 5 and 6, they are larger, correct, than the fully realized investments at the bottom on the whole? Right?
In some cases, but there's 320 units at Summerstone. There was 826 units in Tennessee. There was 336 units. I'm sorry. There was no, that's not true what you're saying. Claremont, Summerstone, 360 units.
Right. There are a couple
Tennessee,
units here.
Nashville, 826 units. Tennessee, yeah.
There
826.
There are
is Catalina Mission, 336 units.
Yes. There are 4 units.
There's Arcadia Park,
Mr. Cardone.
288 units.
There's no way I'm going to get this. Let's find it.
I know. Catalina,
There's Carolina.
336. And there's Arcadia Park at 288.
So there are
Montalina at 232.
there are 4 properties.
Montalina 232.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Denise.
Okay.
Okay. So there are 4 properties here that have 288 or more units from the fully realized investments, right? Right. And the rest are smaller, correct?
Okay, sure. I don't know what that means, but you understand when you get bigger, you get scale. It gets easier to make money on the properties. Because every $10 in rent produces a better return for the investor. So if I have 2 units, I make $20. If I have 2,000 units, it produces $12 million of profit every time I raise the rent's $10. So our investors benefit. And what's really cool is we offer the people that live in the property to actually be investors in our properties.
I'm going to strike that answer as non-responsive. None of these 24 properties had the 65%, 35% Class A, Class B profit split that governs the Fund 5 and Fund 6, correct?
It's not true.
Which ones had that 65%, 35% Class A, Class B profit split?
Probably half of them probably had a 65-35. Third of them probably had a 75-25. I'm just going off of memory. And some of them had an 80-20. Some of them, people would put money in and just get a loan and own none of the property. I had 100%. It was like a 8 and 0. I got 100% of everything, all the profits. There was an investor once that didn't want to be an investor, but they were willing to loan me money. So the different people want to do different things.
If I wanted to know which of these properties had a 65%, 35% profit split, what would I look at?
You would look at the formation of the partnership.
Have those documents been produced in this case?
I have no clue.
Did any of these properties involve an acquisition fee?
Of course.
Which of these properties involved an acquisition fee?
Hopefully all of them.
Did any,
Just like they had broker fees, insurance fees, tax assessments, escrow, due diligence, broker loans, debt fees. Everybody knows all these assets have to be purchased, and every homeowner in America has fees when they buy something.
none of those fees are reflected in this spreadsheet, right?
I don't see them here. Yeah.
That would have
Wouldn't matter.
impacted.
It wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. These are such crushing returns. It would have nothing to do with it. It'd be minute, minuscule, like.
I have no way of understanding that because that hasn't been
because
produced.
you don't understand
Mr.
real
Cardone.
estate. So that's not like, I don't know what to tell you. You can always do more due diligence on this. Our investors, anybody that invested in these assets had full transparency at everything.
Mr. Cardone, we've requested these types of documents in this lawsuit, but you have not produced them.
Okay.
And you're saying
I've given you everything you wanted.
you say
Everything
full
you-
transparency.
I am
right?
fully
One
transparent.
second.
Yeah. Sorry,
You
didn't.
want this on the record?
Yeah.
Full
Wait
trans.
a minute. Mr. Cardone, we requested documents in this lawsuit and you have not returned
Yes.
answers for it.
If you ask me for a document on any of this, we have provided it to you.
Okay. Mr. Cardone,
Yes, ma'am.
can we actually take 5 minutes?
Yeah,
Right now?
that's fine.
The Sun's meeting at 1. We're going off the record. The time is 10:50 a.m. This begins meeting at 2. We're back on the record. The time is 11:10 a.m.
Mr. Cardone, let's look back at 231, which is the responses and objections to the fourth set of interrogatories. And we're still on the response to interrogatory number 9. If you could go to page 5.
Okay.
Yeah. So this second paragraph of the response, we just talked about part of the response about the successful track record, right?
What number are we on?
What I want to talk about now is it says, like other IRR and cash return projections for funds 5 and 6, the reference statement was and continues to be supported by, and I want to talk about number 2 now.
Okay.
Their disciplined property selection criteria, expertise in property management, and use of quality management companies, right? Okay. And if we turn the page to page 6, there's a section at the bottom here, property selection and superior management, that provides some more information about what's meant by this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it says in part, starting at the bottom of page 6, defendants targeted Class A and B multifamily properties that would appreciate over an expected 7 to 10 year holding period, selecting properties based on positive cash holding period, based on positive cash flow at purchase, superior geographic location, and a purchase price below replacement cost. What does purchase price below replacement cost mean, Mr. Cardone? Big smile.
Yeah. If you were to rebuild the asset, it would cost to rebuild. Okay. That is considered the replacement cost. You would take into account the cost to build, both soft and hard cost, plus the time cost of money, and then any risk. So, for instance, this building would take, to get it approved again, would be probably 18 months and then another 3 to 4 years to build it. And then you'd have to anticipate going forward what the cost to build in 2031 would be.
What do you rely on to determine the replacement cost?
Market surveys, cost of materials, inflation at the time. Depends on what part of the world or country or state you're building in. Replacement cost in the west coast of Florida is different than the east coast because concrete block is produced here and it's not produced on the west coast. So, and then regulations and permits, the quality of the construction, and then the location of the asset, and how desirable, and how much competition you would have for that particular asset.
So the replacement cost is an amount that Cardone Capital determines, taking into effect all of what you just said. Is that right?
Pretty much, and more sometimes,
It's not something that a third party provides you. You do that cost calculation internally.
Third parties can provide some guidelines on that. And then you can have, very conservative third parties. You could have more aggressive. Everybody's kind of just guessing in a fluid economy. What happened when we were buying these assets were everybody was wrong on the estimates.
Wrong about what, Mr. Cardone?
Oh, almost everything.
And you mean they were also wrong about the replacement cost?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Class A properties are not guaranteed to return a 15% internal rate of return, correct?
Objective form.
Class A
properties
or
not guaranteed to return a 15% internal rate of return, correct?
who's Class A? I don't know what Class A you're talking about.
It says here defendants targeted Class A and Class B multifamily
Yes,
properties.
that's true.
What I'm trying to understand is
We did target those, and we targeted a 15% return.
Okay.
But a general statement, Mr. Cardone, Class A can't return a 15%.
No, that wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question is Class A properties are not guaranteed to return a 15% internal rate of return, correct?
It's a general statement about somebody else's Class A.
Right. So just because a property is Class A, you can't know for sure that it's going to guarantee a 15% return.
I agree,
right?
100%. Absolutely.
Okay.
You can't just say something's a class and then guarantees X.
Right.
Yes. I agree with you.
The interrogatory response here continues. Cardone Capital and
Where are you now?
Sorry, I'm on page 7.
Okay.
And it says in the third sentence, line 3, Cardone Capital and Mr. Cardone's strategy was to seek opportunities for the funds that met rigorous financial criteria, including targeting acquisition cap rates of 4% or above, pro forma cap rates of 5% or above, cash-on-cash returns 3% or above at purchase and 6% or above at pro forma, and existing occupancies above 80%, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everything's laid out right here.
All right.
It's exactly what we target.
What is the difference between an acquisition cap rate and a pro forma cap rate?
Man, you're going to be so good at real estate by the time we're done here. Okay? The acquisition cap rate is based on, and this is a very conservative underwriting that I personally use. Unlike most of the industry, they get very aggressive about the forward-looking pro forma. So I basically take the asset as it is. I underwrite or use the net operating income, which is the gross income less the expenses, equals NOI before taxes. And I use the actual NOI achieved by the current owner to anticipate or, say, okay, that's my cap rate going in. Now, the pro forma cap rate is going to start including all these projections that are required by the financial institutions. They aren't a choice of mine, by the way. Okay, the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, life insurance companies, and banks require a 10-year projection based on assumptions that everyone should know, and I've told this to my investors many times, are completely contrived based on old guidelines, but it's part of the government. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are the largest lenders in the world, and they have certain criteria that they have to see, and those have been adopted now by CBRE, JLL, Cushman Wakefield,
Adopted by whatever letter.
CBRE, Cushman Wakefield, JLL, Colliers, all the real estate professionals. And those are used to then project some future. So there's the actual, which is what I use. And then there's the future.
And Mr. Cardone, is for cash-on-cash returns at purchase versus cash-on-cash returns at pro forma, it's the same thing, right? At purchase is based on the historical?
No.
Okay. Can you explain to me what the difference is between cash-on-cash returns at purchase versus at pro forma?
Yeah. So cash on cash, I buy a property from Joe here. And when I bought it, if I would have taken it today and it did what it did the month before, that would be my cash on cash. I get in Joe's property, I take it over, he's gone. I run it into the ground, and the cash flow goes from 6 to 0. That's a different cash flow. If I improve the property because I'm smarter, I'm brighter, I pay more attention, I take care of the tenants, I do the right things, rents go up. The federal government prints money like they did during COVID. They printed $7 trillion. Oh, rents go up. Naturally, do rents go from $800 to $1,200 to $1,500 like they have? And guess what? My cash flow is going to go up. It could go up. It could go down. It can go sideways. It will change constantly, by the way. It will be doing this. Like it will be changing up and down constantly, regardless of what I'm doing, beyond my control.
Mr. Cardone, the question was, what does cash on cash returns at pro forma mean?
Yeah, I just gave you, I answered the entire question.
So it's what happens after the purchase? Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Okay.
And depending on management, regulation, inflation, taxes, expenses. New York City just had 8% increase in rents in 1 month since Madami pulled 1 million units and froze them in the inventory where you have a rent moratorium. San Francisco's rents have exploded 22% in 60 days. So their cash flow is going to it's going to go crazy. Now, the people that live there are not going to like it. And that's the difference between the actual cash flow at close and the future pro forma of cash flow. It's all an estimate. It's a target. It's a projection.
All right. Mr. Cardone, let's look back at the interrogatory responses. You talked a minute ago about the underwriting process. Mm-hmm. You were personally responsible for the underwriting process for Fund 5, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And same answer for Fund 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm ultimately responsible for everything here, by the way.
Okay. It says here in the interrogatory response, in other words...
Where am I?
Sorry. We are at...
Page
7 at
okay.
the bottom of this paragraph. It says, in other words, part of the basis for return projections on Funds 5 and 6 was understanding that Cardone Capital would go through this extensive diligence process to target only those properties that it believed could be operated sufficient to generate the targeted returns, right?
What line are we on?
We're at this middle paragraph here.
Just give me a number.
19.
19.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's run it back.
This paragraph here, it's talking about how it's Cardone Capital's position that the return projections on Funds 5 and 6 was that Cardone Capital would go through an extensive diligence process.
Yes, I agree with that.
So even if Cardone Capital
Very extensive.
So even if Cardone Capital hadn't invested in any properties at the time that you told investors they would walk away with 15% annualized returns, it's Cardone Capital's position that your statement was supported because Cardone Capital would only target properties it believed would generate those returns. Do I have that right?
Say again?
Sure. Even if Cardone Capital hadn't invested in any properties.
Even if we hadn't. We had already bought almost $1 billion of real estate.
I'm talking about the Fund 5 properties.
Sorry.
Mr. Cardone.
Cardone Capital had done almost $1 billion to transact. I can't separate the two. Okay. So the idea that you guys are going to say the fund had no experience. I am the fund. There is no fund without my experience. There is no fund without 20 plus years of me buying real estate. Just so you guys understand, I can't get a loan.
Mr.
I can't
Cardone,
get
I haven't asked the question.
Well, there can't be any extensive due diligence if I don't know how to do due diligence.
What I'm trying to just clarify
But-
here is just the response here in
Yes.
your interrogatory.
Mhm.
Simply put, it says part of the basis for return projections on funds 5 and 6 was understanding that Cardone Capital would go through this
Yes.
extensive diligence process to target only those properties that it believed could be operated sufficient to generate the targeted returns. That's Cardone Capital's position, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can go back to page 5, it says
What number?
we're on line 14.
Great. That helps so much.
Like other IRR and cash projections for Fund 5 and Fund 6, the reference statement was and continues to be supported by, and then number 3 is the investment, hold, and exit strategies for Funds 5 and 6 as explained in their respective offering circulars, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I thought today was about the company. I didn't know we were going to be getting into the deals today.
Mr. Cardone, the response here goes into more detail on page 7.
Okay.
It says hold and exit strategy.
Yes, ma'am. I see that. 23.
And it says the projected returns were further supported by a disciplined hold and exit strategy.
It's true.
As noted in the fund's offering circulars, the life cycle of the funds was projected at a minimum of 7 to 10 years, at which time the funds would sell or refinance properties that had appreciated in value, right? That's what it says here?
That is what it says,
Okay.
at which time it would sell or refinance the properties.
Let's go.
Very, very important, by the way.
Well, I will mark as
Mark.
Exhibit 233.
233.
Yes. And here's a copy for you. So you Do you recognize this document, Mr. Cardone?
Yes, I do. This
The
is our, this is our, this is our, this is our offering circular, right?
This is the preliminary offering circular. It says here at the top of the first page, right?
Right.
Dated July 2nd, 2018.
Mhm.
Okay. So this document was written about 9 months before your YouTube video in which you stated that investors would walk away with a 15% annualized return, right?
Well, I actually think that you had 2 dates, 2 videos.
The video that we're discussing
This,
is the
yeah,
April
yeah, I
22nd,
agree with that.
2019.
I agree with that.
22nd,
I'm sorry.
2019 video. If you can look at page 17 of the preliminary offering circular.
I don't know how to get to page 17.
There's tiny little numbers at the bottom here.
Okay. I see 17 out of 77 pages.
Yes. And there's also the 17 that's
See
reflected
it.
here. And in the middle of the page,
Mm-hmm.
do you see where it says, currently our strategy includes paying a monthly distribution to investors under this offering that would result in a return of approximately 15% annualized return on investment, net of expenses of which there is no guarantee. Do you see that?
Every one of our investors saw that as well.
That was not my question, Mr. Cardone.
Yes, I see it. It says our ability to make distributions to our members is subject to fluctuations in our financial performance, operating results, and capital improvement requirements. There is no guarantee. Yes, I read that.
Mr. Cardone, my question was about that first sentence there about the offering that would result in a return of approximately 15% annualized return of
That's
investment.
exactly the same
Okay.
one sentence that I'm looking at. It
Okay.
says 15% return on investment, net of expenses, of which there is no guarantee.
Correct. Okay. Can we turn to page 26 now?
But did you have a question there?
No, I'm just reading the sentence.
You're just asking me if I'm reading the same thing you're reading.
Correct.
Okay.
Can we turn to page 26?
Feels like a setup. You set me up for something?
Under this background overview section,
Okay.
it says in the last sentence of this paragraph, the third paragraph down,
Okay.
the company will attempt to achieve an overall company.
The fourth, you're on the,
I'm on the third paragraph, the last sentence.
okay.
The company will attempt to achieve
Yes.
an overall company
Yes.
internal rate of return of 15% per year net of expenses, correct?
Yes. The company will attempt to achieve
Okay. Can we turn to page
an
32?
overall company internal rate of return of 15%.
Can we turn to page 32?
There was no question on that last one either, right?
The question was just that it says that, right?
Okay.
On page 32, at the chart at the bottom here, do you see that?
Let me just familiarize myself with the page, please. Acquisition cap rate 4, pro forma rate 5. I'm sorry. I'm just talking to myself. Okay. I see it. It's looking good.
And it says, generally, the fund will seek opportunities which meet the following criteria. And in that chart, it says IRR based on 10-year holds, 15%, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 234.
I don't need any lines. Just walk through the scene.
And just to remind you at the end, anything with pink is mine.
Oh,
Not leave
I'm taking notes for you then.
today.
I'm going to autograph some of this for you, okay?
This one, Attorney? This one?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I love this letter. This is a great letter.
And Mr. Cardone, what the court reporter is telling you is that the ones with the stickers are like court records. So
Okay.
you can mark on them, but just
Yeah.
realize that those would be the court records.
That's excellent. I have nothing to
So
hide.
don't put any secret notes or anything.
No. All my secret notes are made public.
Mr. Cardone, you said you love this
I
document.
love this
so
document.
I presume you have seen this document before.
Game changer. Changed my world when I saw this.
This is a letter from the SEC to Cardone Capital.
Yes.
It's addressed to you, Grant Cardone?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please read for me what it says at number 2 here?
We note your disclosure on page 17 and throughout the offering statement that references your strategy to pay a monthly distribution to investors that will result in a return of approximately 15% annualized return on investment. You want all of it?
Yep.
We further note you have commenced only limited operations. Not true. Don't agree with that. Have not paid any distributions. Absolutely not true. And don't agree with that. And do not appear to have basis for such a return. Also don't agree with it. Please revise to remove this disclosure throughout the offering statement. Please revise. Yes, Morgan, what is your question?
Mr. Cardone, you had not paid distributions to members of Fund 5 as of July 30th, 2018, right?
We didn't have properties in Fund 5 yet.
Okay.
It's
So you-
impossible for Fund 5 to pay anything to anyone if we haven't closed the deal yet.
So the SEC tells the company to remove the representations about a 15% annualized return from the offering statement, right?
That's not
Object to the
true.
form of the question.
That's
It
not true.
misstates the document.
And it's not true. It's complete.
Right. Objection, what's your objection?
Object to the form of the question. It misstates the document.
It's absolutely not true. It's not what the SEC said.
The SEC says, please revise to remove this
That's not what you said.
disclosure throughout the offering statement.
It's not
right?
what you said.
Mr. Cardone.
It's not what you said.
The SEC told the company to remove the disclosure throughout the offering statement,
No,
right?
they did not. They did not. And you're misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting what the SEC said. They said, please revise to remove. They didn't tell me to remove it. Also, again, just so the rest of your firm knows, we did not have limited operations. This is incorrect. The SEC, massive respect for them. I've worked with them for years now. We had a 28-month investigation into my company by the SEC, unbeknownst to us. And despite they're the SEC, doesn't mean they're right about everything. We did not have limited operations. We had not ever paid distributions. And the fact that they said we don't appear to have a basis is not true. Period. Full stop. Not true.
I'm going to move
Now,
to strike all of that as not
Then
responsive.
they,
Mr. Cardone, I have not asked
then
you
they
a question.
requested.
Mr. Cardone?
You have to let me
No,
finish.
I
You
do
cannot.
not.
You
Mr.
cannot.
Cardone,
you have to let me finish.
The way today
then
works
they requested.
is
No,
that I
I'm going to
ask the
finish. I'm going to
questions,
finish this
Mr.
statement.
Cardone, I will have to call the court.
Call the court. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not doing anything wrong here.
I'm asking
They
questions
requested
and you
that
have
I
to respond to
remove
them.
the disclosure. And guess what we did, Morgan?
Mr. Cardone.
Do you know what we did?
You removed the disclosure, Mr. Cardone, right?
Because they asked, please remove, and we did.
You removed the disclosure because you did not have a basis for those statements, right?
Not true. Absolutely false. Sorry. Absolutely not true, Morgan. We did have a basis for it.
And the basis for it that you represent, if we go back to interrogatory number 9, is it everything that is written in response to this interrogatory?
Where do you want me to go? Where would that be?
That is Exhibit 231.
Okay. Page 9?
Yes. Is everything that is written in response here to interrogatory number 9,
Okay,
Is
not
that your-
page 9, number 9.
is that your basis for the representations that you made in the preliminary offering circular about a 15% IRR?
What page? Again, I thought you told me page 9, but now you're telling me it's, I guess, page 5.
Yes, the response to interrogatory number 9. Everything that we've walked through today. Your track record, the disciplined property selection criteria, and the investment hold and exit strategies. Is it your position that that forms the basis of your 15% IRR representation?
Object to the form of the question.
Selection of the property, the location of the property, the cash flow of the property, the quality of the asset, our constant due diligence and second layer of management oversight, the debt that I acquire, how I pay attention, the fact that how I negotiate the deals and the debt. Yeah, based on at this time 30 years of experience, 40 plus deals. Yeah. That's why I believe the asset will achieve a 15% internal rate of return, and it's why our circular offering that you talked about earlier also made it very clear that while we expect that and target that, I can't guarantee that.
Let's look again, actually, at this preliminary offering circular, Exhibit 233.
Okay.
Let's start on page 2.
Page 2 is a good page.
And in the second paragraph here, the third sentence of that paragraph,
Of which paragraph?
The second paragraph. It says, at or around the 8th year of operations, the manager will attempt to sell, refinance, or otherwise dispose of properties in order to return capital account balances as defined in the company's operating agreement to the members. Right?
That's what it says.
And on page 5, it says,
You're not asking a question about what it says there. You're just asking me if that's what it says.
I'm asking you if that's what it says. On page 5, number 1, it says the company's primary focus.
You got to tell me where. Okay, on number 1, down in the middle of the page.
The company's primary focus is to invest in multifamily and commercial properties that will appreciate over a 7 to 10 year holding period. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On page 6, turn the page.
So you're just gonna read that one sentence.
Correct.
There's 10,000 words in this document. You're gonna grab one sentence. Okay, go to 6, page 6.
And there's a section here that says, what is Cardone Equity Fund 5 LLC?
Under
right?
frequently asked questions. Capital.
Cardone Equity Fund 5 LLC. And it says in the second paragraph under that answer there, the company intends to purchase properties that will appreciate in value over the expected hold period of 7 to 10 years. Through the use of quality third-party management, it is expected that the investments will appreciate due to superior locations and increased net operating income over time. Right?
That's what it says.
So that's at least 3 times in the preliminary offering circular that Cardone Capital explains its hold and exit strategy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Cardone Capital also talks about in this document its plan to use third-party management to help increase net operating income, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
We have 2 layers of management.
if we go to page 33 of this document, it says here due diligence and financing. And it says when the company identifies a location.
What paragraph?
Right under due diligence and financing.
Okay.
Morgan, I missed the page.
Page 33.
32, thank you.
When the company identifies a location or a potential property, it will secure the necessary financing, sign a contract, and place an escrow deposit to be held with a designated escrow agent. The company will take the time necessary to complete all its due diligence to the property, including site inspection, reviewing all leases, income and expenses, as well as securing a first mortgage on the property. After the due diligence process has been completed, the company will determine whether the property is suitable or not. If property is not suitable, the company will cancel the contract and look for the next opportunity, right? So the preliminary offering circular also stated that Cardone Capital would do an extensive due diligence on all the properties before purchasing them, right?
That's right. And we do.
And just above that, on page 33, it talks about the company's overall strategy to identify Class A and Class B multifamily communities.
Yep, you said that.
Correct. Okay. And starting on page 57 of this document, the preliminary offering circular discusses your track record with prior performance tables, right?
Okay.
So, Mr. Cardone, everything that we've talked about so far today as the basis for your cash projections and IRR projections, your track record, the performance of the properties that Cardone Capital invested in, the investment strategy of targeting Class A and Class B multifamily properties, using third-party management companies,
Yes.
and the 7 to 10 year exit strategy for the funds. That was all in this preliminary offering circular, right?
Object to the form of the question.
Yeah, I believe. I mean, I'm waiting for the gotcha moment. Either that or
Mr.
I'm going to
Cardone.
make you one of our advertisers, because you're saying exactly what we give the circular. This is exactly, you keep asking me questions that are written down in our offering.
If we can go back to Exhibit 234, the
Great.
July 30th, 2018
SEC.
letter from the SEC.
If we can go back.
Exhibit 234, the July 30, 2018 letter from the SEC. Even after the SEC reviewed the preliminary offering circular for Fund 5, which contains all the same information that you told me today, supports your statement, the SEC asks you to revise the preliminary offering circular to remove the 15% IRR disclosure throughout the offering statement, right?
Object to the form of the question. It calls for speculation.
You mean this sentence where they're like, you have no limited operations, and I made it clear that we had very extensive operations, that I had not paid distributions, and the truth that I had paid tens of millions of distributions, and we did not appear to have a basis for return, which is not true. And then they say, please revise. And then I read that. I see that.
The SEC had before it all the very same information that you told me supports your basis for asserting a 15% annualized return, right?
Objection. That misstates his testimony and it calls for speculation.
So what are you asking?
The SEC had before it all the same information that you told me today supports your representation of a 15% annualized return, right?
Object to the form of the question.
The SEC has before me or before them?
Before it, in this preliminary offering circular.
The SEC did not have my track record. The SEC did not know what I had accomplished. The SEC didn't know about my experience. The SEC didn't investigate Grant Cardone, look at my returns, look at all my deals. The SEC didn't talk to my investors to see how satisfied they were. Like, the SEC knew nothing about my history or experience investing in real estate.
Mr. Cardone, we just walked through that on page 57 of your preliminary offering circular.
Yes.
The preliminary offering circular goes into detail about the prior performance of your earlier funds, correct?
Objection. Misstates the document.
Is that right?
I don't know.
It says here on page 57
57
of the preliminary offering circular,
Okay.
233.
You got me working going back and forth right now, though, Morgan. 57 of 77 pages.
Says from 1995 to the present,
Yes.
Grant Cardone, as the sole principal of the manager, Cardone
Yes,
Capital,
I see that
and its
now. I'm sorry.
To the President, Grant Cardone.
as the sole principal of the manager, Cardone Capital, LLC, and its acquisition arm, Cardone Real Estate Acquisitions, LLC, has purchased 44 multifamily communities in transactions with a total purchase price at over $600 million, $50 million, and currently has 20 properties that are valued over $700 million.
Yes,
correct?
I see that.
So the SEC did have before it your track record, right?
Objection. Misstates the document.
That's not what I
Calls
said.
for speculation.
I didn't say they had my track record. I said they didn't do any investigations or due diligence on the performance of any of my previous deals. How could any government agency possibly be expected to do that?
This wasn't enough information, Mr. Cardone? You don't believe this represents your past performance, what it says here?
Object to the
I know
form
it
of the
does.
question.
I know it. I know. Not only do I know this is the minute part of my performance because I have the experience of each one of these deals. But to suggest that the SEC did due diligence on 44 different transactions that's not true. They wouldn't have done that.
Mr. Cardone, I'm going to mark as Exhibit 235 the Cardone Capital's August 1st response to the SEC letter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to share that in the Zoom. I don't have that printed with me.
Okay.
Actually,
I'm ready when you're ready. Do I just hit the chat?
give me 1 second. It logged me out of the Zoom.
Morgan, would you wait to put it in the chat until I go back in? Because it
Yes.
doesn't allow me to.
Yeah. Let me know when you're in. I'm not in chat right now. Now it's not letting me into the Zoom.
Yeah, it kicked me out too.
I'm still in here.
I'm in.
Good guys
Can
are
we go
in.
off the record for a second?
Good guys are in.
Off
I'm
the
in.
record, the
I'm in.
time is 11:53
I'm a
a.m.
good guy too.
We are back on the record. The time is 11:54 a.m.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Is this say Miss Jennifer? Is this coming from Trowbridge, Sidati?
This is coming from Cardone Capital, right? Ms. Trowbridge is submitting this on behalf of the fund, correct?
Let
It's the,
me just read it.
one sec.
The company has provided. Yeah, I recognize this. I think I recognize it.
I just want to make sure this gets marked as an exhibit. This will be exhibit 235.
This is August 2018.
And if you can go to page 2,
Page 2. Okay.
and it may
Ooh,
Somebody
on my side?
must have disconnected their audio.
Me?
Joe.
Come on, Joe, get your game on, dude. Jesus, what an amateur mode.
My Zoom game sucks.
Trowbridge. Maybe.
All right.
Joe?
I
It's a
apologize.
Miss Trowbridge.
Miss Trowbridge.
Never
Yes.
apologize. Looks bad. It's a bad look, dude. Okay, I'm on page 2,
Okay.
Miss Morgan.
And it says, do you see where it says, we have removed the references on pages 17, 26, and 32, right?
I don't see that. I don't see that.
I think it's
It's page 2. It may be further down in the PDF. It's page 2 of the letter. It may be 4 of the PDF.
What are 17, 26, and 32?
Earlier today, we walked through the preliminary offering circular together, and we looked at those pages. Those are the pages that discuss a 15% IRR. And it says here, we have removed the references on pages 17, 26, and 32, right?
I see that, but what I don't understand is what is 17, 26, and 32?
We can walk back through that. If we go to Exhibit 233, the preliminary offering circular, page 17,
Got it.
currently our strategy,
We have, yeah,
that's where it says the 15%, right?
yes.
And on page 26,
Okay.
at the bottom of the third paragraph, that's where it said the company will attempt to
Yes,
achieve
I see that.
an overall IRR. Okay.
And then 32?
And on 32, same thing. That's the chart that had the 15% IRR
Yeah.
representation.
And they requested that we remove this,
Correct.
and we did remove it.
Correct. You testified earlier that the SEC didn't have the full context of your prior history, right?
Objection
what I
form
said.
misstates his testimony.
That's what I said, though.
You could have responded with that information, right? And said, that's our basis.
Yeah.
Objection.
You could have. But
In
you,
fact,
Hold on. I have to.
That information, right, and said that it's our basis. Objection.
My objection is that it calls for a legal conclusion from a lay witness.
Answer.
And we attempted to provide the SEC with our full disclosure, by the way. The page 32. The fact that the SEC asked us to remove this was like, okay, you guys want to remove that? It is our complete basis for buying the asset. This disclosed everything, by the way. This was a mistake by the SEC. Again, hats off to the SEC. I appreciate we always try to work with them, but they should have left this in here. This was a oversight or a miss by them. It says our acquisition cap rate was 4. Now the investor doesn't know what the acquisition cap rate is. It says the pro forma was going to be a 5. The cash on cash was going to be a 3, Morgan, and they had us remove this. This was more disclosure for our investor, not less. And the SEC made a mistake pulling this. They should have left it in it, but I'm not going to fight them. I'm like, okay, guys, whatever. You're the SEC. You're a big government agency. Barack Obama had recently, prior to this, passed the Jobs Act, allowing and encouraging private owners of real estate to democratize institutional quality assets so that regular families could invest and partake in wealth building via the cash flow, capital appreciation, the tax write-offs.
Sorry.
And we're doing our investors a favor. This is what I proposed for the SEC. The SEC requested some of these things be removed. So we said, yeah, no problem, guys. No harm, no foul. We'll remove it. And then we were going about raising money for our investments.
Mr. Cardone, do you recognize this document?
Document 236.
Yes.
Offering circular December 11, 2018. Cardone Equity Fund 5. I do.
Okay. And this does not say preliminary offering circular, right? This is the offering
This is
circular.
the Mac Daddy, 63 pages.
Okay.
of
Can you turn
transparency.
to page 32 of this
ma'am.
document?
Yes, ma'am. I see it.
The table we were just discussing,
Yes.
and you said the SEC made us delete it. They did not make you delete the full table, right? That's all in here except for the IRR statement, correct?
Oh, I thought you asked me if they requested us to delete that table. And I said, yes, they requested that we delete it.
They request. Sorry, go ahead.
And
Mr.
I said, we should keep it included. And now guess what? Morgan, it's included.
Right. Except
Full
for
transparency.
And if you want to compare it, Exhibit 233 at 32 included the IRR based on 10-year holds, 15%. Right?
Wait, what page? 30,
Page 32.
32 again? Okay, what's going to not be included here is just the IRR.
Just the IRR was removed, right?
Yeah, okay. I think, because I think that, this is the first time I'm actually noticing that particular difference. I think the SEC wanted us to remove the entire box
But you kept it
because
in?
the IRR, obviously I kept it in and they approved it because it was a request, Morgan. It wasn't a demand. It wasn't a mandate. It wasn't you have to do this. The way I read it, we should have removed the entire box. The way my legal team read it is like, oh, they just want us to remove the IRR. The way the SEC, you'd have to depose them. Depose the SEC and say, why did you allow the box but not the IRR? I have no clue. But we end up in the same place anyway because the numbers in the box or what is going to determine whether or not we hit our IRR margin of 15%. And that being said, in the circular on page 2, not page 32, it says, we are an emerging growth company with limited operating history. Subscribers will have no control. We will require additional financing. We have not conducted any revenue generating activities. Our offering is an arbitrary. Investments are speculative. The company does not currently own any assets.
Strike all that as unresponsive. My question was just that the IRR was removed, right?
You struck it as what?
Non-responsive.
Dude,
My
it was
question.
completely responsive. How can you say that's non-responsive?
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Cardone.
No, it's not a yes or no question. Did they take out, they should have taken the whole box out. If they disagreed with the internal rate of return, you're just asking me how I see this. And I literally told you while I was saying, oh yeah, they had us remove the box. Now you're showing me the box. And my legal, I think that was Jill at the time. Is that her name? Thought it was the internal rate of return, but the internal rate of return is not the issue here that you guys think it is, by the way. And it's cool that they left the 3% cash flow in there because we've exceeded that by 40%. We're a good team, Morgan, you and you. 231.
Let's go back to interrogatory number 9.
Okay. Number 9, back to number 9.
It says, and we're moving through the last number here. It says in the second paragraph of the response on page 5, line 14, like other IRR and cash projections for funds 5 and 6, the reference statement was and continues to be supported by, and number 4 here is the current performance of the funds. Is that right?
That's what it says.
Today is July 15th, 2026, right?
It is.
And the statement that we're talking about in interrogatory number 9 is dated April 22nd, 2019, right?
I believe you.
Yes, sir. April 22nd, 2019, right? Okay. Mr. Cardone, you are not a time traveler, right?
Object to the form of the question.
Yeah. You're way outside your realm now. There's a lot of things we don't know about time. And space.
The current performance of the funds as of today
But good try.
could not have been the basis for statements that you made in April 2019, right?
Say again?
The current performance of the funds as of today
Yeah.
could not have been the basis for statements you made in April 2019, right?
The basis of the statements made in
In 2019.
2019. Can't be what?
The current performance of the funds
Yeah.
as of today
Yeah.
could not have been the basis for statements you made in 2019, right?
You kind of threw me off with the whole time travel, man. You got me into a different space. I'm not sure what you're asking me right now, really. I'm a little confused.
Let's go to page 8 of the interrogatory response, and maybe that'll illuminate. You can go to page 8 with me.
Okay.
And it says current performance. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And the first sentence here says, the return projections for funds 5 and 6, which were entirely reasonable when made, also have been validated by the actual performance of the funds since their inception, right?
Okay.
If the actual performance of the funds were worse than the return projections that you had claimed for Fund 5 and 6, then you would agree that there's no basis for your projections. Is that right?
Object to the form of the question.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Incomplete.
Excuse me, sir.
It's an incomplete hypothetical, no foundation.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Grant.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Do you guys know, your firm know that we could have sold all these assets in 22 and achieved probably a 3.5 cap rate? It would have taken these IRRs through the roof. But we didn't do that because our investors want capital protection. They want the investment. See, this is the one thing you guys aren't paying any attention to. What does the investor want? Including the first investor or one of the first investors involved in this class action nonsense, which was Louis Pino wanted to partner with me, number one. Number two, he wanted to be invested in a real estate asset for him and his family that he could never have access to on his own. 3, he wanted capital protection on his $10,000. He put $5,000 in 2 different funds. 4th thing he wanted was cash flow, which I have sent to him the entire time, never missed a month. When he passed away, rest in peace, Mr. Pino, He passed it on to his daughter. His daughter or their estate has been distributed every single month. What are we, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 8 years times 12 is 96 months, 96 effing months in a row. I have delivered cash flow to the Louis Pino family and every other family. We have sent his family cash flow probably 6 years now, almost 6 years, since he resisted, did not want to have his $10,000 sent back. So
I will move to strike everything after absolutely not as non-responsive.
We've outperformed our expectations on these deals at this point.
Mr. Cardone, are you aware that we have for several months been trying to get distributions from Miss Pino?
How would I know what you guys are up to every day?
Are you aware?
I don't know what you do on breaks. I don't know what you do when you're in New York. I don't know what you did to prepare for this. How would I know that? It'd be impossible for me to know
Mr.
that.
Cardone, are you aware that Miss Pino has not been receiving her distributions?
We made the distribution. Shame on Miss Pino. All I can tell you is we've made the distributions. We make them every month. That's my obligation. My obligation is not to cash the check. My obligation is to make the payment. In fact, we've made 20 distributions last month, the month before. I made 20,020 wires and or cash distributions today, totaling $22 million. As we sit here this morning, while you and I are going through this nonsense, I sent out $22 million to our investors today. Ms. Pino will be one to receive a check today. Now, whether she cashes the check or is responsible for her check, I don't know what she's doing with her money. Hey, that's not on me.
Mr. Cardone, I want to go back to something you said a few moments ago. So I asked you if the actual performance of the funds were worse than the return projections that you claimed for funds 5 and 6,
yes,
then you'd agree that you had no basis for your projections. And you said absolutely not, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
in no situation would I not have basis.
Okay. So regardless,
this is where the SEC was. This is where the SEC was wrong when they said we had no basis. We did have basis. They said we had limited operations. We didn't have limited operations.
So regardless of whether the funds have performed well or not, you still believe you had a basis for the return projections, correct?
Object to the form of the question. It's an incomplete hypothetical.
I've answered it like 6 times, and I will tell you this. We will, at the end of the day, exceed the expectations of the returns that I made to the investors.
Move to strike as non-responsive.
It's very responsive.
You'd
No, that's fine. Let's go. I'll just, somebody will fill in for me.
So you'd agree then, Mr. Cardone, that the current performance of the funds is really irrelevant to whether you had a basis for your return projections, right?
Objection. Misstates his testimony.
Silly.
It's irrelevant?
It is silly
Objection.
what you're saying. I had every basis. I had 30 years of history, and the results have proven themselves. Like, you guys understand, there is no financial damage in this case. That the capital has been protected. The investors have received cash flow, and the investors received a tax write-off, and the investors received capital protection against the most inflationary period of time and destruction of the U.S. dollar that we've had in my lifetime. No, what you're saying is silly, and what you're saying is irrelevant.
I'll move to strike the answer as non-responsive.
It was very responsive.
The paragraph here, I'm on page 8 of interrogatory number 9.
Which one am I on now?
231.
Exhibit 231,
Okay.
page 8.
Page 8. I'm there.
And it continues. We just read the first sentence. The second sentence says, for example,
Number, please.
sorry, we're on line 7.
Okay.
For example, for fiscal year 2022, the audited IRRs of funds 5 and 6 were 18.26% and 24.16% respectively, and both funds achieved an annual cash return of 5%, right?
Who wrote this?
Mr. Cardone, this is a document that you signed. Your attorneys, it says the answers on page 20 were compiled by defendants' counsel from records and information made available to them. But you signed that it is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, correct?
But who wrote this? Who wrote these returns? 18.6, 24.16, 14.42.
Why don't I ask you the same question, Mr. Cardone?
I'm just a little lost in what document I'm looking at right now.
It says...
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 documents. I'm asking you.
Yeah, we can look. Why don't we look at that?
Where did this data come from?
Let's look at where the data comes from.
Okay.
If we can turn to page F16.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is basically the last page.
Good.
Okay. And it says at the top here, end of year since inception, internal rate of return, 18.26%, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is 26%. So that's the 18.26% that's reflected in your interrogatory response. You were asking where that number comes from, right?
Where's the 18.6%?
In the interrogatory response on page 8, it had said, for example, for fiscal year 2022, the audited IRRs of funds 5 and 6.
Fiscal year
2022, the audited IRRs of funds 5 and 6 were 18.26.
Where I was on certain impacts from COVID may have significant negative.
Sorry. What I'm asking, Mr. Cardone, is you had said on page 8 of the interrogatory responses, it says here, for example, for fiscal year 2022, the audited IRRs of funds 5 and 6 were 18.26% and 24.16% respectively. What we're looking at now is the 2022 annual statement for Fund 5. On page F16 at the top here, it says end of year since inception internal rate of return 18.26%, right?
That's what it says.
Okay.
I agree with
So that's where the numbers come from in the interrogatory responses. They're from the annual statements, right?
Objective form, no foundation.
Again, I spent probably, 60 plus hours, but I did not go through all the financials for the last 8 years on all, in this case, 9 properties. So, but that's what it says.
Okay. And in the interrogatory response, it says the audited IRRs. Is that referring to Kaufman-Rawson?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
We've had multiple law firms and accounting firms work here over the last 40 years.
So you don't know who audited?
Too many law firms.
You don't know who audited the IRRs that appear in the annual statement?
No, ma'am, I don't. Not at this time.
And you don't know what...
I'm sure somebody knows, so.
Okay. And you don't know what they did to audit the IRRs, correct? If you don't know who audited the IRRs.
Objection, no foundations.
No, and I think, no, I don't. And it's kind of hard to deliver an IRR without an exit.
without a
Exit. You can assume an exit, which might be what they're doing, but you'd have to depose them. I guess they could use an assumption exit if we sold at today's value. Keep in mind, the properties get appraised every 2 years. Kaufman-Rossman would know that, though, if they did it. And if they're using an assumption cap rate and exit price, they would then have calculated an IRR that looks to be exceeding what we suggested was our target.
Mr. Cardone, do you know if this figure here, this 18.26%, is that the investor level IRR or the project level IRR or something else?
Object to the form of the question and foundation.
At this time, I don't know. I don't have my accounting hat on right now.
Do you know if this figure incorporates any of the fees that you'll take out, Mr. Cardone?
Then I'll what?
Asset, if it incorporates fees like the asset management fee, the eventual disposition fee, is any of that factored into this since inception internal rate of return?
Objection, no foundation.
I don't know because, I mean, there's no way there's a fee in there because we haven't sold the asset yet. So I haven't been paid any fee at this point on this deal in 2022. Have I been paid fees since 23, 24, 25, and 26, 4 years later? Maybe. I don't know. I'm due fees. I think our investors on this particular fund are going to make like
Okay.
$60 or $70 million. And we might end up making 10.
Let's turn to page F14 of this, so just one page prior of the 2022 annual statement.
The same, we're on the same
Same document.
237.
Yep, it's page on the bottom, 24 out of 28.
Okay.
And it says here do you see at the second paragraph, are you on page F14?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No, I'm on page 24.
Okay, but it is a F14 at the bottom right here.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Second paragraph, it says, in accordance with the operating agreement, distributions will be allocated 65% to the Class A members
Mhm.
and 35% to the Class B members, right?
Mhm.
And the same distribution structure, 65-35, applies to Fund 6, right?
Right.
Okay. Do you know if the earlier funds 1 through 3, had a 65-35% split or something different?
Objection, no foundation.
I think 1 and 2 were 75-25. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think Fund 3 was maybe 65-35. Fund 47 and 48 are 50-50, by the way. They're much bigger funds too, only accredited investors. So every fund is different. And then we leave it up to the investor to decide what fund they want to invest in.
Okay. For each year that Fund 5
Yes, ma'am.
has been in operation,
Yes, ma'am.
Cardone Capital, as the Class B member, has either not taken its 35% distribution or has taken a reduced distribution, correct?
This says that I took $1.9 million last year. I mean, it says Cardone Capital. It says Class A members total 2.2 million. That's our investors. I'm one of those, by the way. And my daughters are also invested in these funds. And 1.999.817 was delivered to the Class B.
It says, if you go 2 more sentences after that, it says, at the manager's discretion, a reduced percentage of distributions has been paid to date to the Class B interest holder, the manager,
Okay.
with the intention that at a later time, when the cash flow from operations increases or an exit event occurs, the manager may adjust cash distributions to be allocated on a cumulative 65%, 35% basis, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. It says the aggregate impact of this as of December 31, 2022 would be to
It says the aggregate impact.
of this at December 31, 2022 would be to distribute an additional 3,430,171 to the manager, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. So for each year that Fund 5 has been in operation, Cardone Capital, as a Class B member, has either taken a reduced distribution or it's not taken a distribution at all. Is that right?
Objection misstates the document.
Objection to hear.
It misstates the document.
You want me to answer that?
Yes.
I'm a good guy, I guess. Like, I don't know what you're trying to set up here. I'm a good guy. If I want to, I don't have to take any of these distributions. You understand that this document does not bind me to ever take a penny from any of these deals. Do you understand that Cardone Capital doesn't pay me $1? Does it pay me $1? I might be wrong. It might pay me $1. I am taking not a penny from any of these funds. I don't have to. I'm like, people call me Robin Hood. Take from the rich, give to the poor. We have underestimated what these returns will be. We over-deliver. If I'm required to look, I've already done extremely well in my life. I have more money than I could possibly spend in my lifetime. Okay. If I could spend my next years of my life setting up funds to buy institutional quality assets, allowing regular people to invest in these institutional quality assets. See, these have been for 100 years only accessible to wealthy people and institutions. And if I can do this, if this is my mission and it costs me a little bit of money, I don't have to send myself 35% a year.
Mr. Cardone, it says here that the manager.
And if I could just finish.
Let me ask my question.
And I could just finish. No, you got to let me finish because it's about this question right here. Okay. I am in a position because of what real estate does to wait long periods of time. Because this could take another 5 years or 7 years. I have discretion to go longer. Somebody comes along and pays us a lot of money for this asset. All my fees could get caught up. I could make, my investors will be, they'll be taken care of. We'll exceed our expectations, what I projected that we would do and our targets, and Cardone Capital would also make money.
Mr. Cardone, it says here that at the manager's discretion, a reduced percentage of distributions has been paid to date to the Class B interest holder. The manager, with the intention that at a later time, when the cash flow from operations increases or an exit event occurs, may adjust cash distributions to be allocated on a cumulative 65%, 35% basis.
That's right.
Mr. Cardone, you are here under oath today.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to testify under oath that you will not take your 35% distribution at a later date?
You're being silly again.
For speculation.
I don't have to say under oath whether I'm going to do that or not. You're not even asking me something that's reasonable. I don't have that obligation. Why would I give up my right? These things go up 3 or 4 or 5 times. I'm going to take my promote. Trust me. And my investors will want me to take my promote. If these do what I think it's going to do, I'm going to go out and get my promote and go buy a big boat and go sit out on it for about 3 or 4 months at a time and invite you out there, Morgan. I'm going to go get a big suntan with me in the south of France.
Do we want to break for lunch now?
Yeah, should probably get.
Yeah,
You guys are hungry?
well, on the representation that we would break at 12:30, I told somebody I would give them a call.
Okay,
So
good.
Let's go off the
Don't
record,
forget,
please.
We're going off the record. The time is 12:32 p.m. We're back on the record. The time is 1:35 p.m.
Mr. Cardone, if we can start again with Exhibit 231. Just the
Everyone on Zoom.
Yes, ma'am. I'm there.
Okay. Is there the responses and objections to the 4th set of interrogatories? We're still on interrogatory number 9. And if we can go to page 8, please, where we're discussing current performance.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Craig. Thanks. Okay, I see that.
Okay. If you can just read to yourself that first paragraph there where it says current performance, and just let me know when you're done reading that. Oh, let me log back in. What's the login?
Okay. I've read this.
Okay. The internal rate of return for funds 5 and 6 have changed every year, right?
Yeah, of course they would. I mean, not the projected. The targeted never changed. But because every year changes, numbers change, of course. Rents change, collections change, expenses change.
Because until the exit, you can't know the IRR, right?
Or the refi. That's why we projected the 15 based on either a refinance. Oh, we talked about a 7 to 10 year hold time to either refi or exit the asset.
Only 1 year that's reflected here in this interrogatory response was the IRR ever above 15%, right?
I don't see all the years here. I doubt that's true. But again, the IRR can't actually be properly projected until an exit. It's impossible.
Okay. But you're relying on here in these responses.
Yes.
It says the return projections for funds 5 and 6, which were entirely reasonable when made, also have been validated by the actual performance of the fund since their inception. And it goes on to cite the IRRs.
That's right.
But as you're saying today, these IRRs are simply projections. They can't validate the actual performance, right?
Yeah, sorry. Can't accomplish an actual IRR until you exit the asset. It'd be like having a baby, but you're still pregnant. We're still pregnant with the asset. And until we exit, either through a sale or a refinance event, which would be a complete return of capital to our investors, which we've achieved on over 20% of our assets. And then that pushes this is the trick wealthy people know. They don't sell their assets. They just refinance their assets, return their capital, and they have cash flow on no money invested.
So, Mr. Cardone, right here, just in this response, it's a simple question. It talks about fiscal year 2022, 2023, and 2024. Mm-hmm. Only one of those 3 years has the, quote, audited IRRs of funds 5 and 6 been above 15%, correct?
I answered the question. You cannot achieve the IRR until you exit. These are projected. We haven't finished our 10-year target. And we will stay in this asset as long as I have to stay in this asset to achieve the target. Again, I have time. So now, do we get it? I don't. Maybe we don't get it. Maybe I miss. I've missed before.
Mr. Cardone, these numbers that are reflected here, these are numbers, as we walked through earlier, that appear in your annual statements that go out and that investors can review.
Yeah, I signed these.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And again, none of these numbers here, except for in 2022, are above 15%, right?
This will be at least 3 times that I've answered the same question.
It's a yes or no. Are they above 15%?
You can't actually.
In 2023 and 2024. It's a simple yes or no. It's written right here.
You can't. You can't actually actualize an IRR in a calendar year unless you exited the real estate. Now, so if you're attempting to make me look like I did something wrong or said something wrong, you can, but everybody knows you cannot. We're hitting our cash flows. We're hitting our projections. Our investors are happy. I think 50% of the people invested in this fund have already opted out of your class action lawsuit. The original investor didn't even want his money back from the get-go.
I'm going to move to strike the answer as non-responsive. Can we look back at Exhibit 237? This is the annual statement for the year ended 2022.
I don't have 237, 229, I have 233, 232,
It should
Oh,
be
it's on
in
the
numerical order.
234, 236.
You have 237? Okay. And actually, I apologize.
What is this number right here?
Oh, a one?
Okay.
One.
The responses and objections to the fourth set of interrogatories, just before we get back to the 2022 Form 1K, it says on page 8, at the end of the first paragraph where it says current performance, the fair market values of the properties reflected in the fund's annual reports on Form 1K further support these IRR calculations and are based on appraisals performed by independent third parties. Every Fund 5 property is appraised every 2 years. Is that right?
I'm not sure what you're looking at right now.
Right now I'm looking
not on
at
the same thing you are.
page 8 of the interrogatory responses,
What page? What number is that?
Exhibit 231, and I'm looking at line 12, page 8.
Okay. I was on page 8 of
Yes,
237.
we're going to look at that in a second, but
Okay. Let me
Right.
get to page 8 with you.
Mhm.
I'm there. This is what I was just reading. Current
Yep.
performance?
Yep.
Okay.
So that last sentence on the first paragraph, line 12, it says, both funds also achieved annual cash returns of 5%. The fair market value, the last sentence is, the fair market values of the properties reflected in the fund's annual reports
Okay.
on Form 1K further support these IRR calculations and are based on appraisals performed by independent third parties, right?
That's what it says.
Every Fund 5 property is appraised every 2 years. Is that right?
I think that's right.
Okay, that's what you said earlier. Every Fund 6 property, is it appraised every 2 years?
I think that's right.
Okay, now can we look at Exhibit 237? And can we go to F13, which on the bottom here it says page 23 out of 28.
Okay.
It's discussing fair value measurements. If you could you can take a moment and skim through the first paragraph there.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This paragraph is discussing how the company determines the fair market value of the real estate properties, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I agree with that.
Okay. The fair market value of the properties, it's not based solely on the appraisals of the properties. Is that right?
Well, the appraisal of the property would be based on a number of conditions, like a lot of conditions.
Let me maybe back up here.
Okay.
Are you, in determining the fair value measurement of the properties, you said you get these appraisals every 2 years. Do you take the number in that appraisal and you say that's the fair market value of the property, or do you do any other independent analysis to determine the fair market value of the property?
I can't remember what we did on this on December 31st of 2020, but I would expect that we use their number because it's a conservative number. My number would be much greater than this number on this asset.
So you believe that in your annual statements, the numbers that are reflected as the fair value measurement of the property come from the appraisal? Is that right?
We under promise and over deliver.
Just a yes. Is it from
That'd be a
the
yes.
appraisal? Okay.
That's value language for yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let's talk now about topic 37, which is the debt obligations, lines of credit, mortgages, or other borrowings of, or any refinancing by the Fund 5 and Fund 6 entities, or any refinancing by the Fund 5 and Fund 6 entities since the fund's inception.
Can't listen because I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's a topic that we're going to discuss from the 30B6 notice.
I'd like to read. I'd like
Sure.
to see what you're seeing.
It is
229.
Exhibit 229.
Okay. Thank you.
Page 9.
Thank you. I'm there.
Okay. So I want to talk about this topic 37. All the properties that are held by the funds were purchased through single-purpose entities,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And those single-purpose entities are owned and managed by Cardone Capital and you, right?
Yes. True.
And every property within Fund 5 and Fund 6 has a mortgage, right?
Yep. We wouldn't buy an asset without debt on it.
Are the mortgages on the Fund 5 and 6 properties non-recourse loans?
Yes, that's interesting. All loans today by Fannie and Freddie are non-recourse loans. In fact, if I wanted to do a recourse loan and I've requested recourse, they won't allow me to anymore.
The borrower listed on those mortgages is the single purpose entity that purchased the properties,
SPE.
right?
The SPE is the entity responsible for the debt payments.
But you sign a guarantee on every mortgage, is that right?
I am responsible for the asset. I'm responsible for attaining the debt. I'm responsible for negotiating the debt, including the origination fee, the term, whether it's an adjustable loan or a fixed loan, whether it's interest only or principal and interest. And I'm also responsible for any carve-outs or irresponsibilities taken regarding the loan.
So for all the mortgages, have you signed a guarantee for those mortgages?
A guarantee?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think it would be term. I don't think it would be. I have to check into that. I don't think it would be called a guarantee.
What do you think it would be called?
Not sure.
Okay. A personal guarantee on the loan only becomes relevant if the borrower defaults, correct?
I don't. No.
Objective form.
In the ordinary course, the monthly mortgage payments are made from the fund's operating income, not from you personally, correct?
No, that's not true.
Where do the monthly mortgage payments come from?
Comes from the rental property.
Right.
We collect the rents. The rents pay the debt. We collect the rents. The rents pay the utility bills. We collect the rents. We pay the property taxes. We collect the rents. Whatever's left over gets distributed to our investors.
So the distinction you're making there, I asked, in the ordinary course, the monthly mortgage payments are made from the fund's operating income. Are you saying it comes out of the properties before it goes into the funds? I'm just trying to understand the distinction there.
No money comes to me. Like you're suggesting money comes to me and I go write a mortgage check. I don't own the asset. Okay. The SPE owns the asset. a limited liability corporation, owns the asset. The members own interest in the SPE. The SPE is now responsible for the distribution of fees to all entities involved. Cardone Capital is an entity involved. RPM, in the case of the management company or any of the other 2 or 3 management companies that we use, would be in that particular region, would be distributed money every month. That distribution could be 2.5% to 3.5%. In addition to that, could be a Fannie loan, a Nuveen loan, a Freddie Mac loan.
Let's look at the responses again to the 4th set of interrogatories. So this is Exhibit 231. We're just going to keep coming back to this today. And if we can look at page 14,
Okay.
interrogatory number 17.
I'm there.
Okay. And it says, are you there?
17 or 14?
17 on
Okay.
page 14.
I'm looking at it.
All right. Line 5. For each Fund 5 and Fund 6 property, identify A, the mortgage amount, B, the principal balance as of the date of these interrogatories, C, the rate of interest applicable to the mortgage, and D, the period of time, if any, during which the terms of the mortgage required payment only of interest. And so you see that?
I do.
Okay. And in response to that, defendants, including Cardone Capital, directed plaintiff to numerous documents which describe the amounts and terms associated with the loans on the subject properties. Do you see that?
Okay.
And the first document there is Cardone Cap 00547582.
Okay.
So let's take a look at that document together. And this will be, I think, are we on 237? 238. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
This is a printout of a spreadsheet, so it's not totally perfect in the way that it printed, but essentially, we've got the first page here, and then this is actually a continuation, if you turn it, of
Did we provide this to you guys?
Yes, this is
Okay.
a document that you've provided,
Oh,
and
my
it's
God.
a document
I hope,
that-
I hope he didn't give it to you like this.
you cited in interrogatory number 17.
We didn't give it to him like this, did we?
You gave it to it in a spreadsheet. If it's
Yeah.
easier, I can share the spreadsheet, but I figure it's easier to have the
Yeah,
printout.
I can work with what you have right here, Colleen. Thank you.
Do you recognize this document?
I don't recognize it on like this on 2 pages, but if we provide this to you, this is our layout of all our properties.
Mm-hmm.
I tend not to do things on 2 different pages, but
This is an Excel spreadsheet. That's just when it printed on 2 pages.
right. Okay.
Does this look like something that Cardone Capital keeps in the ordinary course of its
These
business?
are all properties that I am responsible for.
Okay. Does the information reflected in this document appear to be accurate? And it says as of February 29th, 2020. So I understand
6
that
years.
the numbers may be different today.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't look at the 72-month numbers. I don't look 6 years back. I did look at all our numbers last night, though, for 2026.
Okay. And we'll get into that. So on the left side here, it says the property name. And there's a column.
Yes, ma'am.
If you turn it over to the second page, there's a column that says interest only.
Okay. I see that.
And unfortunately, the way this printed, it's a little difficult to see. So I
Mhm.
could pull it up. But this column reflects the amount of time that the loans are interest payment only, right?
I see that.
10X living at Delray, Sawgrass, 10X living at Breakfast Point, and Vantage at PCB were all 5-year interest only mortgages, right?
I believe you. Only reason I can't see it
Yeah.
because of the way you print them on 2 pages, whether that's true or not. But from memory, I'm just going to trust you on it. Okay. How about that?
Why don't I share it so at least you have it up on the screen and you can see what this looks like.
Okay.
So give me 1 second.
I know 10X living at Del Rey
Mm-hmm.
was a 10-year loan because I looked at it last night and the loan's due in 28. And we may be pulling that loan forward to return $30 million to the investors. Look at these interest rates, man. 369, 318, 325, 380. Fuck. None of my investors could achieve those kind of rates, even at that time.
The sun's meeting at 2. We're going off the record. The time is 2 p.m. This begins meeting at 3. We're back on the record. The time is 2:02 p.m.
My question was simple. I just want him to confirm which properties had 5-year interest only mortgages.
Without seeing the documents on the loans, I can't confirm it.
Even though this document
I believe it.
reflects information?
No, I believe it.
Do you have any reason to believe this document's inaccurate?
I do not.
Okay. And the properties that were 5-year interest only mortgages, those were properties that have been owned since 2018 or 2019, correct?
They were all done in 2018 and 2019.
Okay. So the
It had nothing to do with the loan.
right. So the 5-year interest period, is it over for these properties? Is that right?
Anything that had a 5-year loan on it, the loan is the loan.
The interest.
The interest only period would be over, and we are now paying debt down.
Okay.
Which, in addition to our cash flow, our current cash flow, Morgan, principal pay down is not figured as a cash flow number or an internal rate of return number, but it does impact the internal rate of return because we're paying debt down about 1.5% a year. So on these loans, we borrowed $300 million. We'd be paying $4.5 million, maybe $5 million of principal down every single year.
Okay.
And would have now for 4 years. So about $20 million in principal has been paid down. In addition to whatever the audited returns you just showed me were.
Okay. Cardone Capital recently refinanced the Sawgrass property, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
When did that refinancing occur?
In the last 3 weeks.
Okay. I'm going to mark this as exhibit 239 now.
We done with the
Yes.
238.
Joe.
Thank you. I will never see pink without thinking about you. I will never see pink again without thinking about our time together today.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
This is a post from this month. Yes, I recognize it. I did this post.
Okay. Yeah, it's from your account at Grant Cardone, right?
My ex account. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And you're announcing the Sawgrass refinance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Alert investors of Fund 5.
Yep. This Sawgrass property is owned by Cardone Sawgrass Member LLC, correct?
I think that's right.
And Fund 5 has a 24.27% ownership interest in Cardone Sawgrass Member.
Who does?
Fund 5,
Okay.
is that right?
I don't know. I'm not looking at that. No, I'm not looking at the accounting on it right now. But, you're in the neighborhood.
Fund 5 shares the ownership interest in Cardone Sawgrass Member with Fund 4, right?
There's
And
basically three members.
who's the third member?
Fund It would be Fund 5, Fund 4, and my member.
So when you say here, Sawgrass Property Fund 5, just complete refinance event returning $11 million. That's not $11 million that's going solely to the investors of Fund 5, right?
Well, this should have said investors Fund 5. I mean, if you want it per the contract, it would have said investors Fund 5 and Fund 4 and, Grant Cardone. But I don't post to myself. So Sawgrass Property Fund 5 completed a refinance event returning $11 million. That's a mistake, by the way. Just so we really screwed up on this one.
You're going to tell me it's higher, right, Mr. Cardone?
No, it was $14.2 million. It was $3.2 million higher, Morgan. At $3.2 million. It was 30% higher than what we told the investors it was going to be, because we underpromise and over-deliver. And
So
this is the
this-
ultimate wealth formula, by the way.
Mr. Cardone,
Yeah.
I haven't asked a question. The money that is here, whether it's 11 or 14,
Okay.
that's going to be shared between Fund 5, Fund 4, and you, correct?
That's right. That's 100% right.
So you're not returning $11 million to Fund 5 specifically, right?
No. And we did a Zoom call on this last night to further go over in detail with, was it last night or the night before? A couple nights ago. To go over in detail, in addition to take phone calls from and have a portal for each of our investors so that they can actually see how much money they would have gotten back. The distributions didn't go out until today. Coincidentally, at the same time I'm doing a deposition with you.
Mr. Cardone. Are those calls recorded, Mr. Cardone?
The Zoom call, I don't think that Zoom call is recorded, but I'm not sure.
Are you taking a refinancing fee?
We might be. I don't know.
You don't know,
I'm not sure at this time.
but you might take out a refinancing fee out of that amount?
Objection to the foundation.
I would take out whatever I'm due, if whatever I'm allowed by our agreement.
Okay.
Whatever I'm allowed to do by our agreement, I will take.
Okay.
Or I might decide, no, I don't want to take it this time. I want to pay the investor all the money and I'll wait for mine later.
But you'll take it eventually, right?
We already covered that. I said, maybe I will, maybe I won't.
For the
If
properties,
it hits a super home run, then I'm definitely going to take it, and I'm definitely going to go to Saint-Tropez.
you're allowed 35% of this return, right? From the refinancing?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay.
I don't think that's what our agreement says. I think I need a return of capital before I would achieve that with Fund 4. Now, on the membership fees, on my fees, I mean, I'm not going to charge a promote on myself. It would be taking money from one place, putting it in my other pocket. It would be unnecessary.
For the properties that Cardone Capital is not refinanced, Delray, 10X at Breakfast Point, and
Yeah.
Vantage at PCB, and you said Cardone Capital is now paying down the principal
Yeah.
on those properties. What was the cash-on-cash return for 10X Living at Breakfast Point in 2025?
Let me guess. I'm not looking at the documents.
Okay, you don't know.
4.5%. Let me guess.
Do you know what the cash-on-cash return was for Vantage at PCB in 2025?
Panama City, probably 4.5%. It's a weak market right now.
Sorry, I didn't.
Sorry.
That means Vantage or Active?
10X Vantage. Panama City's a weak market.
Second.
Oops, sorry.
Vantage Vantage. Kind of cash. Do you know what the cash on cash return was for 10X Vantage?
Mr. Cardone, you were just saying PCB is a weak market?
I said Panama City's a weak market.
Okay.
It's a weak market at this time, so it could have done 4.5. Could have done 4. I don't know.
Okay.
I think we projected a 3 there. 3% cash flow. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at our little box, but it had it in there. The box that the SEC included.
I'm asking about 2025, so that wouldn't be
3%
in.
cash on cash.
That's
Anything north of that would have exceeded what we shared with the SEC.
So it was your promise that the funds would return a 3% cash on cash return? Is that what you're
Not my
saying?
promise. That wasn't my promise. It's not even
testimony.
I didn't say anything close to that. I suggested that the properties would do a 5 to 6% cash flow. That's always my target, by the way. Unless it's something that we're like, no, we're not going to hit a 4.5. We're going to hit I'm doing a deal right now. I think it's going to do a 2.5% cash flow per year. They're all different, Morgan. They're not all the same. I've never presented them as all the same. They're like kids, you know. If you have kids, you love them all, but they're all different. They're just different.
I just have one kid, so.
Well, you should have
my
another
whole
one.
heart.
You should have another one because they're phenomenal.
It's easy to have a favorite.
Yeah.
Have one.
Exactly.
Well, your first one will
Alright.
probably always be your favorite too. Any parent that says they don't have a favorite is a liar. Everybody's got a favorite.
Right. I'm going to mark this
You have a girl or a boy?
boy.
Oh, good for you. I didn't have any boys.
I'm going to mark this as exhibit 240. All right. Now, do you recognize this Instagram post?
There looks like there's 7 posts here. Which one do you want me to look at?
Yeah, it's just the top one.
Okay.
The bottom are just additional posts that printed with it.
How did your team go through all my posts? That's what I want to know. How big is the team that scraped all the stuff that I put on the internet? Because that had to be a job.
All right. This is from your Instagram handle, right?
That's my Instagram handle. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you
Is this, or is this Instagram or X?
I believe this is
No, I think this is
Instagram.
Okay. All right. If you say so.
It says, did you get your check? Every month I send over $3,000 of our investors' mailbox money. Some invest as little as $5,000 and others millions. $100,000 pays $500 a month. $1 million pays you $5,000 a month. $10 million pays you $50,000 a month. And let's stop there for a second. The date of this post here is January 31, 2020.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Funds 1 through 3 only had 192 investors total, correct?
I don't know. I have no clue. If you're asking me to memorize how many investors we had in every single fund that I've done 47 funds.
Yeah. Mr. Cardone, in your interrogatory responses, it says, in addition, prior to the formation of Funds 5 and 6, defendants had previously raised capital through 3 Regulation D offerings, Cardone Equity 1, 2, and 3, which raised an aggregate of $58,130,000 from 192 investors. Does that refresh your recollection?
Sorry, Morgan, where
I'm just saying,
where are you in exhibit?
I'm on interrogatory 9.
9.
That's on page
I'm not
6.
contesting it. I just don't know.
Okay. And I'm just telling you that that's what Cardone Capital put in its interrogatory responses.
That's good. But I have 20,020 investors today.
Right. So here, this post is dated January 31, 2020. And when you said, every month I send over 3,000 of our investors' mailbox money.
That's right.
You must be including...
Period. End of sentence. Send a sentence.
Yes.
New sentence.
You must be including in that statement the investors of Fund 5, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. How about my family? Of course. How about me? I send myself a check. Anybody that got a check would have been included in the 3,000.
Right.
Now, I can promise you with almost 100% certainty that this advertisement was not completely fact-checked. because the chances of it being 3,000 exactly is suspect. You know, I have a saying, never trust a number that ends in zero. They're just not trustworthy because they're lazy. They're lazy numbers. Very seldom will you end up with an actual zero at the end of a number. But, so I'm just telling you, just being completely honest to everybody listening or watching this right now, the chance of it being 3,000 exactly and not 3,001 or 29.99 is suspect. But, and this would not continue. 2 months later, I would not be able to say this, by the way. The next sentence, or the second half of the sentence.
I guess my question is pretty simple.
Okay.
If you were not including Fund 5 in this post, so Fund 5 you didn't have 3,000 investors at the time of January 31, 2020, not including Fund 5, right?
Why do you keep talking about Fund 5?
What I'm trying to understand is the investors that you're
This
representing.
wasn't an ad for Fund 5.
I understand. It's Fund 6.
It wasn't an ad for Fund 6 either. Where do you see the ad for the advertising for Fund 6?
This post is dated January 31st, 2020, right?
Yeah.
And it says, if you actually look on the right, for our current Regulation A offering, right?
No. Okay.
Objection. It misstates the document.
Mr. Cardone, but what I'm trying to understand is the 3,000 must encompass the investors of Fund 5 because without Fund 5, you did not have over 3,000 investors, right?
This is not an ad for a fund.
That's not my question. My question is simply that as of January 31, 2020,
Okay.
if you subtracted out the Fund 5 investors, you didn't have over 3,000 investors, right?
Why would I do that? Why would I subtract out the? I don't understand.
I'm
the math
asking if
you're
this
using.
post is referring when you say every month I send over $3,000 of our investors mailbox money. If you're including in that the investors of Fund 5,
I have no clue.
you don't know.
No.
Prior to Fund 5,
And
prior to Fund 5, did you have over 3,000 investors?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Of 20,020 today, that's what I know.
It says here, as we discussed, that Funds 1 through 3 had a total of 192 investors.
Okay.
And
How many did Fund 5 have?
Fund 5 has, I believe, over 2,000 investors.
2,200.
So that's
How many does
likely
Fund 4
being
have?
included in
How many
here.
does Fund 4 have?
Mr. Cardone, you tell me.
I think it has 400 or 500.
Okay.
2,200 plus 500 is 2,700 plus 192 is 2,892. Plus my family, I'm probably excuse my language, another 8 people. I'm at 3,000.
Okay. So I think we're on the
My
same page
sister,
here.
my brother, my nieces, my daughters, we're probably going to right at 3,000. I might even hit that actual number, exact number, as weird as that would be
Okay.
to believe.
All right. So we're
But
on
this
the
was
same
not an
page
ad
here.
for Fund 5 or Fund 6.
Mr.
And
Cardone,
I think you're confusing this concept of real estate education with an ad.
you say
At this time, can I just explain one other thing that might be useful?
Mr. Cardone, I have to ask the questions here. You say in this post,
The SEC had required us and requested us to now start putting on all posts what's that called?
Disclaimer.
A disclaimer. And that's why that disclaimer was there on this deal.
right, because this is a test the water communication, right?
Objective.
It wasn't test the waters to me, but I understand what the term you're using.
Okay. You say in this post, $100,000 pays $500 a month, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. That's a 6% rate of return, correct?
I think that's that would be a 6% if it achieved the 500.
Okay.
What's the asterisk stand
Let's
for?
look.
There's an asterisk there.
You tell me, Mr. Cardone.
I don't remember the post because it's been 72 months.
The
And it's probably one of 14,000 posts I've done. So I don't know what the asterisk is, but there's a reason for that asterisk being there.
I'm going to mark this as exhibit 1, let's see, what are we on? 141?
240.
241. Oh my gosh. One of these days I'll get the numbers right. Yes, thank you. That's very helpful. Yes.
Asterisk doesn't print out here.
We done with 240, 239, 240?
No, please hold on to 240.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
It looks similar to the other, the 1K you showed me earlier.
Okay. And this is an annual report filed by Fund 5, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For the year ending 2019, correct?
Okay.
And if we can turn to page 5.
Okay.
And in the second to last paragraph, do you see that?
The company's management team?
Yep.
Okay.
And it says in the second sentence, during 2019, the company received monthly distributions from the operations of the multifamily properties totaling $1,499,389 and distributed a total of $1,285,502, representing a 4.5% annual rate of return to its Class A unit holders. No distributions were paid to the Class B unit holders, the manager. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. By the end of 2019, Cardone Capital had only made distributions to members of Fund 5 at a 4.5% annual rate of return, right?
I see that.
And it didn't pay any distributions to the Class B member, Cardone Capital, right?
I see that.
Cardone Capital would not have been able to distribute a 4.5% annual rate of return to its Class A unit holders if they had only received 65% of the operating profits, right?
Cardone Capital could have achieved a 5%, Morgan, had they just delivered the extra $200,000. So we withheld $200,000 here. You notice it says we sent out $1.5 million and distributed a total of $1.285. That means we probably held $200,000, maybe $210,000 back for some CapEx, some expense, so we don't exhaust our cash accounts because we want to take care of the asset. Did I get paid? I think you're asking me, did Cardone Capital get paid their promote fee on that year? No. We have delayed that. We have delayed it to a future that may never come and we may never get.
So as of January 2020, which is the date of this post,
Okay.
an investor in Fund 5 who had invested $100,000
That's right.
would not have received $500 a month, correct?
This says what they received.
They received 4.5%,
Yeah.
right?
And
Not-
there's $200,000 sitting in a CapEx account. Guess who owns that $200,000?
They received
Who owns it? They do.
4.5%.
That's members' interest in the LLC. You understand, when the money stays in the LLC, I don't own it. I don't touch it. I don't get paid by it. The members, which are your class action prospects, would be the members owning all the cash in the account, all the CapEx sitting in that account. They own that. I don't own it. Now, regarding the Instagram post, $100,000 was projected. And again, you're missing the asterisk. I expect the asterisk suggests this is on a projected return, assuming a 5% on $100,000 earns. But this, again, this post had nothing to do with this offer right here. These are completely separate.
Mr. Cardone,
It,
the asterisk that you were talking about,
yeah.
in the post itself, it doesn't tell you what that asterisk might be, right?
It's somewhere. You go find it. It's somewhere. That asterisk moves to something somewhere.
You got to go searching for it, right? It's not in the actual body of the post.
I have no clue right now. This is 7 years later.
Okay.
7 years and probably 10,000 posts later.
And we just established that
And no financial harm or damage to anyone. That's the crazy part of this.
move to strike the last part of that.
Yeah,
as
because
non-responsive.
you don't the only way you understand the only way that any of these people lose any money is if you guys actually won this lawsuit.
Move to strike that.
It's the
as
only way
non-responsive.
anybody would lose money. There is no world in the future where these investors lose money, period.
As of the date of this post, January 31, 2020, the investors in Fund 5 had only received a 4.5% distribution, right?
Cash distribution would not be a complete picture of what is available.
You estimated that with what's available, it would be 5%, right?
Without doing all the math, I think we'd be hitting right at a 5. But again, the box that we delivered to the SEC suggested a 3 that they included in their approval submittal. You know what I'm talking? You remember what I'm talking about, right?
I do, Mr. Cardone, but this post right here says $100,000 pays $500 a month, which is a 6% return. It doesn't say 3%, right?
That's one line. It also says I sent out $20 million last year. More importantly, it says our investors have their capital sitting next to mine, protected, waiting for appreciation. We targeted to sell properties when I return the investors. See that? We target, misspelled. We target to sell properties when I can return to investors 2 to 3x their investment. If your money doesn't work for you, you will spend your entire life working for your money. Like, there's no misrepresentation here. There's no fraud here. There's no...
Mr. Cardone, as we read in the 2019 Form 1K for Fund 5, Cardone had distributed a total of $1,285,502 to the investors in Fund 5. And here it says, last year I sent out $20 million in distributions. What makes up the other approximately $19 million in distributions?
$19 million.
If you sent about $1 million
Mm-hmm.
to Fund 5, what makes up the other $20 million?
What fund is this?
I don't know. You tell me.
There are... You understand there's 20... There's all these other funds. Like, you have a list of every deal that I have here. They all distribute cash to investors. There's more here involved than Louis Pino. I have been distributing money to family and friends, extended family, for years. In that year, if I said that I distributed $20 million to our investors, we did.
What could I look at to know those figures?
You'd have to have access to all my distributions.
And you have that information? It would show that you sent out $20 million?
I reported to the IRS since I was 18 years old. So if you want to go back till 50 years, you can.
And those tax returns would reflect that you sent out $20 million in distributions?
It would also reflect it on the taxpayer that received the money. Okay. And every one of our investors got a K-1. K-1 would include income, passive income, active income, and taxable income. It would also include a write-off. That same year, we probably sent out $100 million of depreciation and or tax write-offs to our investors. The regular people never get access to.
The post goes on, as you read, to say, more importantly, investors have their capital sitting next to mine, protected, waiting for appreciation, right? Does Cardone Capital guarantee that investors will get all of the money back that they invest?
Cardone Capital can't make a guarantee. The SEC made it very clear. Now, Grant Cardone, I'm so confident in my assets and the selection of them, as long as I have enough time, dude, I put a big G on all this, okay? Short of nuclear devastation or a hurricane or a fire. I mean, even in a hurricane, we're not going to have a loss because it's insured. Even in a fire, we're not going to have a loss because it's insured. I mean, the only way anybody loses their money with me, Morgan, is if there's a nuclear event. And in which case, nobody probably cares about their money at that point.
Earlier in response to my question, you said Cardone Capital cannot make guarantees. The SEC made it very clear. Earlier, you said Cardone Capital cannot make the guarantees. The SEC made it very clear. What did the SEC make very clear?
Well, you remember when they asked me, hey, would you please remove the 15% internal rate of return? So we did. The circular offering says, it makes it very clear in the circular offering. This is a risk, goes over all the risks. There's so many risks. I think there's, in our offering circle, there's probably 12 pages of risk. We're an emerging growth company.
Mr. Cardone, let's look.
Investments in real estate are speculative. Like it's clear. This is just,
what I'll mark as Exhibit 242.
It goes on and on describing the risk involved for every investor. We made sure that we complied with the SEC and made sure they knew that too. Or we made sure our investors knew that. Thank you.
Do you recognize this post, Mr. Cardone?
I do.
Okay. And this is from Cardone Capital's account. And it says, an investment, it's advertising that if you invest $1 million with Cardone Capital, you're going to get $50,000 in yearly dividend income, right?
It's not what it says to me, but I can see how you would see that.
That's a fair interpretation of the post, right?
Objective form.
Fair is all in the eyes of the beholder. That's what you see. That's what you see. That's not what I see.
What do you see, Mr. Cardone?
Thank you for asking. I see me comparing what it would take to earn $50,000. If you invested in Apple stock, you would have to put in $3 million, buy 17,000 shares of Apple stock. At that time, that would be different today. Or $1 million invested in Cardone Capital, if we hit our 5%, would achieve the same cash flow. I'm basically making, and I made this post, by the way, take full responsibility for it. I'm making a comparison between a projected 5%. How can you type and listen to me at the same time?
I'm listening, Mr.
That's
Cardone.
amazing. Between a 5% cash flow real estate transaction and a 0.18% dividend by Apple computer or Apple stock. That's what I'm doing there. Now, you didn't see it like that. You saw something different, but that's why advertising is so important.
Based on the 4.5% annual return that Fund 5 actually paid to investors in 2019, as reflected in the Form 1K we just discussed,
Yes, ma'am.
an investor who invested $1 million in Fund 5 would have only received $45,000 in distributions, correct?
This is not an ad for Fund 5. I don't know why you keep thinking these are ads for Fund 5.
Is there anything?
This is a comparison between Apple stock and our projections at Cardone Capital.
Mr.
We
Cardone,
also did, Raj tried to grill my guy Ryan about a checking account that pays 0.12. Am I going to meet Raj?
maybe
I want to meet RAJ. He tried to compare a 0.12% checking account to a 5% cash flow deal. It's just you're not being disingenuous to suggest that this was an ad for Fund 5.
I'll move to strike all of that as non-responsive.
Oh my
question
God,
was
that was a lot of talking you keep striking.
Yes. My question was really simple.
Okay.
For an investor in Fund 5 who invested $1 million
Yes, ma'am.
in 2019, as reflected in the Form 1K that we just looked at, they would have received only $45,000 in distributions, right?
Not as of last night.
As of 2019.
It's not the way the real estate works. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, you're just going to go round and round here. You're like, you're trying to, they got tax write-offs. You understand this is passive income, not taxed? Deferred tax on the entire $45,000 would represent about $67,000 of non-taxable income to these people that would never be privy to this tax write-off had I not put this together for them. Okay. Number two, as of last night, and you guys should have, before you got in this case, you guys should have done all the math on this. Last night, I delivered $14 million to our investors, $14.2 million, another 8 today. We're going to do it to Del Rey again. It's going to be $30 million. It's going to reduce that entire account sitting over there by another $30 million in the next 3 months. Every time that happens, all these numbers in the past change. And I get closer and closer to my 5. And then what will happen, Morgan, is I'll exceed my 5 over time.
I'm going to move to strike all that as non-responsive. I'm going to move on because you're not answering my question.
I am answering your questions. You're just not getting what you want.
I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 243.
I've seen this before.
You recognize this?
I recognize the guy in there too.
This is an Instagram post from Cardone Capital's account, right?
Okay.
It's a video that you recorded, right?
I didn't record the video, but
You're in the video.
I'm in the video.
Yes. And in advance of this deposition, did you go back and rewatch the video in this post?
Did I? I don't think so.
Okay.
But I know the video. I know this. I know exactly what I'm talking about here. I know what I'm doing here.
Okay.
I know where the video was taken from.
So you're aware then that in this post, you say that 220 and Cardone Capital buys you a $660,000 position in our fund. That's going to pay you $12,000 or $15,000 a year. And every 5 to 7 years, we're going to be sellers of that property, right?
I don't believe it said that.
We can watch it, Mr. Cardone.
Okay, but
What do you believe that this post said?
I believe that video is saying $220,000 cash position by $660,000 real estate.
Could you repeat that? I believe that
The $220,000 position, cash position, buys a $660,000 position in that real estate purchase, in any real estate purchase. Now, I'd have to go back and watch the video in real time, but this is not an ad. I don't think this is an ad for Cardone Capital. I think this is a course I'm doing on a weekend. And I'm talking about using leverage, Morgan, 220 by 660. As you know, I don't buy $600,000 real estate. We buy big deals, but their 220 in this example would buy a 660 position.
Mr. Cardone, I put the link to this video in the Zoom.
Can I watch it?
Yes.
Let's do it.
He's going to play the video out loud.
The video's going right now. See, I'm showing in the background is a property called Murano. So this video,
Mr. Cardone, I haven't asked you a question.
okay.
What was the property name? Veranda?
Somebody else has their audio on.
You guys got issues.
Oh, it's grants.
Does anyone know the property to say Veranda?
Murano.
Morano.
Murano's in the background.
Like,
But you have 2 more kids. This is what it's going to feel like all the time. How do I get rid of the Zoom, guys?
Yeah, and just go back to here.
Oh, okay. Then how do you get rid of it, though?
Well, we got to mute you.
Mute me.
We have to disconnect in order to pick up our.
Disconnect his?
Yeah.
Let's go off the record for.
We're going off the record.
This is insanity. This is...
We are back on the record. The time is 2:57 p.m.
Where we left off was that we were going to watch the video that accompanies this Instagram post from September 17th, 2019. Yes.
We're going off the record. The time is 2:58 p.m. We are back on the record. The time is 3:01 p.m. Thank you, Council.
I can't see what I can't.
My colleague is going to share his screen so you can watch the video.
It's dead right now. Get your equity out and get it to work. 220 at Cardone Capital would buy you about $660,000 position in our fund. That is going to pay you about $12,000 to $15,000 a year. And every 5 to 7 years, we're going to be sellers of that property. But when we sell the property, I expect your 220 to be worth this. What's your guess? Is your house going to 660? Did you get a check while you waited? Cash flow. If a house doesn't provide you with cash flow, no, but if a house will prevent, it's got one door. Don't buy it.
Okay. So does that refresh your recollection about what you said in this video, Mr. Cardone?
Yes.
And it said
I was never having a refresh issue.
220 in Cardone Capital buys you a 660,000 position in our fund. That's going to pay you 12,000 to 15,000 a year, and every 5 to 7 years we're going to be sellers of that property, right?
Again, you're conflating 2 conversations going on here. This was cut out of a course. This video was cut out of a course. It's got 500 likes. Can I see where that is again?
Mr. Cardone, I was reading a verbatim quote of what you said
No.
here.
Well, can I just finish that? What it is? What I remember it to be. You asked me if I'd refresh my memory. I'm just telling you what I think. That this was cut out of a course. I'm talking about 220 by 650. And then I say, in our current fund, 220 would also buy about $660,000 of real estate. 5 to 7 years, we expect to sell that asset. I expect that asset, the 220 buys a 660 position. So I stand by this video. It says what it says. And I think I say that it's going to earn 5% a year while we're in it.
Well, a $220,000 investment that pays about $12,000 to $15,000 a year, which is what you said. That's a cash on cash return of between 5.5 and 6.8%, correct?
Say again?
If you a $220,000 investment,
Yeah, it pays 5% would be $11,000 a year.
right? But you said that's going to pay you $12,000 to $15,000 a year. So that's about a cash on cash return of between 5.5 and 6.8. Correct?
I agree with that.
Okay. And as we discussed before we went on break, Cardone Capital had not paid out a 5.5% return to investors in Fund 5 as of September 17th, 2019, right?
No, I didn't say that. You said that. Because I said that you don't want to hear is the 5% cash flow when you're paying down debt and or saving for CapEx and or just preserving capital in the special entity, which the members own they have access and still own that cash. The pure cash flow that would hit their accounts was probably 4.5% net of taxes, which is probably 6.5% adjusted for no tax event.
But as you said, it would be about 4.5% of what actually hits their account, right?
That's right.
Okay.
You said
At the-
CapEx.
CapEx,
is
CAPEX.
At the time you made this statement in September 2019, you had already purchased some of the properties that were part of Fund 5, right?
I think we purchased 2 of them at that time.
One of the properties was Delray, correct?
10X Delray. I think we paid $101 million for 10X Delray.
I'm going to introduce Exhibit 244.
Yeah, no, we paid $94 million for 10X Delray.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at?
I'm looking at 10X Living at Delray,
And
Exhibit 244.
does this appear to be the part of the underwriting that was conducted for 10X Living at Delray?
I don't know what this last sheet is, but I'm looking at a 10-year pro forma, starting with a 2008 actuals. In year 1, we hit 2% cash flow. In 19, this says 3.67, but you just said I just hit 4.5.
Well, I didn't say that, Mr.
Yes,
Cardone.
you did. Actually, you
I
did.
think you said
Yeah,
that.
no, you did. But anyway, let's not argue. It said year 3, I'll hit a 4.96. In year 4, I'm projected to hit a 5.68.
Okay, why don't you let me ask some questions, although you're going through a lot of them. So the second tab here, this is part of a tab of this spreadsheet that reflects the 10-year forecast for Delray. And it says 2018 actuals, right?
I see
On
it.
the far left. Okay.
I see that.
So that's what actually occurred in 2018 for the property, right?
Are you on the front page or the second page?
I'm on the second page.
Where does it say 2018 actuals?
At the top. Right up here. It says 2018 actuals.
Yes.
Okay, so that column there is reflecting what actually occurred in 2018 for the 10X Living at Delray property, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. And you see at the bottom where it says cash on cash return to fund?
Yes. 2.02%.
Okay. So in 2018, the cash on cash returns for Delray were 2.02%, right?
Yeah. What month did we deliver this at? What month did this close?
Mr. Cardone, do you know what month?
That's what I'm asking
close?
myself. Sometimes I talk to myself. Sometimes I just talk to myself. Oh yeah. Now I got it. 9/27/2018. The 2%, Morgan, would have to be calculated based on the fact that we only own the asset for 2.5 months.
And
The first probably 18 months of ownership are going to be the toughest, particularly in a new asset. Different than an asset that maybe is 5 or 6 years old. This was a newer asset that was getting stabilized. So you're going to notice that we're full disclosure to everyone, our investors, the IRS, the SEC. It's not like, so all these agencies are involved in this. 2% year 1, 3.67% year 2. And none of our investors are complaining about this. Year 3, we're on track for 4.96. We would have achieved that, by the way. Year 4, we would have achieved 568.
So
And
Delray-
I'm taking my management fee across the board as well, which I know you're curious about.
Okay. So Delray, when you bought it,
Mhm.
you're saying it wasn't stabilized yet, right?
10X Delray?
Mm-hmm.
No, it was stabilized, 1,000%. We don't buy anything that's not stabilized. But it can be new. You could be a stable teenager and still not productive. This was a stable asset, but not yet productive in bearing fruit.
Mr. Cardone, you said the first 18 months,
Mm-hmm.
the properties, I believe you said the property's not stabilized yet.
I didn't say that. If I did say that, I used the wrong word. It was stabilized. I wouldn't have said that either. You can run the tape back. I didn't say it wasn't stabilized. It is stabilized. We don't buy assets that are not stabilized. It's part of our premise.
In 2018, the cash return of this property was 2.02%.
That's what this says.
Okay. And in 2019, it says 3.67%.
That's right. $1.2 million we sent to our investors.
Okay. And you knew then, so this is all 2018, 2019, and the post we were just looking at.
You don't want to go over the next years. You just want to
Was
go over the two.
Well, Mr. Cardone, I'm
First 2
looking
years.
at what your knowledge was at the time that you made
Mhm.
this post on September 17th, 2019.
The video post?
Yes.
Yes.
And at that point, the Delray property had never generated above a 3.67% cash on cash return to the fund. Is that right?
That's exactly right. However, I have 46 deals that have exceeded those returns since I was 31 years old. So I'm not relying on Delray. By the way, I'm not even pitching Delray in the video. There's no mention of Delray in the video. And there's going to be 5 deals in Delray. We know there's going to be somewhere between 4 and 6 deals in the Fund 5. I'm not talking about any one deal. All 5 of them combined, some doing better, some doing worse, can still, over time, achieve the returns that I'm seeking or targeting or projecting.
And move to strike as unresponsive. Everything that was said after, that's exactly right. Mr. Cardone, let's look at Exhibit 245.
I don't know why you don't challenge the 9% cash flow. Just giving Raj a heads up. That's what he ought to challenge.
All right. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Cardone?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Okay. This
It did very poorly on Instagram.
This is a post dated October 28th, 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, "Is my capital safe?"
Yeah.
And on the right here in the caption, it says, "Grant has been investing in multifamily real estate for over 30 years.
It says Grant.
Has been investing in multifamily real estate for over 30 years. We're extremely selective in our vetting process, only choosing strong multifamily properties, typically Class A, or typically A class, in top-tier high-growth markets. Cardone Capital is built on real assets which are already established and stable in nature." Mr. Cardone, I had understood earlier that what you were expressing was that the first 18 months of a property, the property is getting established, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
It says we buy stabilized assets in great locations. And I just said to you a few minutes ago, you know what I said. They mature. It's like a young teenager. Is what I said.
So they still have to mature.
That has stability Your son's going to grow up, be a very stable, good kid, and then he's going to start maturing and bearing more fruit. That's what these assets did. They matured. Look, I'm using the same real estate philosophy that Sam Zell built a $5 billion real estate portfolio on. Avalon, Camden. These are some of the most successful real estate investors on planet Earth. Buy stabilized assets, do not build anything, mature them over time, wait for rent growth, distribute cash to your investors, wait, be patient. You're trying to find something wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a perfect investment plan.
I dropped a question, sorry.
You would agree that real estate investments carry the risk that a property does not appreciate in value, right?
I've never said that. Have you ever heard me say that? I expect the real estate to appreciate in value.
They don't carry the risk that properties do not appreciate in value?
Not while I've been on this planet. So since 1945, rents in this country have doubled every decade. If I would have just simply bought everything, all the real estate that I grew up around, I would be so rich today, it would be unbelievable.
This post does not include any language warning investors that they could lose some or all of their investment, correct?
I think it does. It's got, first of all, this is not an offer. It says it down there below. It's not an offering. You just cut it off, or somebody cut it off.
So you think the disclaimer that's below that sufficiently warns investors that they could lose some or all of their investment is
100% sufficient. Exactly what was required of the SEC and all the government agencies that were involved in the approval of us raising funds under Barack Obama's Job Act, which encouraged people like me to provide institutional quality assets and democratize those assets to regular people. This was what his wish was. I didn't put the law together. He did. It was amended by Congress in 2012, and we've been very successful utilizing it.
I'm going to show you what was previously marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 16. Wait a minute.
There's a video.
Yes. Do you recognize this
Nope.
post? You don't recognize this post?
I mean, you're showing me one screen of a video, so there's a video behind this.
Mr. Cardone,
I don't know what year this is.
as Cardone Capital's corporate representative,
Yes, ma'am.
you were asked to be prepared to discuss the basis and support, if any,
I am
for
very
this
prepared.
post.
I'm very prepared.
Okay. You didn't go back to try to review this post and understand what
I did
you
not
meant
see
by
this. I've spent 3 or 4 days preparing for this. I did not see this one sheet of paper. I'm sorry if I missed something.
Yeah, I think you're slightly misstating the deposition notice too.
The deposition notice says the basis and support, if any, for the following test the water, topic 39. The basis and support, if any, for the following test the water communications targeting investors in Fund 5 and
You're
6.
just asking me if I recognize this, and I'm just telling you right now,
And-
to be honest with you, I've not seen this
Okay.
one particular piece of paper that you're showing me right now.
Okay.
So I could have missed it. I'm a human being.
All right. Well, let's discuss it, Mr. Cardone.
Let's do
It's from the Cardone Capital official account, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Morgan. What of the subsections?
This
The
is
paragraph.
subsection 6, the representation on May 5th, 2019 of a 15% targeted IRR, monthly distributions, and long-term appreciation. See second amended complaint, paragraph 57.
Okay. All right. So it doesn't say watch the video. That's my point. It's what is the basis for 15% targeted IRR representation?
If you believe you do not need to watch the video to understand the basis for that, Mr. Cardone,
No, I mean, I wouldn't want to watch the video because, see, I just realized this is a video, but that's my problem. I didn't watch this video. So when I was running through these pieces of paper, there's a chance the little white triangle that represents play got lost while you guys took a copy of it over the long-term appreciation. So had I known to watch the video, I would have watched it and then I'd be ready for it like I was the last video.
Mr. Cardone, this post appears to have been deleted from Cardone Capital's Instagram. Do you know why it was deleted?
Objection, no foundation.
No clue. I doubt it was deleted. It's probably archived.
You probably have an archive of it.
No, Instagram would have an archive. Instagram. I don't own Meta. I wish, but there's an archive feature.
This
So
says, let's look at the post. It says 15% targeted IRR,
Mhm.
monthly distributions,
Mhm.
long-term appreciation.
Mhm.
We purchase only high-quality institutional assets.
Mm-hmm.
Funds open for non-accredited and accredited investors, right?
Yes.
And the non-accredited funds would have been Funds 5 and Fund 6, right?
Okay.
Fundraising for Fund 6 started in early 2019, right?
I don't know the exact date right now, but that would seem appropriate. We had finished Fund 5, and probably those guys were starting to raise money for Fund 6.
Yes. As of May 5th, 2019, had Fund 6 commenced operations?
As of what date?
May 5th, 2019, had Fund 6 commenced
I'm not sure of the
operations?
exact date. I'm happy to get that for you, though.
As of May 5th, 2019, had Fund 6 made any distributions to investors?
Two of the assets would have closed in Fund 6 by February, March 2019, if I recollect this correctly.
And would they have started to make distributions?
Of course. Of course. And then two more deals would have closed the following year. But anytime we close a deal, we're probably 45 days from close. If January 1 is the close, I'm just making this up, February 15th is probably our first cash distribution. In the meantime, the members, our investors, own that percentage of cash sitting in that account. Not me, not Cardone Capital. It's just a matter of time when they get it.
Which of the two properties for Fund 6 were you invested in as of May 9th, 2019, May 5th, 2019?
Probably the Maryland property, and I would expect 10X PCB. I'm just going off of pure memory right now.
PCB?
PCB.
And did either of those properties project a 15% targeted IRR?
I only buy properties that I believe can achieve a 15% internal rate of return.
Mr. Cardone, let's look here at interrogatory. Let's go back to Exhibit 231. This is the fourth set of interrogatories. I think it's actually right under your phone.
Okay. You're on your game. You're working your side and my side.
And on page 5,
Okay.
line 14, if you're there.
See it?
Okay, it says, like other IRR and cash projections for Funds 5 and 6, the reference statement was and continues to be supported by, and we went through all of this earlier, the history, property selection, hold and exit strategies, and the current performance of the funds. Is the basis that's represented here, is that the same basis that Cardone Capital believes supports the 15% targeted IRR representation here in this May 5th, 2019 post?
Is that the video?
This is the post that says 15% targeted IRR.
I just don't see the video, so I don't know what the rest of the video says. So it's like you're asking me to make a claim on something that I don't see the rest of the disclosure. I'm happy to look at it. I'm happy to see it.
So you don't know today what the
I
basis
don't know what it
was
says after
for
that
this
headline right
post.
there.
Objection. States this testimony.
Do you know, Mr. Cardone, what the basis for this post on May 5th, 2019 was?
No. The basis for all projections that we made, board projections, were targets. To the best of my knowledge, to the best of my experience, and with our best effort, we buy great assets in great locations at the right price. Don't over leverage them, take care of them, manage them, distribute cash to our investors, hope and pray, cross our fingers that the real estate gods rain money on our people. So I'm just doing my best to, can't promise this, I can't guarantee it. I just do my best to deliver it. And up to this point, we've done an extremely good job at it.
Mr. Cardone, I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 246.
Do you guys even hear this conversation anymore, or y'all just check out on it?
Are you familiar with this letter?
This is my team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your operating agreement
Did you review this letter in preparation for your deposition today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And this is a letter from.
I just want to get.
Yeah, let me ask my questions.
No, but can
This
I?
is
Can
a
I?
letter
You asked me
from.
to look at it. Can I just look at it?
Oh, you want to look at it?
I just want to
yes,
get in.
You can look at it, of course.
I just want to look at it now. Okay. I'm looking at it.
Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
On page 3 of this letter, and this is a letter from Cardone Capital on behalf of Fund 5 to the SEC, right?
Mm-hmm.
On page 3 of this letter,
I'm looking at it.
it says at the top, we have implemented the following Cardone Capital marketing policy. All media and communications are vetted prior to being dispersed for legend copies. Any mention of any specific fund of Cardone Capital will contain the proper legends. Consistent monitoring and evaluation of all communications are dedicated to a Cardone Capital employee for proper execution of the communication and media policy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And topic 8 today requested information on what this marketing policy is.
Topic 8?
Yes.
Where's that?
If we look at the deposition notice.
There's more work than work. Okay, I'm looking at 229.
Topic 8.
Topic 8.
Page 5. It asks about the Cardone Capital marketing policy referred to in the September 26, 2018 letter from the company to the SEC, including what the marketing policy is, why the policy was enacted.
What number?
We're still on 8.
I'm looking at page 8.
Yep, we're at number 8. Oh, sorry, not page 8. Page 5. Topic 8.
Okay,
The Cardone Capital. Do you see it?
I see it now.
Okay. Did you prepare for this topic today?
I am fully prepared, ready to go.
All right. So in this September 26th, and we're now back on the letter to the SEC. Do you have that in front of you?
Which one is that again?
I think it's right under your
Okay,
phone.
I see it. I'm with you.
It says that all media and communications are vetted prior to being dispersed for legend copy.
Yes.
Who is responsible for vetting the social media posts?
The marketing team.
Who is on the marketing team in September 2018?
I don't recall. I have 230 employees here, 200 in Phoenix and 600 more across the country.
So you don't recall the specific individuals who were responsible for vetting the social media posts?
No, ma'am.
Was September 2018 the first time Cardone Capital had implemented a communication and media policy?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. We always had a policy. Policies tell the public about our deals, tell the truth, share the risk.
And it says here, all media and communications are vetted prior to being dispersed for legend copies. What were media and communications being vetted for?
Whatever recommendations were made by the authorities at the SEC.
What recommendations did the SEC make?
Well, I'll tell you what they made. Just have to go back to they said, they made some recommendations to our team about disclosures, the risk, the projections were only projections. It's all on our circular. I can't find the circular right now, but that we were an emerging growth company. We have no control. They have no control, no voting rights. That it was my responsibility. There's stuff in there. If I die, it's going to be a risk to the asset. That it would significantly impact. If there was an environmental issue, there would be significant impact. The list of risks are so intense, and we shared all that. We also told the investors repeatedly, and we're told to, hey, don't rely on what Grant says. It says it in the circular. Don't rely on what you heard the spokesman say or Grant Cardone say or team members or do your own diligence.
I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive everything after they said they made.
The time is 3:35 p.m. We are back on the record. The time is 3:37 p.m.
Okay. As I was saying, I am going to move to strike everything that followed Mr. Cardone's first sentence. Mr. Cardone, what is a legend?
Some people call me a legend. A legend that you're referring to would be some people suggesting reference to the data included.
It was important that all test the water communications contain proper legends, right?
Yes.
Objection beyond the scope of the deposition.
Why was that important?
What would you answer?
Say again?
Yes, it was important that all Esther Waters communications contain proper lead legends. Objection, what was your answer?
What was my answer?
Yes.
I forgot what my answer
It
was.
was a yes or no.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Why are
That's-
legends important?
Yes.
To me? To the investor or to the SEC?
Why are they important to the investor?
Objective one.
I don't know. You have to ask the investors.
Why do you believe they're important to the SEC that they be included?
Objective.
You'd have to ask the SEC.
You have to wait for the attorney. Next.
Sorry.
Yes.
It's the first time I've gotten that.
Ask the SEC, and it makes me fall behind.
Yeah, no problem. I don't want that happening. I got you.
One sec.
So you don't know why So you don't know why legends are important?
I didn't say that.
Well, Mr. Cardone, tell me then. Why are legends important to include?
Why are they important to me?
Sure, Mr. Cardone.
I mean, when you're learning, if you're looking at a map or weather, the legend would tell you blue represents cold weather. Red represents dry weather. The legend tells you what you're looking at. Now, why the SEC wanted that there, you have to ask them. And let me just say this, okay? All this was new to everybody involved. This has never been done in the United States of America, which is a shame. That regular, everyday people can't, like my mom and my sister and my nieces could not invest with me if it were not for this regulation. And these funds were originally designed for my family so that they could invest in these. That's where we initially started, Morgan. My sister, my brother, my nieces, and then other people over time wanted to say, hey, I want to get in your deal. And the moment we started to expand, at which point we had to start getting legal advice about how to do this.
I'm going to move to strike the answer as non-responsive. Let's look at Exhibit 247, please. Have you seen this letter before, Mr. Cardone?
Yeah, I've seen this.
Okay. What are we looking at?
Page 1 is it's in reference to post online and our response.
Okay. So this is a letter from Cardone Capital on behalf of Fund 5 to the SEC, right?
Yes.
And on the first page here, the letter, let's see. The letter says that the company has adopted, and it's subsection A here, it says to ensure ongoing and future compliance. We're on just page 1, subsection A.
Okay.
It says to ensure ongoing and future compliance.
Yep.
The company has adopted a social media and solicitation policy.
Yes.
A copy of such policy is hereto attached as attachment 1 to this letter. Let's take a look at attachment 1, which is just on the next page, page 3.
Okay.
This document is titled Action Plan and Written Social Media Compliance Manual, right?
Yes.
Did you personally review this manual?
Yes.
And it says here, right at the top, all social media posts on all social media platforms, videos, websites, live shows, replays of shows have to be compliant with the SEC. What does it mean to be compliant with the SEC, Mr. Cardone?
Objection. No foundation.
We have a marketing department back there. It's a bunch of human beings that require direction and guidance. We're putting protocol in. We're being directed by our legal and the SEC how this should be laid out. Again, this is the first time this has been done at scale. And we're putting policy in. This is where we put policy in every day at this company.
And it says here, and now I'm trying to. In this second paragraph here, it says, as such, this social media policy is a living document and will be reviewed on an ongoing basis with an emphasis on preventing false and misleading communications, right?
That's right.
And it notes in the next sentence that the consequences of noncompliance are grave.
That's right.
We could lose the qualification to offer Regulation A funds,
That's
correct?
right.
So it was incredibly important that Cardone Capital employees comply with this action plan and written social media compliance manual, right?
That's right. I made it very, very clear. It's a very serious matter. I don't know if you've read the kind of things that can happen to somebody that's false and misleading, but it's very serious. I took it very serious. We put in policies and regulations to make sure none of these people here that work here that maybe have paying less attention than I am to the seriousness of the situation would intentionally or unintentionally post something that did not clear this compliance.
Let's look at 248.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardone, do you recognize this
It's the
document?
same thing I just read.
Well, it's got the same title, correct?
Actually, the first two paragraphs are identical. Yeah, so I mean, it's verbatim.
If you want to look at them side by side, they're not exactly verbatim. This document at 248 appears to be an evolution of the manual,
Okay.
right?
All right.
You can take a look for yourself and see.
Take a look at what?
That this appears to be, an evolution of this action plan and written social media compliance
It
manual.
looks almost identical to me. I don't know about an evolution.
This
Could be evolution. We do evolve here.
This was a company-wide policy, right?
Yes. There's multiple companies here, so I doubt that this crossed over to Cardone Training Technologies or Cardone Ventures, but yes.
It says Cardone Capital at the top, right?
That's right. I just want to make it clear. It might not have breached the rest of the companies.
This is what Cardone Capital believed was required to comply with SEC rules, right?
No, this is
manual?
us attempting to educate our staff on what exactly it is that the SEC requires while we're marketing. So we're all 2018. We're just starting to do crowdfunding at scale. No one has ever done this. The SEC hasn't done it. The authorities haven't done it. Prior to this, you could not raise money like this. You could not let regular, everyday people invest in any kind of assets, much less this. So we're all kind of getting our feet underneath this, putting policies in place.
If we turn to the last page of this, page 11. And there's a signature page. It says, I've read this manual and I agree to comply and participate in ongoing compliance training, right?
Yes, I see that.
And there's a space for signature, correct?
I see that.
All Cardone Capital employees had to sign this document? Or just marketing employees?
Well, the only people that were allowed to do any marketing on this subject were Grant Cardone, Ron Secco, and marketing. And I believe that we would end up removing that from others so that it was just me and Ryan. Later.
Secco, T-S-E-K-O.
T-S-C-E-K-O. I'm telling you, this is an R&B party. That might have been extended to Andres. He probably did some marketing. I don't know when Andres came on, though.
So
Andres.
you said the only people that were allowed to do any marketing on this subject were you?
It was originally the marketing department, Grant Cardone, Ryan Secco. You asked me about who was this for. It was for the marketing department.
Okay.
It didn't go to accounting. It didn't go to the property. It didn't go to property management.
Right. I'm just trying to get clarification on your question, your answer earlier. You said, well, the only people that were allowed to do any marketing on this subject were Grant Cardone, Ryan Secco. And is there anyone else?
Keep going. I just told you all the other people
And Andres, and you're saying a marketing
in
department?
the marketing department.
Who was in the marketing department?
Whoever was in the marketing department at that time.
You don't know who was in the marketing department at that time.
In 2018, you want me to, you expect me to remember the names of everybody that was in the marketing department. That's not real. But
Mr.
if you
Cardone,
notice-
Mr. Cardone,
Okay.
if we go back,
If you notice, though, you will see all the marketing is actually done by me.
if we go to Exhibit 229, the amended 30B6 notice.
229. Okay.
And it asks for the identity of each employee, executive, department, or outside party responsible for. And then it says in section 3,
What page?
this is on the first page 4 of the document, topic 6.
Okay.
And then it says preparing, drafting, or creating the test of water communications identified in section F below.
I'm sorry, but I must be on the wrong page.
We're on page 4, topic 6.
Okay. I see that.
Was the marketing department involved in preparing, drafting, or creating the test of water communications that were identified in section F?
Well, objection. You have our correspondence stating our objection to this very topic and the company's position relative to whether the witness would be prepared to or would come in here and list the name, answer exactly the question that you're asking. If you're able to answer that question, you could answer.
What is the question?
If you recall it.
Do you know the identity of the employees who were involved in preparing, drafting, or creating the test of water communications?
I know some of them.
Who were involved?
Grant Cardone. Ryan, Tseko. 2018. The sourcing and acquisition of Fund 5 and Fund 6? No one other than me. Soliciting investments? That could be, there's a bunch of people up there answering the phone. I have no idea what their names are. There would be some turnover up there, I'm sure, as there is with any company. The test the water communications, that's a bit, communications with investors, no. Communications and filings with the SEC, I think you have all the emails from people that communicated with the SEC.
Let's go back to Exhibit 248, which we were just looking at, the action plan and written social media compliance manual.
Okay.
And we were looking at the last page, the signature page.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign this document?
I don't think this was delivered to me. But I would have approved this. I would have.
Okay. It says here on the first page, if we go back to the very beginning,
Okay.
the first part in bold, marketing associates are required to log any repost or new post that is made on behalf of Cardone Capital. So there was a log that was kept of test the water communications. Is that right?
That's right.
Where was that log kept?
I don't know.
Does Cardone
Somewhere on a Google Drive, I'm sure. Google spreadsheet. It's 2018, so probably in the cloud. If you understand, I don't completely understand what the cloud is, but.
And it says a log is kept of each and every post on all social media platforms.
Ma'am.
Be sure to either date that be sure to enter the date of each post and include a screenshot or description of each post. Print a hard copy and put it in a binder for the fund it advertises. Do you see that?
Yes.
So there was also a hard copy binder of these posts, right?
That's what this says.
And there's a hard copy binder. Well, let me see. Does Cardone Capital still have that binder of the posts?
Sure we do.
You know, the scope of the deposition.
Would you be able to produce that?
If we have it, yeah, sure. Nothing to hide here.
And how about the log that was maintained for these posts, if it's on Google?
Wherever it is, it is.
On the next page, in the middle of the page, in all caps,
If it's on, once it's on the internet, it's kind of hard to get it off.
it says, each and every post must always have the most current legend under the compliance, unless the compliance team tells you otherwise, right? When did Cardone Capital start adding legends to its posts for Fund 5?
Objective on the scope of the deposition.
I'm not sure, actually. It has been sit here 8 years later.
On the next page, 570716, at the bottom, the manual discusses email marketing campaigns, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What is email marketing?
Where is it on here?
The bottom of page 3.
3 of 11.
Mm-hmm.
Email marketing. All posts contain data and number must be buried in the post.
If you read these,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just reading stuff. It's right here. I shouldn't even have done that because I'm just reading to myself.
Okay. Yeah, but you can read those paragraphs.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Email marketing. What is it?
The manual here says that the copy...
Should I answer?
Oh,
that?
yes. What is email marketing?
Great question. So we have 7 million people on an email list, maybe 8 million people. Those 8 million people, we send out, what would be a lot of emails, Morgan? What would be a big number? Because whatever the number you think it is, it's bigger. We send out last year, 411 million emails to 8.3 million people. Now, the Cardone Capital email list is not quite that big. It's maybe, 75,000 people. Email marketing is sending an email about an upcoming course, conference, workshop, or training, or an investment.
There are emails that are produced that say things like Grant Cardone, parentheses, invest at cardonecapital.com. There are emails that have been produced and they say they're from Grant Cardone, but they come from the email invest at cardonecapital.com.
Okay.
Are those examples of email marketing?
I'd have to see them.
Okay. We can look at one later.
Sure.
The manual here says that the copy of the email marketing campaign must be sent to corporate counsel and compliance to ensure compliance before getting approved by Sherry and or Grant, correct?
Yes.
So either you and that's Sherry Hamilton,
Yes.
has to approve all email marketing campaigns, right?
At that time, yes. That has changed.
Who is Sherry Hamilton?
She's the COO of Cardone Training Technologies.
And it talks here about the copy being drafted by the copyright team and or the email marketing specialist.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who the email marketing specialist was?
Uh-uh.
Okay. Now, the manual continues, and it says on the next page, page 4, let's talk a little bit about what we are advertising right at the top. I think it'll make it easier to comply with all of these crazy sounding rules if you understand what we are advertising and why the rules may seem so weird, but are actually super important. But the number one reason we have all these rules is to protect the public from these, especially what is called the non-accredited investor, from misleading advertising that they don't understand, right?
That's right. That's right.
It was important that Cardone Capital employees not mislead investors, right?
No, it's important that these people know exactly what they're investing in. So the right people, out of 20 million people, the right people invest in these assets. It's very important. It was very important to me. I mean, at the end of the day, it only mattered what was important to me. This would have been put in place regardless of what was required of us. So we also had to assist and wanted to assist with the SEC and these new rules, regulations, which have all changed just since we started doing this. For instance, the non-accredited, accredited rules have been completely changed here in just this year. So in a nutshell, it says we buy really big, expensive communities with lots of units. We're dumbing it down. So my team that's growing, these are not salespeople. These are not negotiators. These are not, what's it called? Series 65. These are not lawyers, smart people like yourself, Morgan. These are people that are coming in that are interested in real estate, follow my brand, and they're answering questions. So we're basically dumbing everything down. Guys, what you need to tell people is we're buying big, expensive communities. Leave the heavy lifting to Grant.
Let's go to the next page. It says toward the bottom here, accredited investors are considered sophisticated investors and are less likely to be hurt from a bad investment because they have a certain amount of money, right?
That's what this says, yes.
So non-accredited
Which
investors,
I completely disagree with, but
non-accredited
topic.
investors are more likely to be hurt from a bad investment than accredited investors. Is that right?
Objective form misstates this testimony.
yes. This is a general concept produced years ago by Congress that I completely disagree with, by the way. But to be in compliance with the other institutions involved, I went along to get along. I do not believe accredited investors are more sophisticated any more than I believe a non-accredited is not sophisticated.
My question was not whether non-accredited investors are sophisticated or not.
But that's exactly what you just read.
My
Morgan.
question was whether non-accredited investors are more likely to be hurt from a bad investment than accredited investors.
But it's not true. No, again, that's not true either.
I'm a bad investment in accredited investors. Objection? Oh, which object?
Whatever I said.
I know.
I think, or I'll just object.
Yeah. I know accredited investors that could be hurt more by a bad investment than non-accredited. It has nothing to do. The ruling shouldn't even be there. It's a racist thing. The accredited, non-accredited status is discriminatory. What we're doing at Cardone Capital is to remove if it was up to me, I'd remove the non-accredited and the accredited. But while I'm doing this, I'm complying with the law. And I'm also having to educate a bunch of people on floor 10 on exactly how to deliver the message without violating any of these new laws that are being passed.
When Cardone Capital communicated projected returns to sophisticated or accredited investors, did the substance of those projections ever differ from the projections communicated to non-accredited investors?
Again, it is wrong to suggest that the accredited is more sophisticated. There's zero validation anywhere in the world that suggests that.
Let's go to page 21 of this. And can we look at number 4 here?
We can look at all of them,
Okay. It
which would
says
be the appropriate thing to do.
make sure your words are not misleading.
Yes.
And it says, as an example, I got rich in a year from investing in multifamily real estate. Make sure what you are writing isn't misleading to an investor or customer. Providing a disclaimer to explain that your subject line isn't true does not make it okay. Right?
Yes.
So it's not enough to add a disclaimer, correct?
Well, that's not true.
Speaks for itself.
1 second.
This document speaks for itself. That was my intention.
We did not deliver number 4 to these people without telling them, make sure you can substantiate. Make sure that advertisings aren't deceptive. We're not. Claims have to measure up to truth and accuracy. They did. And we are not misleading. In addition to that, we will have a disclosure on each one of these for every investor to make sure they understand that no matter what I said, I think this thing can do, they should do their own due diligence. There could be loss. There could be losses because of 15 pages of risk assorted. There should absolutely be a disclaimer. And that's what we're telling our people. Do not send unsolicited emails to Canada. I don't know why that is, but
I'm going to move to strike that as non-responsive.
But it was
My
very- it was
question
very
was simply,
responsive.
as it says here, it's not enough to rely on a disclaimer to make sure that your post is not misleading, right?
we would never have told our people that on one page by itself without the rest of the thing, without the rest of the directions here. You're trying to be misleading to me right now.
Mr. Cardone, I'm going to move to strike that as non-responsive.
No, but you know that's true.
Earlier, when we were talking about one of your posts, you said that it had a disclaimer and that
Yes.
a disclaimer was sufficient. Is it your position that having a disclaimer on the post is enough to cure any misleading representation in a post?
Objective form, I think that misstates his testimony.
It does misstate my testimony. We use a disclaimer. We use the truth, first of all. I project out what I think it can do. I use the words project, target. I use a disclaimer. Then they have to go and get an accountant to sign off that they can make this investment in some cases. Then they have to read a full disclosure, then a circulating offering. They have to sign all this. They have to agree that they signed it all. Then they have to talk to one of my people and still get in on time. So it's not one thing, Morgan, it's many things.
Can we go off the record for immediate change?
Okay.
The sentence meeting at 3. We're going off the record. The time is 4:09 p.m. This begins meeting at 4. We're back on the record. The time is 4:24 p.m.
Mr. Cardone, we're still looking at this action plan and written social media compliance manual.
Yes, ma'am.
We're on page 8, the basic rules of advertising.
Yes, ma'am.
One of Cardone Capital's rules for advertising was to make sure that you can substantiate your advertising claims, right?
Objective form misstates the document. Where are you reading from?
Rule number 1.
Oh, okay. I withdraw my objection.
Again, course.
Is it
because you understand, I'm the one doing all the advertising. They're not. This was basically a book to start educating a bunch of young people answering phone calls. And as part of the compliance, as part of being, what's the word? Not responsible. I mean, responsible for sure, but diligent. We're just educating our team. But the team's not making claims. You know who makes claims around here? Grant Cardone. I'm the one making claims, not Ryan, not Andres. I'm the one saying, hey guys, I just found a deal. I think this is a great place to protect your capital. I think it's going to cash flow. I think it's going to do somewhere between 5 and 6%. I think we're going to pay down the debt down if there's an interest only loan at 5 years. After 5 years, we're going to start paying it down. And I think it's going to be a great investment for me and my family. And if you want to come in, come in. And then they would go. And this was really just to protect so the guys on the phone aren't over saying something unnecessarily.
And another one of Cardone Capital's rules for advertising was be sure that your advertising claims aren't deceptive, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it says,
But again,
Mr. Cardone,
who
the yes
is
is good enough for that question.
but
And it says, for example, stating that you doubled your money
guys are
from
so funny,
investing in real estate.
you guys don't want the truth. You just don't want the truth, do you?
Mr. Cardone, it was a simple yes or no question. The question
You can't handle the
is-
truth. I've been dying to do that my whole life.
What's the pending question?
We'll submit that for your audition, Mr. Cardone.
Thank you. Thank you.
The question was, it says, for example, stating that you doubled your money from investing in real estate, right?
Okay.
That's what it says. And that's an example of an
Which one is
We're
it?
on number 2.
Okay,
The
good.
example there.
Okay.
And that's an example of an advertising claim that would be deceptive, right?
Objection misstates the document.
Yes, it does mistake the document.
It says, for example, stating that you doubled your money from investing in real estate, right?
That's what it says.
And that's right
it
under,
misstates the intention
that's right.
and the purpose of this exercise and this book to be delivered to people that don't advertise. My team was not advertising. I'm doing the ads. I am the ads.
Mr. Cardone, just to be clear here, it says, be sure that your advertising claims aren't deceptive underneath that. For example, stating that you doubled your money from investing in real estate, correct?
That is what it says.
Okay. Let's look at what I'll mark as Exhibit 249.
Pull up the one where I say double or triple.
Oh, I'm sorry. 249.
Mm-hmm. This is a great example. You just keep bringing it, don't you, Morgan?
Do you recognize this document?
Yep. Layups now.
This is a
Look, you're on my
post.
team.
This is a post from your Instagram account, right?
Yes, it is.
And it says at the top, want to double your money,
Mhm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it says 1 million, and next to that, $2,180,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the post is implying to investors that they can double their money if they invest with Cardone Capital, right?
Objection misstates the document.
The post says exactly what it says. And you can start making up stuff and trying to make me look like somebody I'm not. But it says if you get 6 years of cash flow at 8%, that's $480,000 a year. You return your capital at $1
1
million.
second. Slow down, please.
Sorry. 6 years of cash flow at 8% a year. Average date. We're on track for over 9 right now. Even with the start at 2. The deal you talked about earlier did 2% the first year, 3% third year, a second year, and it's over 968 in year 10, and we haven't even gotten there. 6 years of cash flow at 480, return of capital 1 million. That's the money they gave me. And then if the asset went up just 700 grand, you would have a 118% return of capital, 19.6 a year. Now, do I take 65% of the 19?
You tell me, Mr. Cardone.
You'd have to ask me.
Do you take 35% of the 19.6?
I could,
So, Mr.
but I don't
Cardone,
have to. I'm not required to.
what you just read here is that you're spelling out for an investor how they double their money, right?
Objective form misstates the document.
So you want to double your money? Text 305-407-0296. My team will then show them the deal. They will be invited to a call to discuss the deal, at which point I'll show them the deal with an address. 10X Del Rey, 10X Naples, 10X Sawgrass, 10X Pacific, the Panhandle, the Breakfast Point. This is, again, no one allows the investors to do this but me. If you call Starwood right now that has 140,000 affordable housing units in America, regular people do not get to invest in it. If you invest in any of the $4.3 trillion REITs in this country, which most people's 401ks, IRAs, pension funds are invested in, she would not know that she's invested in a specific asset. With Cardone Capital, you know exactly the asset you're going into. You know the prediction or the targets for the cash flow. You know what the tax write-offs are in year one. And you know my personal projections of what I think happens over 5 years, 7 years, and 10 years.
I'm going to move to strike that response as non-responsive.
But it is responsive. You don't like it because it makes your case bad.
The bottom of the post here says, targeted returns. We seek properties where we can deliver 6 to 8% returns.
That's
and
right.
sell properties at point where we can achieve north of 15% returns after fees.
That's right.
This post is dated February 5th, 2020.
That's right. And then we provide the investor with a 10-year spreadsheet that substantiates everything that I'm saying.
Mr. Cardone, as of February 2020, none of the Fund 5 properties had generated an 8% annual return to investors, right?
Well, how could they? They're not 10 years old yet. But fast forward, okay? I mean, I'm sorry, just go backwards. You're trying to go back to 2020. We're in 2026 right now, and I'm achieving these funds. So how are you going to go to a court and say there's been financial harm to one person when there hasn't been, Morgan? You and Raj, or your team, how can you guys substantiate any financial damage to any person? 20,000 people have been paid every single month since they've been invested with me.
I'm going to move to strike everything as non-responsive after how could they? They are not 10 years old. As to date...
But you don't care about the truth then.
Mr. Cardone.
How can you sit there and not care about the truth? The
your
truth
attorney
is there's been no fraud. You're suggesting fraud and misrepresentation,
Mr. Cardone,
and there hasn't been any.
Your attorney will have an opportunity to ask you questions, but right now I need you to answer my questions. To date...
You sound like my mother right now.
To date, neither Fund 5 nor Fund 6 has had an annual return of more than 5.5%, right?
Not true. Sorry, you don't know real estate math.
Mr. Cardone, those are the figures that are reported to the public.
Sorry, I strike for, what is it called? What's the word?
Move to strike.
So,
not
Mr.
true.
Cardone.
It's not true. You don't know real estate. You guys should stay in securities. Leave the real estate thing alone.
We can look back at
You have to destroy the asset to not hit my numbers.
If we can look back at Exhibit 231. Mr. Cardone, Exhibit 231.
Okay.
Do you have that in front of you?
I'm sure I have it somewhere. How you guys are going to go to a jury and explain people have been paid every month and there's been financial harm? Like, it's crazy, dude. But you guys are so pot committed now, you can't get out of it.
Let's go to interrogatory number 9. Do you have the document in front of you? 231.
I'm tracking. You should invest in my deals with me. They're so good.
Can you turn to page?
Anything for you, Morgan.
8.
Page 8. I'm on it.
Okay.
I'm going to get my second win right now.
And it says, under current performance.
Yes.
And let's look at this second to last sentence of that paragraph. It says, both funds also achieved annual cash returns of 5%. Are you saying that's incorrect, Mr. Cardone?
I didn't say it was incorrect. By the way, you've questioned me on this at least twice already. This will be the third time.
So, Mr. Cardone, then it's accurate that the funds to date have achieved annual cash returns of just 5%. Is that right?
Objection. This does it.
I sent $14.1 million to a portion of that went to this fund last night. I don't know what you're talking about. I got 30 more million going out.
Mr. Cardone, what do you
there
represent?
have to be, I'm sorry, Margaret, but you have to hear the whole thing to understand any of it. There would have to be a destruction of the asset itself. The only way anybody loses money in these deals, and the only way we don't hit the returns, is, see, now listening, you're typing, because you don't care. You don't want to know what the real truth is here. We'd have to destroy the asset. In 2021 and 2022, I could have sold all these assets and achieved returns in excess of anything that we printed. Because, and your professionals are going to come in, your guy, what is his name, Ziglar or whatever it is, Ziggy, he's going to attest to the fact that cap rates had compressed in 21 and 22, and we would have achieved these numbers. My appraisal numbers that we have to get every 2 years support the fact that the real estate, I hate looking at you when you don't look at me, and I mean, we can't have a conversation together. It's very difficult. The fact that I get an appraisal every 2 years, okay, that substantiate our numbers in real time.
Mr. Cardone, this is not a conversation. I'm asking questions and you're providing answers. And my question is, both funds, it says here in this document that both funds have achieved annual cash returns of 5%. Is that accurate or inaccurate?
No, they've achieved more than 5%.
What have they achieved?
I mean, what year was this?
This was a document that you provided.
So I don't know. It's 4 years later. Today, I'm probably somewhere in the 9.6.
This was a document that was executed on June 15th, 2026. So 1 month ago.
Okay.
No, but you're misreading. I'm sorry. Objection. You're misreading the document, counsel.
When this document says both funds achieved annual cash returns of 5%, what date is that discussing?
I have no idea. You want to tell me? You have to tell me.
These are your responses.
It wouldn't
Mr.
matter
Cardone.
if whatever you're looking at right now and all this conflating of context and content, dates, still no financial damage.
Move to strike as non-responsive.
As of last night, all these numbers change again anyway.
Mr. Cardone, let's look at the response to interrogatory number 11, which is on page 9.
Yes, ma'am.
It says, state the factual bases for and any assumptions made in connection with Grant Cardone's representation on February 5th, 2019, that investors would double their money, receive $480,000 in cash flow after investing $1 million, and so on. Mm-hmm. If we look back at this exhibit where you say want to double your money, first off, I think this says it's dated February 5th, 2020.
Good.
So is that the date of this post?
This says February 5th, 2019.
Correct. But I'm looking at the post now. Should it say February 5th, 2020?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no clue. I guarantee you on February 5th, 2019, I did a post. Okay. And I guarantee you on February 5th, 2020, I did a post.
But what this is talking about here in interrogatory number 11, that's referring to this post, right? The want to double your money post.
Objective.
You're asking me.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
I don't know that you are on the same page. 7 years later, you're asking me today if this paragraph matches that post. I have no clue. Okay. It's impossible for me.
You don't know what this paragraph is referring to. You don't know what post it's referring to.
That's a different date. What you have in your hand is a different date than this date.
Okay. But it says here, 118% return, amounting to 19.6% per year.
That's not what this is.
It reflects the same numbers, correct? What's here in interrogatory number 11 and what is in this post?
What are you asking me?
So my point here is quite simple.
Yeah.
In response to interrogatory number 11, it said defendants refer plaintiff to their response to interrogatory number 9 and incorporate that response by reference here. Earlier today, we went through interrogatory 9 at length. Is there anything that is not in interrogatory number 9 that you believe forms the basis of this post here?
What is the question? Just a simple layman's question.
Is there, if you look at interrogatory number 9, and you can review that, is there anything that is not in that response that you believe supports this document, this exhibit?
You're asking me about 9 now,
Because
not 11.
the interrogatory number 11 refers to the response to interrogatory number 9 and says essentially that ROG 9.
This is the only way I can answer this question. Again, you're beating a dead horse now. We buy real estate, we hold, we have an exit. I'm not going to change. You could sit here for 6 days. You think you're ever going to get anything different from me? You know why you're never going to get anything different? Because we do the right thing by our investors. We buy great pieces of real estate in great locations. I buy them with my money. This is the craziest thing. I buy it with my money, and then I offer people I don't even know access.
Mr. Cardone, one of the topics today was the basis and support for your representations. That's all I'm trying to figure out here. It's just I want to understand
The basics.
the full basis.
The
of the
basis,
support
if
of
you're
your
really interested in the
statements.
basis, is I have paid cash flow to our investors every single month since 2018, 8 years in a row. Brookfield returned, lost billions of dollars. Starwood gated redemptions to firemen and policemen. I continue to pay people. Through COVID, when nurses in New York were getting laid off and tech people in banks, Grant Cardone kept sending checks out.
Mr. Cardone, Cardone Capital did not pay distributions to investors in funds 5 and 6 in April 2020. Cardone Capital did not pay distributions to investors in funds 5 and 6 in April 2020, correct?
Not true.
You made distribution payments to investors in funds 5 and 6 in April 2020?
Yes, we did.
You distributed the money in April.
Yes,
That's
we
what you're
did.
saying?
Again, you guys should do a little more due diligence. April and May, and June, and July, and August, and September, when the whole world had turned upside down. People were being sent letters, okay? You're not going to have a job. You can't go to church. You can't go outside. What did we do? Cardone Capital continued to take care of our real estate and the investors.
Mr. Cardone.
We
let's look-
immediately on March 20th informed investors that we would be holding, escrowing cash distributions for 90 days. We did a Zoom call with all our investors. As soon as COVID happened, I was in Pueblo. Thank you. I was in Pueblo, Colorado doing a show with Discovery Channel. Okay. They shut the show down. I got on my plane, flew back home, had an investors call 2 days later and told my staff, quit making distributions, push the cash flow to an escrow account. We're going to hold it for the next 90 days to see what happens with this COVID thing. Federal government had been shut down. People couldn't go to work. Everybody was terrified. We then put a full attention on the asset itself to make sure the asset didn't get hurt. So it goes like this, the asset and then the lender. We wanted to take care of the lender first because the lender was calling us. Do you need forbearance? Do you need help? Are you all right? Okay. So I'm answering questions on Fund 4, Fund 5, Fund 6 at that time. Yeah. And all the previous funds before that I'm responsible for. So we escrowed the cash flow for April and May, called our investors back on somewhere in mid-May and said, hey, we're going to start sending out the cash flow again. So the April and May payment got caught up. We did not miss 1 month while other people were turning the keys in to Fannie and Freddie Mac. They were literally saying, we tap out right now. We don't even want to handle this. Our occupancy went up while the country had like a 73% collection. We had the highest renewals and highest collection of anybody in the country.
Mr. Cardone, we have limited time here today.
I'm going to ask you to
I canceled
my
Mr.
appointment
Cardone,
tonight.
I promise you that your attorneys will cut me off at 7
They
hours
will not.
sharp.
They will not cut
have
you
been
off.
Keeping
They work for me.
exact time.
You can stay. We can stay till 9:30. I know you got a flight tonight.
I'm sure they do not love to hear that, Mr. Cardone.
They're just going to bill me. I pay for everything here.
I'm going to mark this as exhibit
Joe's staying at my house
250.
tonight. On the beach, Joe.
Ordered in for the deposition.
Bottle of wine, French wine. Pictures of Saint-Tropez.
It's number 250, right?
You're coming with
Yes.
me. Let's party.
Do you recognize this Instagram post, Mr. Cardone?
Yeah, I
The Instagram handle here is Cardone Capital, right?
think so. Yeah.
That's Cardone Capital's Instagram, as we've established.
Yeah.
The post says targeted investor IRR 17.88%.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And it says targeted equity multiple 2.5 to 3 times.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think we're going to hit that either, by the way. On the record.
10x living at Panama City
Crazy.
Beach is a Fund 6 property, right?
Yes, it is.
Fund 6 property.
And Fund 8. Fund 6, you see, it says Fund 6 and Fund 8.
Okay. I'm going to share a document in the Zoom. I have it printed, but I think the way it printed as a spreadsheet is not the clearest. So I'm going to put it in the Zoom.
Get kicked out of the Zoom again.
Oh my gosh, it logged me out of the Zoom again. Can we go off the record, please?
We're going on record. The time is 4:49 p.m.
We are back on the record. The time is 4:53 p.m.
Mr. Cardone, we've shared a document in the chat,
Yes, Morgan.
which I'll mark as Exhibit 251. Do you recognize this document?
I do, Morgan. I'm just going to get along right now. I can barely see it, but I do recognize it.
Okay.
Do you have a paper copy? Or I will.
I have a paper copy. We can make that maybe 251A, and I'll give it to Mr. Cardone, but I will say it, so you can compare it to what's on the screen. Joe.
What date was this created? Do you know?
This was created on the detailed model tab. So when I go to print it, it
Yeah.
updates to today's date. But if I look on it as it was produced to us,
Yeah.
it's dated October 16th, 2020.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. COVID's over, or no, we're mid-COVID. Yeah. Good. Okay. I'm
Is
tracking.
this the final underwriting that was conducted for 10X Living at PCB?
Objective fee, no foundation.
It's like PCVP.
PCB. It's just an abbreviation. Panama City Beach. PCB. Yes. Was this the final?
Yes.
No. I mean, this would have been one of probably 9 different underwritings by me, Ryan, if Andres was or our analyst, whoever, maybe William was the analyst then. Fannie would have done one. The broker would have done one. The seller would have had one. And then probably 2 or 3 lenders would have looked at it. But this is what we're using to forecast out to Wells. I think Wells was the lender on this because they need a 10-year projection.
Are you aware of any underwriting model for 10X living at PCB that is dated after October 16, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure I've probably underwritten this thing 50 times since then.
If there's underwriting that post-dates October 16, 2020, would you produce that underwriting?
Objectively.
I mean, I wouldn't do it because it's probably in a trash can somewhere. I do these on legal pads and throw them away. They're just, I could do 3 or 4 or 5 of these. Like in the next 10 minutes, I could underwrite, okay, a 3 cap, a 4 cap, a 5 cap, a 7 cap. It's just trash. It's just, because none of it's true. None of it's going to hit. I'm never going to hit the exact number because there's so many different things that can happen. Like right now, this particular deal is not doing great.
Mr. Cardone, have you prepared any underwritings for the Fund 5 property since 2020?
You're on Fund 5 now?
Yes.
Well, this is Fund 6, isn't it?
I'm asking about just Fund 5. Have you prepared any underwritings for any Fund 5 properties since 2020?
Okay, I'm on this right now, so you don't want me to be on this now.
I'm going to come back to this in a second. Okay. You just talked about you prepare underwriting.
Of course I have. I'm the manager of $600 million fund. I am the manager. I'm looking at these sometimes every month, sometimes once or twice a week, certainly every quarter. Once a year, we get an appraisal. I'm doing distributions every month. And you think I'm not looking at this? I'm looking at $5 billion of real estate every single, this is my job. This is what I do every day.
Have you thrown out those underwriting models since this lawsuit was started?
That's not a model, dude. It's like you're conflating a model used by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac or a lender and a model used by a seller or a broker for an OM or for my underwriting when we buy it. Then there's the model, what's happening right now in present time. During COVID, I was underwriting this stuff every 15 minutes. I was terrified that we couldn't deliver to our investors. But we did. We got through it.
I'm going to have to belatedly object to the form of that question.
Mr. Cardone, you have not kept all of those underwriting documents that you prepared, right?
Object to the form of the question. You guys are talking about 2 different things.
We're talking, I do it on my phone. I do math calculators on my phone like 1,000 times a year.
Mr. Cardone, what you're talking about, I believe, is, offhand calculations that you have made.
Yes.
What I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's talk about the underwriting, that model that we're looking at here.
Okay.
Are you aware of any model that looks like this that is dated after October 16, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
No.
Okay.
I mean, you have to show it to me if I have one. I could.
Did you, in preparing for this deposition, ask anyone whether this spreadsheet was the final underwriting for 10X living at PCB?
Objection, no foundation.
I don't need to ask anyone.
Mr. Cardone, one of the deposition topics for today expressly cited this document.
Mm-hmm.
Did you review this document in preparing for the deposition today?
Yeah. As soon as you showed it to me, what did I say?
You've seen it.
It's one of our poorest performing deals of the 9 deals.
This is the poorest performing deal of the 9 deals.
One of our today, this week, right now, today. See me in 30 days, I might be like, okay, she's back on track again. Okay. This is the way it works. And our investors all know these are long-term. This is a pro forma. Not a pro forma. This is a projection.
Mr. Cardone, let's go to the 10-year.
I just want you to
Projection of
understand,
this
none of
page.
this, no one, including government agencies, the largest lending agencies on planet Earth, not just in the United States, use these models. These are not made up by me. These are models made up by Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, life insurance companies. These are trillion-dollar institutions. I didn't start this. This has been going on since before you and I were alive.
Mr. Cardone, let's look at this 10-year forecast.
Please.
It says here at the bottom, 10-year IRR, 17.01%, right?
Yes.
In Exhibit 250, this post is 10X living at Panama City Beach. It projected the targeted investor IRR as 17.88%, correct?
Okay.
That 17.88%, or this 17.01% here that's reflected in this document, that's not the investor IRR, right?
Objective.
No, it's probably the gross. I don't know. Is that I'm not sure. Without sitting down doing the math. Look, this assumes a lot of stuff. As I'm looking at it right now, it's like, oh wow, 12% rent loss across the entire 10 years. That means only have to be at 88% to hit 17. So again, you remember Robin Hood, right? I don't have to take the 35. In this period of time, I would have already made money on this fund.
Mr. Cardone, let's go to the tab. There's a tab that is investor. It's IRR waterfall is the tab, and that'll be shared on the screen. And it's split up a bit, but it's at the back here.
Are we going back to the computer now?
You can look in the computer. It's also at the end of this exhibit that I handed you.
Okay.
Who at Cardone Capital was responsible for preparing this IRR waterfall tab?
I don't know. It wasn't. Sorry.
Objective form, let's be honest, go up the notice.
I've never requested a waterfall. Ever. And the reason that's important is because I don't depend on the waterfall. I don't even care about it. Now, there's some kid up there, Ryan or Jim D-Rowe, interested in their bonus based on a waterfall? Probably. That's probably why but I have no care. I don't care about the waterfall. I don't care if I ever get my 35%.
Well, this waterfall, it contains information about both your waterfall as the sponsor, correct?
Same difference. So everything I just told you.
And it also contains, there's a section here, LP cash flow. Limited partner, correct?
Yep.
And that's referring to the investors in the fund, right?
That's right.
Now, you said you don't care about this IRR waterfall. Do you not care what the breakdown is of what investors as compared to the sponsor will receive?
That's right. I don't care if I get nothing. Is that even believable to you? Could you believe that there's a human being that actually doesn't care if he makes a profit on this one deal? Because that's what we're talking about. I'm sorry you guys can't accept that fact. No investor, accredited or non-accredited, will lose money in any of these funds. Not just 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, 28, 27. No investor will lose their money.
When a strike is
And if it means
everything after that is right.
But it's just ridiculous that you keep striking this because it's answering your question.
No, it's not, Mr.
It is
Cardone.
answering your question. I don't have to take a promote. I am not bound by anyone to take a promote. I do not have to profit.
Mr. Cardone.
Sorry, can I have the last question right back, please?
I said, that is referring to the investor in Fund 5. He said, that is right. I said, now you said you don't care about this IRR. Well, you can go ahead and read it.
Question. Now you said you don't care about the IRR waterfall. Do you not care what the breakdown is of what investors have compared to the sponsor, of what investors as compared to the sponsor will receive?
And what was the first part of the answer before the part?
That is right. I don't care if I get nothing. Is that even believable to you? Could you
Okay.
believe
All
it's
right,
a
right,
human
right.
being that actually does
Yeah.
not?
Yeah. Let Denise have all the profits.
Okay.
Okay, your motion to strike is everything after the
That is right.
Yeah. And Morgan,
Everything, what's that? Everything after
That is right.
and what was the next sentence after that? Is that
second.
that is right.
Answer. That is right.
And then what's
And
the
then
next?
after that, I don't care if I get nothing. Is that even believable to you? Could you believe it's
Okay.
a human being that actually does not care if you make a profit on this one deal? Because that is what we are talking about. So when you guys can't accept the fact.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm on limited time here. Mr. Cardone.
And if you would just allow me 1 second to explain this,
let me
okay?
ask my next question, Mr. Cardone.
But
The
I'm the
project-
only one paying here, okay? I'm
The-
the only one paying anything. Can I just finish this part?
No, Mr.
If
Cardone.
Denise, let me
this is
just tell you the
not-
strategy.
Your attorneys, Mr.
Because
Cardone,
this-
will have an opportunity to ask you
I'm not.
questions
This
at the
isn't
end
about
of
my
this.
attorneys.
At the
This
end
is
of
so
this,
you
Mr.
know.
This is
And
not
I have
about-
prospects in the room, by the way, okay? If Denise wins, if
Mr.
Denise wins on this bigger than I
Cardone.
won, okay? She's got nieces,
Mr.
nephews.
Cardone.
This is a marketing plan. This is a business, okay? I am marketing to our investors. We are utilizing our investors to make sure they win. Guess what happens? They then tell their friends and their family. Okay, it's basic. Charles Schwab built a business off of discount fees. And because he did such a good job, more people put money in there.
Mr. Cardone.
You don't want to hear this, but this is what you guys are dealing with.
Mr. Cardone.
Miss Morgan.
Yes, I have to ask the questions.
Okay, that's fine.
You
but,
have
but,
to answer them, but you are speaking without me having asked the question.
know,
and
but
if
I want you to
continue
know-
to do that, Mr. Cardone, we will have to continue
I
this
don't mind
deposition
continuing.
at a
I
later
told
time.
you, I have tremendous stamina.
Mr. Cardone.
So I don't mind. I don't mind rolling. Okay.
Let's look at this spreadsheet, okay?
Back to PCB?
Yes.
Okay.
This spreadsheet, this tab, the IRR waterfall,
Yeah.
it's included in your underwriting for the
Okay.
properties, correct?
I've said that. I've answered that 3 or 4 times.
Objection.
And a Cardone Capital employee would have prepared this information, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's fair to say that because these are plug-in numbers.
Okay. And the sponsor cash flow here, that's Cardone Capital, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the
Yes.
LP cash flow, that's referring to the investors, right?
Yes.
And it says here, under here, IRR, under LP cash flow, 14.56%.
Yes.
So the projected investor IRR for this property was 14.56%, correct?
Objection, Ms. Stacy.
That's what that says.
Okay. And beneath that, it says, and
By the way, that would be fair advertising. Even if I hit a 14.5%, everybody would say, "Hey, you're close enough." Nobody
and
expects me to hit it on the money, by the way.
it says underneath LP cash flow, there's property level cash flow. Do you see that? If
Yes,
you look
ma'am.
on the screen, okay.
I don't need to.
And it says levered IRR 17.01%.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. So if we go back to the 10-year
Performa.
pro forma,
Not happened yet.
it says
Projection of the future.
10-year IRR 17.01%, right?
See that?
Okay. So that is the project, not the investor IRR, right?
Okay.
Okay. If we can look back at
But
exhibit
if it all gets
2,
passed through to the investor, who gets it? The project IRR then becomes the investor IRR.
Mr. Cardone, are you willing to say here under oath that you will forgo your money in this fund and that the project IRR will become the investor IRR?
I don't think you're here to try me on that. I don't think I have to make you any promises. You want to be an investor in my deals? Fucking let's cut a deal, me and you. Okay, we do a deal. You put it in half, I put it in half, and we'll just both wait it out. But there's a very good chance on that deal that I'm looking at right now, if it continues to perform exactly as it is right now, never changes, I will throw in my promote so that Denise and people like Denise get to get all the money and I get nothing.
Mr.
And then
Cardone,
I will have bought that deal, funded that deal, found the deal, managed the deal, and basically made nothing for 10 years. And you know what? I won't regret it. I have people praying for me, 20,000 people. I got Muslims praying for me, Baptists, Protestants, Pentecostals, like people that don't believe praying for me. Man, Grant Cardone send me a check every month. They sat there watching their calendar. Cardone Capital is going to pay me this month. 20,000. That number is going to become 200,000. And you're going to look up 10 years from now and you're going to be like, I deposed that guy back in July of 2026, man. He built a big business doing this.
Mr. Cardone, let's look back.
You're going to say, I knew him when? Before he was a public. Before he was a bank, I knew him. You're going to tell your kids, I knew that guy. I deposed him back in the day.
Let's look back at Exhibit 250, please.
Okay?
All right. The post here for 10X Living at Panama City Beach.
Okay.
It says targeted investor IRR.
Yep.
17.88%, right?
I had so much hope for this deal.
It hasn't lived up to that hope, right, Mr. Cardone?
It's disappointing today. I want to cry about it.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back there. You know what I'm going to do? Rather than cry about it, I'm going to go back and buy the rest of the neighborhood.
All right. Can we go off the record for a second?
Come
To
on. Come on. Don't take a break, dude. Breaks are for quitters.
We're back on the record. The time is 5:13 p.m.
Okay.
I hope you've been
I'm
entertained
going to mark
today.
this as Exhibit 252.
Life is too short not to be entertained and have a smile, you know?
252.
Yes.
Wait.
252.
Life is too short, man.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Okay. This is a post from Cardone Capital's Instagram account, right?
Yeah. I probably created all of this. The photos, the car, the little meme, the whole deal.
And it's inferring that Cardone Capital is an asset, an investment in Cardone Capital is an asset, right?
Objection was dismissed.
It depends. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. This suggests that a car, a yacht, and a boat is a liability, and that investments in that piece of real estate right there
Is an asset.
is an asset.
Okay.
Doesn't say that Cardone Capital is an asset. This was promoted. This is a meme graphic delivered by Cardone Capital. Surround yourself with assets, not liabilities.
I'll mark this as Exhibit 253. Or actually, sorry, this is already marked. This was previously marked as Exhibit 20.
Let me have that. Normally you give this to Joe. Oh, you're giving them to me now? I don't have to knock them?
The
Oh,
ones
you already did
that
it.
are previously marked, she just hands to you directly.
That's so nice of you, Morgan. How much does Grant invest into the fund?
Do you recognize this, Mr. Cardone?
I'm trying to recognize the property. What property is that? Yeah, I recognize it,
Okay.
but I don't know what property it is.
But you recognize the post itself, right?
I do.
And it's from Cardone Capital's Instagram, right?
Yes, okay.
And the post asks, or it says, how much does Grant invest into the fund?
Yep.
And in the caption here, it says, this will be determined by the particular deal. However, the last 3 to 4 deals that Grant closed, Grant put a significant portion of his own money into the fund. The fund.
Mm-hmm.
One question you might want to ask is, who is responsible for the debt?
Yes.
The answer is Grant, correct?
Yes.
The properties acquired by Fund 5 and 6 are purchased using debt financing, correct?
No.
No.
The real estate is bought on my balance sheet. We close the deal. A loan could be in place at that moment or not. For instance, last year we bought $600 million worth of real estate from Nuveen. All cash. Nuveen, Nuveen. They're a $90 billion fund. We close the deal on my balance sheet, or if the close can be coordinated with a debt, I think we've used Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, life insurance companies, Arbor, all in these funds that you're talking about. There would be the debt and there would be some equity. That equity is all mine at that point. I funded the entire equity stack. So in this case, but let's just go back to Fund 5 because you brought it up. It's $168 million. That was my money. Then we open it up to the public, at which point, if $1 million comes in, now it's 167, then it's 166, and then it's...
So I understand you purchased the properties using your own money. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And then you sell those properties to...
We don't sell the properties. That would be impossible. I don't own the properties at that point.
Who owns the properties at that point?
The special purpose vehicle, the LLCs, own the asset. You can't put, in this case, it'd be $480 million of debt on 5 deals and sell them the next day. Like, I couldn't be allowed by law to do this. You guys are watching these clickbait videos without doing any research. So you cannot sell. You cannot. It's impossible to sell an asset a day after you bought it where you had a 60 or 75% loan on it. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac would not allow it. Freddie and Fannie are basically the owners of those assets for the next 5 to 10 years, depending on how long the loan was.
So my question was, the properties acquired by Fund 5 and Fund 6 are purchased using debt financing. And you said no.
No.
Correct.
That's right. It's no again.
But the properties acquired by Fund 5 and 6, they have mortgages, correct?
They're the same thing, Morgan.
Okay.
Okay? They're the same thing. You understand? A mortgage and debt financing is the same thing.
So there's debt financing for the properties, correct?
Of course.
Okay. What loan to value ratio does Cardone Capital typically use to finance Fund 5 and Fund 6 properties?
Objective.
I've used 0, as I told you on last year, and I think the highest we used on any of these was 70, 65 or 70.
The monthly interest payments on the debt are an operating expense of the fund, correct?
The monthly?
Yes, the monthly interest payments on the debt are an operating expense of the fund, correct?
Yes.
And those interest payments,
That's reduced from the NOI.
those interest payments are paid out of the rental income that's generated by the properties, correct?
Yes. So you're getting this.
That rental income is generated using the properties that investors' capital was used to purchase, correct?
I didn't follow that last one.
The rental income is generated from the properties that investors' capital was used to purchase, correct?
No. The investor's capital was not used to buy these assets. I bought the asset, Morgan. Bob and Joe and Brandon didn't buy the asset. Okay. The 2,200 investors in 5 and 6 were not qualified to buy the asset. Could not have gotten a loan. Could not have gotten the asset. They couldn't have got a phone call back about the asset. They couldn't have managed the asset. They couldn't have bought the asset. They couldn't have funded the asset, and they couldn't have got a loan on the asset. They wouldn't even know what to do with the asset. These are monster 300-unit complexes. It's $600 million worth of assets. There's no one person of the 2,200 investors, or all of them combined, could have bought these assets without me. I buy the asset. That's who bought them. I did. Then I provide them, make them available to my audience. A tiny sliver of my audience says, I want in that deal. Okay. We have more people that want in the deals than can get in these deals. Those people then come in. They are not they didn't buy that asset. I bought the asset. I put the funding on the asset. I negotiated the asset. We filled the asset up with people. We brand the asset with my name. Then we then make distributions to our investors 45 days after close. And in the case of 5 and 6, we've never missed a distribution since 2018.
If the fund's properties do not generate enough income to make the debt service payments, investors could lose some or all of their investment, correct?
I can't answer that because I've never missed a debt payment. I've never been late on a loan, Morgan. I've never missed a payment in my life. I've never paid interest on a credit card.
So, Mr. Cardone, you don't know the answer to the question. If the fund's properties do not generate enough income to make the debt service payments, investors could lose some or all of their investment. Your response is that you don't know?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. No foundation.
There's no chance. There's no world I live in where our investors lose their money. I can go through 50 different, because I think about it every night. I stay up every night worried about my investors.
I'm going to move to strike that as non-responsive. It's a simple yes or no, Mr. Cardone.
No, there's no way our investors lose money.
Okay.
They're not over leveraged. So how can the properties not pay for the loans?
The question is, if the properties do not generate enough income to make the debt service payments, then investors could lose some or all of their investment, right?
Objection. Complete hypothetical.
Yeah.
I didn't get it.
Incomplete hypothetical. No foundation.
If I had wings, I'd be a fairy. I wouldn't be a real estate investor. You're giving me some situation. I mean, if the property's burned down, we're not going to be able to make the mortgage payments. If there's a hurricane category 5, it hits the 10x PCB and it takes the property out, I'm not going to be able to make the payments.
And if you couldn't make the payments, then investors could lose some or all of their investment, right?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. No foundation.
I had a property last year. I own a park that had $10 million worth of damage on it. We didn't lose anything. We couldn't make cash flow for 3 or 4 months but it was protected by insurance. So we missed, but the property paid back later. It was a disruption of business services covered by insurance. I'm just telling you, since I was 28 years old, 29 years old, I've never, ever lost money on a piece of real estate.
We've talked about several Instagram posts today.
Mm-hmm.
Do you review everything that goes out on your personal Instagram?
I'm responsible for 90% of everything posted on either platform, any of the platforms.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Cardone Capital has received requests from investors for refunds, correct?
We have.
Okay. I'm going to invest at Cardone Capital is the investor relations email for Cardone Capital, correct?
Makes sense. I hate the name, by the way.
And so this is an email thread that Cardone Capital's investor relations team received, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The first email here, which is
on the back,
starts on the back. It says,
Brian.
Yep. I wish to withdraw, it says withdrawal, my account with you and have the funds transferred to my bank account on file.
Was this that little creep, Brian Robb?
It doesn't look like there is an option to do this via website, so I'm reaching out to you in this email.
Yeah.
Please let me know if you have any questions, right?
Yeah, I just don't see who this is from, Brian, but no email address from Brian. But that's fine. Yeah, that's what I read the same thing you read.
Yes, you don't see who it is from because
I see the name Brian.
Attorneys have redacted the names.
Who did?
Your counsel.
What?
Well, no, I mean, this is...
Dare you guys redact something?
Mr. Brian has had information. That's why.
No.
And the response this investor received was, "Hi, Brian. Why is it that you want to divest? Unfortunately, this
That was a mistake.
a liquid investment, and you are invested in a closed-end fund.
Another mistake.
Please find further details attached.
Another
You
mistake.
can email me directly.
I can't get her.
Yes.
I'm just
You
saying
can
what you
email
said.
me directly.
Investment, and you invested in a
Closed-end fund. Please find further details attached. You can email me directly if you have additional questions at melissa@cardonecapital.com." And the investor, Brian, responds that unfortunately, he, quote, "ended up losing my position from this pandemic that is impacting everyone. I will need the funds to carry me on for a few months so I can support me and my 2 kids." Correct?
A lot of
And
that. We were getting hammered with that back then.
the email here shows 2 attachments, right? And I'm going to...
I don't have any attachments.
Well, it's attached at the top of this email. It says attachments and
All
there are
right.
2 documents.
Okay.
I'm going to show you one of those attachments. And
Did we
I'll
give him his money back?
mark this as Exhibit 254.
It's a cliffhanger, man. Did we give him the money back? I need to know how the movie ends. Did we?
Mr. Cardone,
You guys got to tell me
do
what.
you know that information?
I don't know who Brian is, dude.
Okay.
I know one thing. Melissa made a number of errors here that I wouldn't have made.
Okay. Mr. Cardone,
Yes.
can,
I didn't want to fix it again because I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, still talking about it.
this is the document. Sorry.
I know.
This is the document that Ms. Harless sent to that investor, Brian.
Yep.
Second. Miss who?
Ms. Harless.
H-A-R-L-E-S.
SS, 2 S's. And it says,
You know this is right.
"Thank you for
Yeah.
partnering with Grant Cardone as a Cardone Equity Fund 5 LLC investor.
Yep.
We have received and reviewed your divestiture request. However, we are unable to authorize your petition due to Section 3.3 of the subscription agreement and 2.4 of the operating agreement.
Yes.
At this time, the fund is closed and investors can no longer elect to enter or exit in an effort to maintain the integrity of the fund." And it continues on from there.
Yes.
This is the default response that Cardone Capital sends to investors who requested a return of their investment, correct?
Objection unfunded.
Yeah, I don't think it's the default. I think it was a terrible response by Melissa, but I don't think it's a default response.
I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 255.
Get you.
You didn't ask a question about this, right?
Not yet. Well, you don't have the document, Mr. Cardone.
Or did I miss it? Did I miss the question?
These email addresses at the top here, these are all Cardone Capital emails, right?
Okay. You got to catch me up.
Yep. I'm just asking.
Did we? No. What? Did we finish this? Because you never asked me a
Yes.
question.
We finished that.
What was the question?
I asked if that was the default response that Cardone Capital sent.
So you
to
read me 2
investors.
pages to ask me one question.
Mr. Cardone, let's look at this next exhibit, 255.
But I mean, I didn't get to tell you what happened on this deal.
Mr. Cardone, let's look at this, 255. There are email addresses at the top here, right? And those are all Cardone
Alicia.
Capital employees, right?
Melissa, Ryan, Andres. Yes.
Okay.
Susan, Justin. Yes.
Okay.
I know all these people.
If we can go to this page, Cardone Cap 00561249.
Okay.
There's
Third page. You want me to go to the third page?
Yep. There's an email on April 1st from Melissa Harless.
Yep.
And it says, do we have a canned response for those asking to divest? Parentheses, mainly Fund 5 and Fund 6 and 6 investors who we do not speak to regularly.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And
What was happening on April 1st, 2020?
if we go to the next page.
It was a world global pandemic. The entire United States had been shut down. Okay. It's very important that you understand this because it's insensitive to me, to my employees and our investors and Pino, the Pino family. During
Mr.
2020,
Cardone.
I'm sorry, I have to finish this. Okay. Like I'll take as long, you can stay to 10 o'clock tonight. I don't care. I'm going to say this. We had 3,000 investors at that point. I had hundreds of people, hundreds calling us every day. In addition to that, we had probably 6,000 apartments. I'm responsible for 9,000 families, 9,000 tenants calling. I don't know if I can make my payments. What's going to happen here? Like it was crazy. So Melissa is saying, guys, how do we handle all this traffic? Is there a canned response we want from management when we get asked these questions?
Okay.
Thank
And
you for letting me finish. I appreciate it.
Miss Johnson, on
Yes.
if you go to 561248, she responds, yes, in the shared drive for IR in the policies and procedures folder. I know you had some issues getting to the folder. I can resend it to you separately if you do not have access to it, right? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And if we go to the front page here, it says, please do. I can't connect to the server. Thank you.
Yep.
And Ms. Johnson says, please see attached. And I'll mark as exhibit
Yep. Is there a point?
256.
We're going to make a point at some point?
256, the attachment to that.
You got to tell me why you said all that. Because it's another cliffhanger. Mm-hmm. When is this?
57. Oh, you said two.
Yep, that's 256.
Oh, no, I
Sorry,
put the wrong.
There's no date. There's no date on this.
256.
I would assume it's the same time, but I'd have to make an assumption.
Mr. Cardone, this is the document that was attached to the email that we just looked at.
Okay.
So this is the,
I'm trusting you on that. All right. Morgan, can I trust you?
if we look at the email,
Yep.
the last Bates number is Cardone Cap 005612251. And on the first page, it reflects 2 attachments.
Okay.
And if we look at this document, it's Bates stamp Cardone Cap 005612252. So it's the immediate following document.
So you're saying I can trust you? Because there's no date on the hello thing and there's no signature. So I don't know who in my team would have sent this, but I'll go with you on it.
So this is the canned response for those asking to divest, right?
Oh, you assume this is the canned response.
Those are the words of Ms. Harless.
Okay. All right. But her name's not on here. My name's not on here. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it is either, though.
Cardone Capital did not provide refunds to every investor that asked for one during COVID, right?
I don't have a list of who we did or did not. I know we were scrambling during COVID. It wasn't just the investors, by the way. Okay. Keep in mind that I had 3,000 investors and 9,000 families, 9,000 tenants, 9,000 residents.
I'm just asking about the investors right
No.
now.
You
Mr.
cannot.
Cardone, you have to answer
I am
my
responsible to
questions.
take care of the asset. The asset is what pays the investors. Okay. The asset fails, I have no cash flow. If the asset fails, I can't make my debt payments. Back to the conversation you made earlier. While other companies lost their real estate during COVID and all their equity, all the investors' equity. I lost not a penny. We improved performance. We took care of our investors. We took care of our tenants. So I got to tell you something. You're calling me on April 20th saying, give me my money back. I'm like, hey, bro, I ain't got time for this bullshit. I'm taking care of the tenants first. Sorry, get in line, wait. And we made that clear to all our investors. The same month, Morgan, not only did we come up with a canned response, I guess, okay, we suspended all cash flow for April, May, and June. We projected all the way out to June, and I could have extended it longer, but we didn't. So in addition to not paying this kid, Brian, whoever this kid is, his $5,000 back, which it looks like we didn't, I'm like, fuck, I ain't worried about you right now, bro. I'm worried about the asset and I'm worried about the residents. And that's the order. The asset, the debt, taking care of the lender and taking care of the residents so I can actually make you cash flow in June or July. Now, all that being said, this kid probably got his money back.
You don't know the answer to that, though.
Because I don't know his last name. If it's Brian Robb or whatever, I don't know who this kid is because I don't have a name.
I'm going to mark this as exhibit. We're on 257.
I am happy to find out who he is, though, and let you know. I'll look into it if you want me to.
Joe?
Anytime there's been a situation where somebody needed their money back, mom's sick, losing my job, I need the money back. I've given a lot of people their money back. I gave probably $600,000 back last week from some of the people that don't want to be involved in this, what they called a bullshit class action lawsuit. They're like, I don't want to be involved in it. It's bad karma for me. Grant, can you just send me my money back? I think we sent back $400,000 or $500,000 last week.
Let's look at this next exhibit.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this document?
Didn't I look at this morning? Wasn't this the first thing I looked at?
So they all look very similar, but this is a set of objections and responses to a third set of interrogatories. We've looked at the first set. We've looked at the fourth set. We're now looking at the third set.
Okay, it makes sense. Let's go 1, 4, and 3.
Yes.
And you're worried about my math.
And these responses, if we go to page 9, were submitted on February 3rd, 2026, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Let's look at, starting on page 7, it says, identify the investors whom Mr. Cardone has provided refunds. Right?
This is all? This is all you have?
And then on page 8, this is the list of people who are identified as, it says, defendants state that Grant Cardone has purchased the interests of the following investors. And it lists 18 people. Or, yes, 18 investors.
Okay.
Is this response accurate?
I've given more people their money back than this.
How many people have you given money back to, Mr. Cardone?
Man, lot. Anybody that pulls heartstrings, I help.
What is the total number of investors?
No clue. I don't keep track of it. I don't worry about it.
Mr. Cardone.
I've given millions of dollars of investors' money back. Kidding me? Fuck. Pull my heartstrings, tell me you got a bad situation. I'm like, okay, good. I know another guy named Brian that I gave millions of dollars back to.
In preparing for this deposition, did you review any documents about the transfers that investors have made to you or to Cardone Capital employees of their investments in the funds?
Do it again?
In preparing for this deposition, did you look into the investors who have transferred or assigned their investments in funds 5 and 6 to either you or to a Cardone Capital employee?
I looked at some of that. Like I'm looking. Yeah, I mean, we have 20,020 investors. So when did I give these? What I'm looking at right now, when were these? When were these exactly?
These are dated February 3rd,
Oh, I know when we said
2026.
Yeah, that's this year. But when were these checks written? Because I see an entry, but I don't see the rest of the
It
data.
says buyout effective dates are in 2020, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So
So notice, by the way, here's a guy that put 15 grand in.
Mhm.
I don't know when he put it in, but he looks like Fund 5 and Fund 6. That means he put it in what? What year was that? 18, 19? Yeah. We sent him back cash flow of 272. We bought him out in 2020. And I would have given him $14,727 6 years ago. So I gave him all but $200 of his money.
Mr. Cardone,
I didn't have to do that. I don't have any obligation. The contract says I don't have to give him any money back. And I gave him all but $272, which I paid him in cash flow. And he got his tax write-off. And I didn't have to do this shit. Okay? This is just one guy. Now, there's more than this. There's more than these 18. I'm telling you right now. Just from memory, because I'm going across all the funds, Morgan, not.
well, we're here to talk about funds 5 and 6, and you are Cardone
You're here to talk about
Capital's.
Fund 5 and 6 and make me look like a bad guy. I'm here to talk about all of what I do.
You designated yourself, you said, as the representative to speak today on Cardone Capital's behalf.
And I'm here to stay all
you
night.
You are asked to testify and be prepared to testify today to the instances of an investor's transfer, assignment, sale, or redemption. You are asked to be prepared to testify today as to the instances of an investor's transfer, assignment, sale, or redemption of his or her interest in Fund 5, his or her interest in Fund 5 or Fund 6 to the present. Now, I'm not asking you for any specific instances, but what I am trying to understand is, since the last date that's reflected in this document is December 2020. Since December 2020, how many investors have you purchased the interests of?
A lot.
Do you have a rough
I'm sorry,
estimate?
I need to interpose an objection. I didn't want to interrupt either your question or his train of thought in answering, but our objection to this category you have is reflected in correspondence of counsel. I incorporate it here. We said we're not going to talk about particular transactions or refunds. We're not going to present a witness to do that. Don't agree to do that. So you know that we have not agreed to produce a witness on that category.
And I'm not asking
A
for
lot.
particular. It's a lot.
A-L-O-T. A-L-O-T. Notice, is it 2 words?
A lot is 2 words.
Not in Louisiana.
How many?
This is
Mr.
2020. This
Yes,
is 2020.
Since 2020, roughly how many investors in Funds 5 and 6 have you purchased the interest of?
Everyone that asked. How about that?
And
Everyone that needed their money back. Grant Cardone came to save the day.
roughly how many
By the way,
investors?
I would buy every one of the people involved in your little case here. I would buy all their positions out today. I would take whatever they put in. You guys won't even let me make this public, by the way. This is how corrupt the system is today.
Mr.
You won't
Cardone,
even allow me.
Mr. Cardone,
No, I want these guys to know. I want them to know.
No, Mr. Cardone,
You won't
I do
allow
not
me to tell the
have much
public.
time left today. Excuse me,
You
how much
have as
time
mu-
do I have left right now?
You take as much time as you want. I can give you
I
as much
only
time
have
as you want.
40.
I can extend time here. Okay? Time is fabricated. So your team won't even let me give the money back to these people. This is how corrupt this is. You guys want your 20 or 30% bullshit fee. It's going to cost the investors money while I'm sitting here saying, I'll give you all your money back, less your cash flow, and you guys are going to hit it with a management fee. I make money if you guys win. You understand that, right? The only person that would lose money in this deal, I don't even know how you guys sleep with yourselves. The only people that will be hurt are the investors. And if I got to fight another 6 years to defend this, I will. It's just horrible what you guys are doing.
Cardone Capital provides tax forms to investors, right?
K1s.
And those K1s, they represent to investors what Cardone Capital represents the current equity of their share is, right?
Plus tax, plus depreciation.
If I was
Recognized or unrecognized capital losses.
if I was an investor of Fund 5 who invested $5,000
I'd have to give you your money back.
If I was an investor in Fund
5 who invested $5,000 in the fund, what would you say is the equity value of my investment today? What are you representing on these K1s?
In which one?
Objective form.
In Fund 5.
When did you come in?
Let's say I came in right around the time that the fund closed.
Was
September
it 18? Was it 19?
2019.
Were you in the first deal, the third deal, the fourth? Like,
I'm in Fund 5.
You're giving me an impossible.
What I'm trying to understand is what
No, you're not
you,
trying to
you
understand.
say
You're not trying
today
to
is the
understand.
equity value of an
But
investment.
let's not be
in Fund 5.
disingenuous. You are not trying to understand. You're trying to make me look bad.
The equity does the K1 today that you give to investors say that the equity value of their investments is higher than what they invested?
Objective form.
I'd have to see their K1. Okay, like
You
you're
don't
giving
know.
me a hypothetical situation. It's in their portal. Like we created a portal for these people. 24/7, 365 access to your investment. You should become an investor. You should put your son in these investments.
Any of the investors that you have bought out of the fund, have you paid them what you say the equity value of their investment is worth in the K1s?
Objective form, and it's beyond the scope.
It says right here what I paid them. Like we literally showed you 15 grand less the 272. I paid the guy $14,727. In addition to that, he would have gotten about a $30,000 tax write-off. Okay. On this first guy right here that you gave me, his 14 grand that he was returned, he lost no money, by the way, not a penny. He put in 15. We paid him 272. We gave him the difference, and he got probably in that situation, a $30,000 tax write-off. It's like I'm Santa Claus.
These were
And
submitted.
if they go anywhere down the street, go to Wall Street, go to JP Morgan Stanley, nobody will do this for them. Nobody. There's nobody in the country doing this for the individual everyday guy except me.
These responses were submitted on February 3rd, 2026. Since then, how
Yeah.
many investors have you bought out of the fund?
I told you just 5 minutes ago, maybe 6 minutes ago.
You can repeat your answer then, Mr. Cardone.
Last week, I wrote checks for $400,000 or $500,000.
And how about the week
I'm going to
before
do
that?
another. I'll bet you I do another $400,000 or $500,000 this week. The people don't want to be involved in your bullshit lawsuit. They don't want to be involved because they're like, hey, they're sending me these weird emails at 11 o'clock at night. Looks like I'm involved in something I don't want to be involved in. I just Grant, I don't want the headaches. I don't want the bad karma. I don't want the stink.
But
I'll put money in your next deal. By the way, these people are taking money out of Fund 5 and putting it into Fund 29 because they don't want to be involved.
How many people have done that, Mr. Cardone?
A lot. People call me. We got I don't know, 1,000 contacts over a period of 2 or 3 weeks when you guys hired that ambulance chasing recruiter that you use. You know, wait till the public finds out what you guys actually do, how you stir these cases up. And then you sent the email out to drag the internet and use my name. This is the game. And then you hope that people join their class action lawsuit. It's been 6 years. 6 years. One person joined the suit. And you guys had to run this little game, this little trick you did the other night to get everybody else to get an email that says, if you don't do anything, if you do nothing, you're in the lawsuit. And because you asked me, we had thousands of people emailing us, calling us, texting us. Hey, bro, what's this about? Okay. So we told them, if you do nothing, because that's the game, right? If you do nothing, if you, by the way, didn't even see the email, if it went to your junk or your spam, you are involved in a class action lawsuit. How nice, how generous. Instead, these people, we created a landing page for them, Cardone Capital Cardone, what's the name of it?
Cardone class action is their,
So that when they ask, we send them to a link and they're like, no, I don't want to be part of this. I want to opt out. I did a call last night. We had people opting out last night.
You told people.
I did not activate this. I did not tell anybody, hey, you can opt out. I'm like, do whatever you want. You want to be involved in a lawsuit? Be involved. I didn't even tell them you're going to lose money being involved.
You told investors that once they opt out, you would be willing to buy them out of the investments, right?
objection misstates his testimony.
If they opt out, dude, if you opt out, you ain't part of it. These people don't want a part of your bullshit lawsuit, and they want to be part of my investment. They don't want to be bought out.
These are people who have asked you for refunds on their investment.
Oh, no, that's different. See, this thing backfired on you guys. This is what your little, and I'm being respectful, scumbag little recruiter, ambulance chaser didn't understand about Grant Cardone. These people love me. Okay. They love me. They love the investment, and they love that I pay them, and they appreciate this opportunity. So instead of this, you guys having a bunch of people join a class action lawsuit, what they did was it backfired on you, because they called me and said, hey, Grant, I just saw this issue. I saw this class action. I don't want to be a part of it, but I need some money right now. Can I be bought out? This is how we've been raising. I raised $2 billion despite this garbage case. Despite that, we've raised $2 billion.
Let's talk about topic 53. This is the practice of deleting emails for departing employees not on litigation hold. And if you can,
I need a question.
yes, topic 53. And if we can go back to Exhibit 231, if you can find that in your pile, that's the responses and objections to the fourth set of interrogatories.
You're working me now.
I am.
231?
Yes.
Can you show me what it looks like?
It looks like sort of like this,
Yeah.
but it says fourth set.
At 229, would you take 229 instead?
No, it's 231.
Yeah. There it is.
Okay.
Of course, takes a team, right?
Can you look at interrogatory number 15, please?
You're wearing me down, man.
It says, are you in front of interrogatory 15?
I am.
Okay. Identify and cite by Bates number the document retention policy explaining why Brian Robb and Lance Grisham's custodial files, including emails, were deleted upon their departure from Cardone Capital, LLC, or any affiliated entity, correct?
Is it correct?
Yes. That's what
it says?
the question says, yes.
That's what it says.
And the response at the bottom here, subject to objections, is defendants state that the email accounts from Mr. Robb and Mr. Grisham were deleted as part of the ordinary course of business for departing employees who are not on any legal hold, correct?
That's what it says.
This response, it doesn't identify any.
We've never destroyed anybody's emails, ever, in this company.
This
You
interrogatory
hear what I'm saying, though?
response.
There's been no destruction of emails, no destruction of property, no destruction of distributions, nothing, period.
Do you have Mr. Robb's email still, Mr. Cardone?
Mr. Robb doesn't work here. Mr. Robb's a criminal. He doesn't work here. He was fired from this company.
Do you have Mr. Grisham's emails today, Mr. Cardone?
He doesn't work here anymore. If he comes back to work here, he'll have an email address.
What
There's
I'm
no
trying
Rob
to-
at Cardone Capital.
The interrogatory response here, it does
We
not.
have a standard policy in this company. All emails get deleted. It is a standard policy used by the biggest tech companies and the banks in this country.
Is that policy written down anywhere?
I'm sure it is.
There is no
I'm sure.
document that's identified in response to this interrogatory response, correct?
Whatever. I have 5 companies, 5 different companies. We delete emails. Why would I keep an open email? You worked here for a minute, you left, your email's going to get deleted. Doesn't mean your emails get deleted.
Where
It's sitting on a Gmail account. I'm sure it's archived somewhere in the cloud.
the cloud of Cardone Capital?
No, the Google Cloud, man. I don't have a cloud.
Okay. How soon after Mr. Grisham left the company were his emails deleted?
Probably within,
Objective form beyond the scope of the notice.
probably before, they were probably deleted before he was even terminated.
Mr. Grisham was an acquisitions analyst, right?
Yes,
And Mr. Robb was the chief marketing officer of Cardone Capital, correct?
Rob has never been a mister, never will be a mister. He's a piece of shit. He's a criminal. He's a crook. He's a fraud. He lied to us. He's lied to you. He's a snitch and a whistleblower. That, by the way, deceived the FBI and the SEC, suggesting that we had some wrongdoing here, and we didn't.
Is there any regulatory obligation that you're aware of, SEC or otherwise, that requires Cardone Capital to retain the emails of departing employees who worked on the funds?
Is there any, ask again?
Objective form, no foundation, and it's beyond the scope of the deposition notice.
Is there any obligation, SEC rules or otherwise, that you are aware of that requires Cardone Capital to retain the emails of departing employees?
Let me.
Yes.
Same objection and also Vegas to time.
By the way, the SEC did a much more thorough investigation than you have. 28 months they spent in here. It's clear. I could go to prison for destroying property, emails, data. Okay. We were asked by the SEC in May 2020. I think you have the letter. And they gave us an entire guideline. It's a pack about that big, exactly what we had to do. Okay. I could have gone to jail. I could go to jail. They were here 28 months. If they would have found any evidence of document destruction, email destruction, they didn't find anything. The FBI was in here because of Brian Robb. The FBI, as you know, recorded video and audio. The SEC was here for 28 months. And after 28 months, they sent us a letter saying we found nothing, no problems, no issues. Otherwise, I'd be in jail right now. But we didn't destroy anything because we have nothing to hide. Now, Brian Robb, who left here claiming to be chief marketing officer, raising $50 million, he didn't raise $50 million. He didn't raise 50 cents. He also said he had done tens of millions of dollars of real estate transactions. This guy he hadn't done $1 million worth of transactions. And he left here, went and got hired by another company that blew him out and has been out of work since. Almost 6 years now.
Mr. Cardone, you are aware that there are allegations in a Huffington Post article that shredding occurred at Cardone Capital of documents in 2020, right?
The Huffington Post is a clickbait, fake news, garbage dump. They recited somebody else's, one of these other YouTube clickbaiters. There was no destruction of assets. There was no destruction. There was no shredding ever in this company, okay? We have never shredded a document at Cardone Capital. You will never find a person that says we shredded a document. I've been in business for 40 years. I have tax returns since I was 18 years old, okay? Every year, we dispose of content. I can show you a warehouse, not that you care, not that you want to see it. I can show you a warehouse with documents going back to 2012 still today.
Did Cardone Capital or anyone working at Cardone Capital hire a temporary staffing company to destroy documents?
No.
Let's take a break.
Come on. You don't need a break, dude.
We're going
Dig
off the
in.
record. The
You don't need a
time
break.
is
Let's just go.
6:02 p.m. We are back on the record. The time is 6:16 p.m.
Cardone Capital used the auditor Eisner Ampner to prepare an audit report for the period ended May 31, 2018, correct?
That's true.
And after that, Cardone Capital used the auditor Kaufman Rawson. Is that
Yes,
right?
we fired Eisner.
Okay, that was my next question. Did Cardone Capital fire Eisner Ampner?
Bang. Bang,
Why?
bang, bang.
Why?
Not responsive, too expensive. Weren't happy with his performance. Mostly non-responsive. I'm overpaying these guys, but they respond.
All right, I'm going to mark as Exhibit 258. And I'll give you this tabbed version so you can find quickly what I'm referring to. Joe?
Thank you. 258.
We thought we lost you on the break. I was
Looking at emails.
going to take over the machine.
158, right?
Yep.
This is a big one right here. This is the biggest of the day. You saved it for last.
Mr. Cardone, are you familiar with this document?
This is our
Okay.
our offering circular, which is
My
131 pages.
Yes. My questions with this document are pretty straightforward. There was a topic that asked about some of the numbers that are reflected in here. And if you could go to where the tab is.
This isn't about Eisner anymore.
No.
Okay.
Do you have a page number for me, Morgan?
The page number is
105.
105. And under table 2, it says manager's compensation. Do you see that? On 105?
Well,
You see
if
that?
everything on this page, there's a lot on this page, right? There's
I'm looking at table 2, manager's compensation, summarizes the
table 2. Okay, table 2. I see that.
halfway through the page.
Compensation.
Summarizes the compensation the manager received from the projects
Yep.
closed during the most recent 3 years as of December 31, 2020.
Right.
And it reflects here, there's information regarding CE5, that's Fund 5, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And CE6, that's Fund 6,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you have two numbers, fee and other.
Yeah. So
Yep.
there's
Got it.
a couple, there's on this thing,
Fee
the
5 and what's the other fund you want to talk about?
and 6.
Okay, 5 and 6. Good.
And in here, it reflects information regarding the acquisition fee,
Yep.
the asset management fee,
Yep.
due diligence expense.
Yep.
And there's one here that just says other. And the other expense for...
You're turning the page?
No, the other expense for Fund 5, it says $3,551,788.
You're losing me, buddy.
I'm looking at the row that says other. Do you see that? It's on page 105.
Okay.
Okay. And in a footnote, if you turn the page on page 107,
Yeah.
there's a binder clip here, but the footnote that is right next to other, it said here, includes reimbursements and marketing costs.
Mm-hmm.
What does reimbursements mean?
Anything owed to the sponsor for work done to acquire the property, market the investment, due diligence, anything that was unpaid for, in this case, since 2019.
And those costs are not included in the asset management fee. Is that right?
No, we're entitled to a management fee and other reasonable costs, like any organizer or sponsor would be. Our fees actually are less than our competition, which is Blackstone and Starwood, which they would be as high as 2 or 2.5%. We charge 1%. And, the difference with those guys is they have a 3 and 5 year fund and we have a 10-year fund. They're all moving now to a 10-year fund because they're copying our model because it's a better model.
What's an example of a cost that might be included in this reimbursement category?
It would be in our circular offering, everything we're entitled to, marketing, possibly due diligence that was set up. We could spend, look, we could do anything that was done outside, find the deal, do due diligence on the deal, travel, third parties, brokers, agents, referral fees, cost of a deposition video.
Mr. Cardone, earlier today we looked at various underwriting for the fund properties, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the underwriting for every fund 5 and 6 property
Just over.
Yes, includes a terminal cap rate, right?
Okay. I don't use the term terminal cap rate, but
What term do you use? Exit cap rate?
yeah, I've never even heard the word terminal cap rate, but I also never heard of unaccredited until I listened to Raj the other day.
You personally select the exit cap rate assumptions used in Cardone Capital's underwriting, correct?
I pick a series of exit rates, cap rates.
So you're the one that selects them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned when you select them, what do you rely on to choose exit cap rates?
Objective form.
I basically look at what is the possible range of exits possible that history has shown us is possible. So if the Fed prints money again, and they will,
Do you rely on any?
then if they print like they did during COVID or like they did during Obama, then cap rates are going to compress again. So the moment they print money, this is what most people know that are investing in real estate. Anybody that's trying to buy a home today knows that the house price got out of control because the government continues to print money. As they print money, rates go down. When rates go down, the compression on the real estate, real assets go down with it. So real estate values are very dependent upon interest rates.
You said I look at
So
what
I'll just wrap it up with this. I'll put a 3.5, a 3 3/4, a 4%, 4 1/4, a 4.5, a 4.75, a 5, a 5 1/4, a 5.5, and I'm gonna look at my exits all the way out. What number do I need to hit? How long do I need to keep it? When we hit that number, that's our target to sell. That's how we knew to refinance Sawgrass, like we did just 3 weeks ago, and return $14 million, because our NOI hit a place where our 5 cap today is what we priced that at. Not a 4.5 cap that we expect to exit in 10 or 12 years. We hit a 5 cap that allowed us to refinance and send back $14 million, which represents about 30% to the investors.
Mr. Cardone, you have an exhibit there, the 10X Living at PCB.
Okay.
And if you go, and actually it may not show up in the way that it was printed, but there's in the underwriting, it says it reflects an exit cap rate. that's chosen for the underwriting.
What does it say here? Let's see.
I'm sorry, what number was that?
Yeah.
No, it's 251.
It would be on the 10-year, but I'm not sure if it showed up in the way that it was printed.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Let me see if I can.
You know, this is again, you know, a separate conversation, but this is a 10-year pro forma used for Fannie and Freddie or the lender. I think we might have done this deal with Arbor, the lender Arbor. This deal will not hit on this kind of pro forma. You're not going to see a cap rate below probably a 5.
The cap rate that's reflected in the pro forma,
Yeah.
who selects that number?
This is a universal acceptable. It's kind of almost like a, not exactly, but like a general accounting rule of thumb.
Mr. Allen, that doesn't answer my question. For the underwriting,
Yeah.
if it includes a terminal cap rate, who selects that terminal cap rate?
Objective form.
Okay. So again, I answered the question. The cap rate when we purchased this was a 5.39. Projecting out 10 years, 1 year, 3 year, 5 years. We bought this asset in 2019. In 2022, this asset could have sold for a 3.5 cap. That cap rate has come and gone. Now, you can't show me, you said you were going to tell me what cap rate we used in your 10 year.
I think it's on the screen now. If you look at the Zoom.
Okay.
Five.
Is there a way to make it bigger? Let me see. What cap rate? What up? I see the Joe's gone. Where am I looking? Oh, yeah.
5.57.
Well, I mean, I can sell this thing for a 5.57 right now.
My question is just simply,
Dude, I told you, the marketplace picks the cap rate, okay? The conditions of the market, combined with the interest rate, finding a buyer and a seller that agree on a cap rate. Somebody could pay me a 4 cap on that property right now.
the cap rate.
If I had Joe that lives in California and wants to leave California, it's not uncommon for him to 1031 his profits from California and say, you know what, I'm willing to pay a 4 cap for that breakfast point deal because his cost is going to go from like 600 grand a door down to 200,000 a door. And he's like, I just want to protect my capital. So if I can match the right buyer and the seller, and then we'll find that cap point. As long as I don't have any kind of urgency, like you have urgency on your flight tonight. I have no urgency at all. I'm going to stay here till midnight. When I don't want urgency on our investors, that's what's so cool about our vehicle, because we have extended amounts of time to find the right seller. And my goal is to find the right seller at the right time. Remember, these are massive, like you made reference to, these are massive assets, 300 plus units. My goal is to find some whale, just moving through the freaking financial ecosystem, like a JP Morgan or a Goldman Sachs or KKR or Carlyle, one of these giant $1 trillion companies. Just crack them and distribute the money to regular everyday investors. So the little guy is getting rich off the rich guy. And that's what we do. And that's the game here. And if it takes me 12 years, 15 years, or 20 years, I have the time to do it based on our operating agreement.
My question is really simple. In that spreadsheet, it reflects a terminal cap rate.
Of 5 3/4.
Yeah.
That I could achieve today.
That number doesn't populate itself into the spreadsheet. Someone selects it, right?
Somebody all these numbers get plugged in. This is not made up. This is not a fantasy.
Someone has to plug the number in, right, Mr.
Rent
Cardone?
is a plugged in number, actual rent. The number of units is plugged in. We didn't make it up. Somebody built the damn thing. It was 294 units. They plugged in 294 units. The rent is $1,508 a month. It's plugged in, dude. It's like a real thing. This is not made up. This is not a fantasy.
I'm not asking that.
You're asking me how we get it. We plug it in
Yes.
based on the rule of thumb of that marketplace. That panhandle is going to be a 5 3/4. Take that asset and move it 1 hour and drop it in Naples, and now it's a 4.75. Take it, move it to Miami, Brickell, and it's going to be a 4.5, or maybe a 4, or maybe a 3.5. Take it to South Carolina today, and it's probably, or Indianapolis, it's going to go to a 7. You could put it in all 5 of those locations. Find an idiot like Joe that has a big 1031. He might be like, I don't care what I got to pay. I just want to just push my money into it. And that's who we're going to sell it to.
Who approves of the number that's in that spreadsheet?
This performer was done for a lender. Okay. This is our lender document that we then share, the most conservative model we share with our investors. We believe this is our under promise and over deliver model.
You selected the number that's reflected in this spreadsheet, right, Mr. Cardone?
Objection misstates his testimony.
The cap rate we're putting in here, Morgan, you're not asking the right question. The cap rate we're putting in here is higher than we can sell the asset for today.
Mr. Cardone, my question is so simple. It is just asking you, who determines in this
I told
spreadsheet?
you, I've answered this 4 or 5 times.
Someone has to
The
determine
marketplace.
the
No,
number.
it's the boogeyman. It's the marketplace. Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot.
If I want to determine what the marketplace
you
says
call a
is-
professional like me.
Okay.
Grant, what is the cap rate in this market right now? That's what you do. You stay in your lane, be a lawyer, call a professional. I'm going to tell you. What do you do when you have roaches? You call a professional, come handle my roaches. When you need a root canal, you don't make up the decision. You go to the root canal guy and say, hey, how do you handle this? You call me and I'm going to tell you what now I go to other people that have more access to more data. CBRE, JLL, Cushman Wakefield, like the list goes on and on. I'm not making this up. It's not a fairy tale. It's real estate. It's real. It starts with being a real asset in a real location with an address that has a bunch of things connected to it that are also real and public.
I think we're getting close to my answer.
No, you
which is
got your answer. You just don't like the answer.
You said you call me. You determine what the appropriate cap rate is.
You're
correct?
making stuff up.
You
Conflation.
decide
I call
the number.
conflating. I call you're gassing me up right now.
Someone has to choose the number that's reflected in the spreadsheet, right? Someone decides what goes into that spreadsheet.
Somebody chose the rents, by the way. Somebody plugged in taxes. Who made up the taxes?
Right. Let's do it.
Who plugged in the insurance number?
Mr. Cardone, is it you that decides what number is reflected in that spreadsheet?
I told
or does
you earlier,
someone else do
I don't
that?
even use the 10-year.
Okay. So
My guys use a 10-year with a 3% rent increase and a 2% increase in expenses. Do you understand? And I'm telling you as like clearly as I can, all of this is figured based on a model that has been used since 1965 when REITs were first created. This is a 67-year-old process.
I have asked such a simple question.
And I have
over
answered the
over,
simple
and
question.
I have not gotten an answer to my
That's
question.
not true. If you just
but
go
I am
back,
going to move on.
If I have not answered that question, I feel terrible because I feel like I answered that question over and over again.
Let's look. Give me 1 second. Mr. Cardone, you were investigated, or Cardone Capital was investigated by the SEC, correct?
And the FBI.
When did Cardone Capital first become aware of that investigation?
I forget the date,
Do you know
but I
what year?
remember it like it was yesterday, Morgan. My banker, George Gonzalez, was in that building across the street, right out over your shoulder there. That was my primary office. George and 2 of his associates. He runs City National Bank. And we had a meeting about some debt And they were leaving the meeting. His two guys walked out. He walked them out. And then he came back in the room and said, congratulations. And I'm like, for what? He's like, the investigation's over. I'm like, what investigation? And he's like, oh, you don't know? Well, I didn't know this, but when they start an investigation with you, the first thing they open is they call your bank. What's the rule? Is there some rule, FISA or something? Anyway. And the bank can't tell me. I said, George, why didn't you tell me there was an investigation? He's like, I can't tell you. I'm bound by the banking regulations. He says, congratulations, because they never open a case and don't find something. And in your case, they found nothing. And that was the first time I was aware of it. At that time, we had our lawyer pull up Freedom of Information Act. And then we got a document. I think my team will use it certainly in the jury trial, that they had opened an investigation. It was 27 or 28 months long, and they closed it.
No one at the
Prior
SEC.
to that, I never knew there was an investigation.
No one at the SEC ever told Cardone Capital that it was exonerated of all wrongdoing, right?
Yes, they did. Sent me a letter. We found no wrongdoing. 28-month investigation, exhausting. That cost them millions of dollars, by the way. You understand? Millions of dollars. Now you want to paint this like they didn't let me off. Yeah, you effing right they let me off. What are you talking about? If they didn't let me off, I'd be in jail for doing something wrong. No, they dropped the case. And if you've done any preparation on this since Bernie Madoff, because they let Bernie off. Okay. They let Bernie off. They opened and closed the case on Bernie. Since then, Congress went back and said, anytime there's an investigation, they need multiple sign-offs now so that Bernie never happens again. The fact that they opened the case, no problem. Closed the case after 28 months and an FBI investigation and a whistleblower, it means a big deal that they closed that case.
I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 259. I'm going to put it in the chat because I cannot find my printed copy right now. Are you able to open it?
Oh, I didn't know you were talking to me.
It's not an S chat. This is my chat.
This right here, Cardone Capital,
Yes.
0001.
Yes.
Yeah, I see this. How do I open it? Open and edit.
We can screen
Yes,
share
I see it.
now.
I see it.
you're
I
able
see
to
it. We have concluded, Morgan. We have concluded the investigation. That's not exoneration. It is to me.
So you recognize this document?
I do. I read it last night.
Okay. Can you actually?
I'm going to get this framed, put on my wall.
Yeah. Can you read for me the sentence after that?
We have concluded the investigation as to Cardone Capital based on the information I'm sorry. Imagine getting this email, Denise. We have concluded the investigation as to Cardone Capital LLC based on the information we have as of this date. We do not intend to recommend an enforcement action by the Commission against Cardone Capital.
Continue. Can you continue, please?
How do they get away with this yet, dude?
It's like a control V, the SEC that are required by law.
No, this, that I have to read it. You read it.
Go ahead. Okay,
You can read it. You read it.
We can read it. We are providing this notice under the guidelines set out in the final paragraph of Securities Act.
What date was this?
Number 51310. What
Securities
Act release number 5310, which states in part that the notice must in no way be construed as indicating that the party has been exonerated or that no action may ultimately result from the staff's investigation.
When was this?
Correct. This was dated January 26,
Excellent.
2023.
No. January what?
26, 2023.
What year? 2023. 3 years. Okay. Look, 3 years has gone by. Okay. You guys have been making all this noise. I've raised $2 billion. Okay. I have been exonerated. You don't want to admit that I've been exonerated, but you know they found clean hands, good dude, no problems. You need me to look nasty to win anything here. You're not going to win it because they're not going to win this. So you want to say they didn't exonerate you? Fuck yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. They dropped the suit. They left the enforcement. They had people in my offices. They were investigating employees. They had a whistleblower or snitch guy in here with the FBI recording us and found nothing. 28 months. And then you want to say they didn't exonerate you with this one line to make me look like a criminal.
I am just reading. what
And
they
since
wrote.
then, we have not missed one single month of distributions.
Mr. Cardone, that's all the questions that I have for you.
We're done?
We are-
You're done?
Got a question.
Okay. You can't be. I can't believe we're done.
So on, I think maybe 2 occasions during your testimony today, Mr. Cardone, you made a reference to something potentially being stored on a cloud. Do you recall having mentioned that?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know where things are stored. I was born in 1958. I keep things on legal pads.
You're talking about a cloud that Google may have.
I don't have a cloud. I don't have a cloud. I got a lot of things. I don't have a cloud. I don't have them.
All right. Thank
So
you.
that I'm like, whatever the cloud is, I don't know where all these things are stored.
I think I'll go clarify it. I won't ask if you've doubled your money.
Have I doubled my money?
Object to 4.
I started with $3,000. There's about $1.3 billion sitting there right now.
So have you doubled your money in real estate?
Fuck yeah, I have. I've more than doubled my money. I 10x my money.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Cardone.
I want to add one thing for the record. You did a phenomenal job. You did a phenomenal job. Okay. You guys are stars.
This concludes today's deposition. We're going off the record. The time is 6:45 p.m.